bazooka against the ball.
Oh, way more.
I'm being ironic with you. I'm just being sarcastic with the haters.
There's always haters. It's easy to type it on a phone.
Very tough.
Trust me.
I'll try to find out. Yeah, I need to see, like,
We're loving that.
because I'm always like,
They love it. Anyway, you guys need anything? It's new casas. It's new casas.
Stop number 8 of season 1 2023, and in a few minutes we will start the competition.
Right, guys. The World Surf League arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for stop number 8 on the championship tour. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm, creating a coliseum of energy unmatched in professional surfing. The Brazilian Storm are charging up the leaderboard as Filipe Toledo, fresh off a win in El Salvador, attempts to add a 5th Rio title to his name.
Rio Pro champion, Filipe Toledo!
In the women's draw, veteran victories are turning up the heat on CT newcomers riding early season highs. Only 3 events remain in the race to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The fight for the final 5 continues at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. On your screen, Louis Egan having the coaching responsibilities for Caroline Marks as she's fresh off her win from El Salvador. Thanks for watching Dawn Patrol here on opening day of the waiting period for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Nice early morning, about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. About 16 degrees Celsius, nice and cool, but it will warm up throughout the day. Thanks so much for being with us. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Mitchell Salazar. Jesse, so great to see you. You've probably got a lot of memories flooding through your brain of putting on the jersey out here at Saquarema.
Definitely is a special place for every Brazilian to be here, and I'm excited to be back and be here with you guys.
Mitchell Salazar, let's hear it. Highlights from the free surfs. You've been out there ripping. What's really been standing out to you the last couple of days?
Well, the performance of both defending champions, Filipe Toledo and Carissa Moore, have looked incredible, but a lot of the youngsters, Caitlin Simmer specifically, has been ripping out there, but the waves have been very consistent. It looks like it's going to be a fun day today, Joe. Interesting when you talk about beach breaks. Jesse, how does this beach break kind of be different from other beach breaks we might see on tour?
I think just because the fact that we're in Brazil, and I think the most important thing is the atmosphere here is just different. And also there's a lot of backwash comes into play here that it's not normal in other beach breaks. There's that little extra challenge for the surfers.
As we check out where we are in South America, we're in the country of Brazil, 6th largest country population-wise and also geographically. You can see the great city of Rio. You fly into the airport there. It's about 2 hours with traffic, maybe a little longer to get to Saquarema. A big beach here, Mitchell.
Yeah, and you have one spot that's just world class at Itaúna where we're at right now, but it goes from very deep into real shallow very quick, and that's why you see such a great amount of power in a lot of these waves, especially when it comes to a beach break. I would have to say this is one of the heaviest in the southern hemisphere, and when it gets good like it was a few days ago, you get all that sand that's coming out of that river mouth, and with the south-southeast swell that we have in the water right now, it should be producing a lot of fun waves for what could potentially be the first day of competition. But we talk about a world-class beach break, we got it here, Joe.
Pretty exciting as you check out the continental shelf. It's just a gradual slope, so there's not a whole lot of refraction out there in the open ocean. Comes right in, plenty of swell. Sometimes surfers like Jesse's had to find bigger equipment, like when he made the semifinals out here back in 2011. Well, remember, it's Friday morning, opening day of the waiting period. Let's see if we're going to get the contest underway as we say a big bon dia to Maida Paps down there with the call.
Good morning, everyone, from beautiful Itaúna Beach. I'm here with Jessie. Good morning, Jessie. So what do we have for today?
We're going to have a big day of competition today, so we've got pretty good waves on offer. Looks really fun out there. We're going to be starting with the women, going into the men, and then coming back into women's elimination round. So a few rounds today, and excited to be able to kick it off.
Nice. And what can we expect for the day?
So we have right now, we're looking at, head-high waves, and it looks really fun. We know that the last few days everyone's had a lot of good waves out here. The bank looks really good, so really consistent. We're excited, for sure. And, there's been a lot of talk about the forecast and what kind of waves we're going to get. So we're very happy to see what we have today, and it's actually a little bit bigger than what we expected. So it should be a good day for us.
Okay, so looks like we are on, guys.
Obrigado. Thank you so much for the Oakberry call this morning. And when the Oakberry call calls competition on an opening day, there's a lot to celebrate. Jessie Miley-Dyers also won an event out here at the qualifying series level back in the day. As we check out the waves this morning, it has dropped off from the last couple of days, but still a lot of potential. As we break down the Surfline forecast, looks like they want to complete a lot of heats today in the opening round and see where we'll end up for the rest of the week. Thank you, Surfline, for the official forecast for the event, kind of showing us that we get a start today.
Yes, it looks like the swell dropped, lost a little bit of power, but it actually looks a little cleaner. It's a good direction. We have a southeast swell, so that's pretty fun for Itaúna Point. And then it kind of slows down a little bit, and then after, in the end of the period, we have a good forecast coming up.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing are the winds. It's very clean early on in the morning. We have offshore winds, and we do have a tide that's decreasing already, low tide at around 1 p.m. But look at that, 3 to 5 on the faces. It will be a little bit onshore this afternoon, but I think that'll actually add to the level that a lot of these surfers have to progress to.
The stage is set for the final. Samuel Pupo taking on world #1 Filipe Toledo.
One big move, and oh my goodness, that was crazy.
Are you kidding me? Filipe Toledo throwing down a 10, and he's up again. Big vert with an absolute hammer to follow. Toledo shutting this heat down.
Wow.
As we shut this one down, Filipe Toledo, your champion of the Rio Pro, presented by Corona. So many special memories from competition in Rio de Janeiro, whether it's down in Baja da Tijuca or up here in Santarém when they come to town.
Joe, I think besides his talent, obviously, I think he tries with the crowd here. He's a showman. He loves finals days. And with all this crowd on the beach, he feeds through that. And he's a guy that is very good under pressure. So I think he puts that little extra 20% out here because of that reason.
Yeah, and he's very complete when it comes to surfing, you know, both on the forehand and on the backhand here. If you look at both. Joanne DeFay.
Tachi.
Yep.
start the first heat right after the National Anthem of Brazil. Então a primeira bateria vai começar às 7h35, logo após o hino nacional do Brasil, que será realizado às 7h30. A primeira bateria do feminino vai estar na água já, e assim que nosso head autorizar, 7h35 a gente começa pela bateria. Um bom dia especial aqui para Ronaldo Monteiro, meu parceiro de longa data de locução. Já vai dar um bom dia também as condições do mar, como é que está o mar hoje, como se encontra Saquarema, aqui o quintal de casa do Ronaldo. Bom dia, Ronaldo.
Bom dia, bem-vindos aqui ao grande evento, dedicado para as 800 pilotos da WSL. É um prazer enorme estar aqui mais uma vez com vocês. E daqui a pouquinho eu vou contar o que vocês na água. As situações do mar estão bem surfáveis, mas estão aparecendo menores hoje. Perfeitas, hoje ainda com uma boa formação.
The opening round for the women, it'll be Molly Picklum, Stephanie Gilmore, and Gabriella Bryan kicking things off. It goes by quickly, post-cut. We'll get to the final series before we know it. As you see the fans here locally at Saquarema showing up to see this first heat of the morning. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Mitchell Salazar here for the Dawn Patrol show this morning. Mitchell brought it up this morning as well as yesterday and the day before. Carissa Moore, stand out in the free surfs. As we get right into the wrist story, can she repeat her success here at Saquarema from last season?
Well, she seems like the favorite to do so, and you look at the conditions, and it just brought out the best in her surfing. She's averaging a third-place finish at this event in her history, which is just incredible. You'd have to be thinking it's one of the most dominant performances in history. But when it comes to this spot specifically, I just think it adds to her style. You have that power of the ocean here that really presents itself like it would in the Hawaiian Islands. I think she goes back-to-back here, Joe.
In a different kind of role this year, Jesse. Last year, her win here in Brazil was her first of the season. This year, she's already picked up 3 CT victories.
That's crazy. Last year, she was almost like inconsistent for herself, and now you see Carissa being back to normal status. Like, she's just dominant in every condition. She's good in her backhand, good in her front side. She's good in barrels both ways, so it's like she's the one to beat pretty much every event.
Let's break it all down by the numbers. Carissa Moore, a 5-time world champ, but just focusing on her performances here in Brazil, it's been sensational. 10 previous starts, 4 finals, 2 wins. And look at that winning percentage, 83%, as she's dominated this venue with a lot of consistency. Interesting to note, she did call the event win last year one of the best of her career because she had a 1.8 combined total in the opening round. And as a champion does, she rose to the challenge and beat Joanne Defay in the final last year.
Yes, and that's what the best in the world are good at. They're just good at bouncing back and erasing what was left behind and just resetting and going big on the next heat.
Different type of energy, Mitchell, from Carissa Moore this year. She says sometimes her biggest challenge is her mind. I feel like she's as confident as it gets for Carissa Moore right now.
But look at those stats, though. She's won 20 out of 24 heats. Like, that's incredible. Who else does that? And there's a reason why she's the #1 seed coming into this event. And you look at the back end of last year, there were 3 different champions for the last 3 events. I actually think she could win all 3 of them and get on a roll, and even better, that #1 seed heading into lowers.
I mean, already with 3 event wins, and we have plenty of room to pick up more victories. She hasn't had a season like this since 2015. That's like 6 solid years on tour where she hasn't had at least 3 wins. She had 4 wins that season in 2015 and one of her world titles, but she's in that kind of form and rhythm coming into Saquarema as the defending event champ. And when you are that defending event champ, brings you a lot of confidence, especially when you're wearing yellow at the same time.
Yes, I think also because you just get so comfortable at a place. You had so many repetitions. You're just used to. You're just warmed up, even though the event haven't even started. It's just that extra confidence that just brings it into the game.
Mitchell, I want to get your take on what we have so far on the rankings as we are focusing on the final 5 positions for the women and really want to focus on what's standing out for you coming into stop number 8. Any surprises?
Well, we look at the bottom end of the draw. Caitlin Simmers, #7. She already has an event win this season. Surprise at Lakey Peterson's #8. Gabriella Bryan and Betty Lou. Good to see some new names in there. But how about the people that are tied for #5 right now? Stephanie Gilmore and Tatiana Weston-Webb. That, to me, is the real battle within the battle right now. Joe, people are looking to qualify for lowers.
And then the stranglehold on the top of the rankings, Jesse.
Yes, like he said, I think there's only 1 or 2 spots to grab for the top 5. and Carissa and Tyler really having a step ahead of the game. They started so well the year that now they can almost like not relax, but they're ahead of the game, so it's like much easier for them to just go forward.
Pretty exciting now, as we know there could be some outside chances for a couple of those surfers to clinch a spot as early as Brazil for a spot in the Rio Pro WSL Finals. Also, Olympic qualification on the line, Mitch.
Yeah, a lot on the line, and obviously you got to be thinking about the most important thing, which is being a world champion at the end of the day, because if you end up in those top 5 spots, your chances of going to Paris 2024 are much higher. So I expect a lot of big performances from the people that are on the top 3, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, and especially from Molly Picklum if she wants to be in both conversations.
I love that you brought up Molly Picklum. Just this superstar representing Australia, part of that youthful movement on tour that experienced a ton of success from Pipeline and then to Sunset Beach, picking up a big win. Are you noticing her sliding down the rankings? Is that due to form, or is it just the intensity of the veterans on tour?
I think it's the intensity of the veterans. They're used to excelling throughout the back half because they're just performers. They're good under pressure, and she's just pretty much a rookie. This is her 2nd year on tour, so she really needs to strap up and hold on because those bigger names are really going to start making damage.
Molly often compared to the young superstars on tour like Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Caitlin Simmers, but how does she separate herself from that pack, Mitch?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe innovation. You know, she's brought a bit of innovation to, I think, a couple different breaks, and especially at Sunset Beach. There are a few people that can really surf that wave at that young of an age that well, and especially to win over a veteran like Caroline Marks on her backhand, everybody thinking, okay, the backhand here is going to excel. Molly Picklum shut that down. She had a great Hawaii season, but since then she struggled to get good results. She could be doing it here. This is where she clinched her spot to requalify for the CT at the Challenger Series level, Joe.
And she had a couple of great waves in the warm-ups as well. Looking forward to seeing Molly Picklum in this first heat this morning. Before we get there, let's check out the men's top 10 picture. Coming into stop number 8, just Brazil, J-Bay, and Tahiti. Before we set up the Rio Pro WSL Finals, we've got Griffin Colapinto, one of your picks to potentially win this event, Jesse. Still wearing the yellow jersey at this stop.
Yeah, it's incredible. I know Griffin for so long, since he was a Grom, and he's talented, is above average, but now he really put into the work of heat strategy and everything, and he's so mature, and that just reflects on the rankings, and he's looking good for being in the top 5.
Outside that final 5 picture at the moment, any names popping out to you, Mitchell, and who could maybe jump up there before we head to Jeffreys Bay?
Well, first of all, I think it's really important to note that it's cool to see Leo Fioravanti and Connor O'Leary in the mix, number 8 and number 10 respectively. But Italo Ferreira's been on a roll lately, 2nd at the Surf Ranch, 5th in El Salvador. Those are the only quarterfinal finishes or better that he has in the year so far. So he's gaining momentum. He made the semifinals here last season. I do expect him to be at least in the conversation in the last 3 events. He's finaled at most of them, Joe.
The energy of Italo Ferreira, it feels like it's back. It felt like there was just a little bit of tough times for Italo, even though it's crazy to say that because he finished runner-up in the world last year. But it felt like he just wasn't happy with the scores he was getting at times. He was coming in with a little bit of frustration. I feel like his mojo's back. He's got some good energy coming into this part of the tour.
Man, we're all humans, and those guys are humans as well. So you expect them for having a peak and also going lower a little bit, and that's normal. But it seems like you said, he found the groove back again. He did very well at the ranch, which is a spot that he usually doesn't do well. And he's ready. Like I said, those guys that are world champs, they're really going to excel in these last few events. So guys like João and Ethan really need to strap up in order for them to be in the top 5.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, all-star this year as well, picked up his best result at Bell's, getting the win, but also I think what surprised some people was the 3rd place finish at the Surf Ranch, his best to date.
Yeah, and he beat Medina in that quarterfinal too, and he's a very consistent surfer, and he's a very complete surfer. I could see him doing well in Tahiti as well. If it's big over there, I do expect him to at least make finals day of the quarters, but here at this event, this is really the moment where you need to keep that 3 seed at least. If you could move up a couple of spots, even better, Joe.
It's interesting when you look at this wave, all you think of is Filipe because he takes it over every year, and we know he's got a mix of power and a mix of airs. Can you pull off a victory here if you don't have an air game, Jesse?
I really think you can. Like Mitch was saying earlier, this is a very deep water spot, so it has a lot of power, and we have a lot of offshore in the forecast, so that's really going to be good for the rail game surfers. So yeah, I think you can definitely do it.
It's cool. Power never goes out of style. Ethan Ewing is going to make a lot of sense out of this place. His warm-ups look solid, and there was a little bit of traffic he's had to deal with. It gets pretty crowded in those warm-up surfs, but I saw a couple of waves that I scored at least an 8-point ride from Ewing, especially yesterday morning.
Yeah, he looks great, and I also think that actually benefits Joao Chianca too, the local boy. Yes, he has a good air game, but it's not great. It's not the level of Medina or Italo or even Filipe. You need to rely on your basics and what you're very good at, and I think that's what Chianca's good at.
It's interesting when you look at Joao Chianca, and we mentioned with Molly Picklum, they're going through a very similar road this year of rising to the top of the rankings, wearing yellow, and still hanging in the mix of the Final 5 picture. Chianca now will get the experience, once again, like a wild card last year, but with much more success this season, competing on his home court. We know the Brazilians are going to have some huge cheers when they paddle out, but Chianca might get the most.
Definitely, he's the home boy here. He has the home court advantage, and I think the biggest advantage of him here is just the backwash, dealing with the backwash. He knows so well, and it's just like the back of his hand. He knows how to do it.
It's inevitable. Dealing with backwash at Saquarema, you think of this venue and you know that's probably one of the biggest challenges you'll deal with when you compete, Mitch.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough factor for both the men and the women, but I expect everybody to be able to manage. We are talking about the very best in the world, Joe, so it should be a fun event.
As we see the Water Patrol getting set up with the Red Bull skis, things are getting really exciting as we prepare for the opening round, heat number 1. Molly Picklum, Stephanie Gilmore, and Gabrielle O'Brien are set to compete. Remember, 3 surfers in the water, where first place skips all the way to the quarterfinals. So those first heat wins in the opening round, incredibly important.
Definitely, and also after the cut, we already have stacked up heats no matter what. But after the cut, it gets tighter. The haul gets narrower, so second round, if you want to avoid that, it's very important.
You mentioned earlier that second round looks like some finals at times in surfing history. So prepare for the elimination round to be incredibly exciting. Looking forward to seeing who gets those first place positions in this first round, Mitch.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a great day of competition. We have fun waves out there, Joe. It's going to be great.
Exciting moment of the day. Now to perform the Brazilian national anthem, a finalist of The Voice in Brazil last year, one of Saquarema's own, Jussier Jr.
Ouviram do Ipiranga as margens plácidas de povo heróico brado retumbante, e o sol da liberdade em raios fúlgidos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com braço forte, em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafio nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido de amor e de esperança, a terra desce. Se em teu formoso céu risonho e límpido a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza. És belo, és forte, impávido colosso, e o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza. Terra dourada, entre outras mil, és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos desse solo és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
Jussier Jr., local here at Saquarema. How beautiful. The national anthem here in Brazil to kick us off in the opening round of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez. And Jesse, I know you travel around the world. competing, surfing, but you're home in Brazil. How sweet is that to open up the event with the national anthem?
Yeah, that's definitely special. I think everyone's stoked with that, and it was just peaceful. It sounded nice and just like a normal day at the beach, but with a special occasion that we have the tourist stop here, and we're going to see some fireworks.
You can see the fans trying to get the best position. They got here on dark just in case it was called on, and the ones that woke up earlier happy that they got their spot, put their umbrellas down, and be preparing to watch the opening heat of the event. There's the famous church. Jesse, have you ever walked up there to check out the view?
Plenty of times. I've been coming here since I was so young for just amateur events, and it's just such a special place. Yeah, I love this area. The sunset, it's one of the prettiest we have, and yeah, it's awesome to be here.
Oh, it's a really cool part. Remember, it's in the state of Rio de Janeiro, so if you watch the old events at Barra da Tijuca, that's closer to the main city, but now in this country town, making the move a handful of years back. But there's some CT events that happened here also in the late 90s. As you can now see, the first heat of the opening round. Molly Picklam's out there wearing red. The GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore, out there in blue, and Gabrielle O'Brien wearing the white jersey, last year's Rookie of the Year. As we check out these morning conditions and also setting up this heat. Picklam, the high seed, still ranked number 4, coming into stop number 8.
Yes, and it's impressive to watch how she developed, right? Like, fell off tour last year, came back strong, winning the second event of the season, which is probably the toughest event we have, Sunset Beach, and just the way that she serves, she's bringing a fresh aspect to the tour because she's so progressive. She draws different lines, kind of like a Caitlin Simmers vibes as well, you know. Yeah, and it's fun to watch her, and I'm excited to watch her here. Probably first time she surfed on the tour event here, and it's going to be fun to watch.
So true, because all those surfers that didn't make the cut in their rookie start, they're coming into kind of unfamiliar territory, trying to figure out what boards to ride and learn quickly on the fly. Good news for Gabby Bryan. She was Rookie of the Year, actually the lone rookie that survived the cut last season. So she has just a little more experience from her rookie class last year. Jesse, you spend a lot of time on the island of Kauai. Have you seen Gabrielle O'Brien quite often in free surfs?
I do see a bit, but it feels like we're always on the go, you know, we're always traveling, so I feel like I see her everywhere else besides there, but I've surfed with her a few times, and obviously she's a powerhouse. Even though she's so young, it seems like she's just showed that maturity in her surfing. It's like her bread and butter is just throwing buckets and just being on rail and engaged, and she just looks solid every time she stands on the board.
Standing by for the horn to start off this opening round. We are officially on 35-minute heat, scored on their top 2 rides. No wave max, and priority not set yet on the opening exchange. They're just going to try to get nice and deep to control this start. We see a lot of lefts out here on some sizable swells in the past, but oftentimes the right comes into play quite often. We'll see what happens in this heat to see what's really going to have the scoring potential, Jesse.
Yes, and we have 3 regular footers, so we'll see how's that's gonna play out. I noticed from watching the free surfs, I haven't surfed yet, but I've noticed that the lefts are working a little bit better. We do have a south-southeast swell, which it's more dominant lefts out here, and I'm excited actually to see that. Me as a goofy footer, it's going to be fun to watch everyone going left on their backhand or frontside.
As we see a little bump coming through, Gabrielle O'Brien looks over her shoulder. Picklam holds back. Steph Gilmore, the 8-time world champ, looking for a 9th world title this year, is just a little bit out of position for that wave. And Jesse Mendez spending all his time on the championship tour. Triple Crown champ is Classic the other day. We were going, oh, how was the surf? And you just felt bad. You know what it's like to be preparing for a big event and having to deal with a crowded lineup to try to work out some boards and just get a few waves. So since you've been there, you're like, okay, I'm going to let these guys have it. Maybe I'll find a corner to surf down the beach. But what's that like when you want to warm up and you look at the wave you're going to compete on and it is absolutely crowded?
It's like nothing else. Like there's no other sports that you can match that. It's actually very tough for the competitors. Almost like if you're sitting in your office and your kids are just around you trying to, as you're having a meeting, they're trying to get your attention. But it's something that we have to deal with. I don't have to deal with anymore, but those guys have to deal. And that's why I just try to stay out of it unless it's firing, and I can't help myself. But as soon as it's not so good, I just try and give them their space. So because you're trying boards, you're trying to wave. For Molly, for an example, she hasn't surfed. I mean, I think she surfed on the Key West before maybe, but not on a CT level. So she's trying to really adapt to the conditions, and it's tough when you have so many people around you.
Oh, it's so true. And just trying to find a little bit of space to make sure you're feeling solid. And I also think too, when you know your heat draw, you've got your opponent sitting next to you in the water. I mean, sometimes it does seem like the heat starts a few days before when you're sitting next to each other warming up. It's hard not to feel each other's energy.
100%. And I think it gets carried on throughout the years as well. If you see someone like Steph and Carissa, they've been on tour together for 10 years. So every little thing that happened on the past, they're carrying on through it. That's why it brings the best out of them, and it's just fire. And it's what makes us so excited to watch, because they put every bit on the line when they're going against each other.
It's such an interesting time when you have a woman like Carissa Moore, a 5-time world champ, as you also see her coach Mitchell Ross, on tour in the same generation as Stephanie Gilmore, who just took out Lane Beachley's record last year, getting an 8th title. And then you also add Tyler Wright, all still full-time on tour, as we're still calling this maybe the best generation in pro surfing on the women's side. Steph Gilmore up and out. We'll get this priority rotation going.
Yes, and I almost felt like that was kind of a mistake for them missing that wave. I looked back, and that wave had a nice wall. It was a very good left, and same as with the prior sets. So a little bit of a mistake to being outside of position, but that's usually the first heat of the event. You're just kind of getting settled and just warming up and seeing where you have to sit, and we have a paddle battle right now.
And looks like we will see Gabriel O'Brien, last year's Rookie of the Year. Throwing down a backside turn, second one so far. Maybe a finish, real quick whip off the top, and Gabriel O'Brien rides away. Tough section to finish off on. I love how quick she was. Responds to that with some power. 3 turns to take the lead early on here in the opening round.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, she's so solid every time she steps on the board, and this is a very tricky wave to surf. And as you saw on her wave, there was a lot of whitewash throughout that wave, so it really made it challenging for her to adapt and keep her speed down the line, and she just handled that very well.
Thinking of lineup markers on a wave like this, or you kind of have to be on your feet like a beach break, or is there things you can trust as far as where the wave's going to break here at Itaúna?
I think as far as a beach break, we do have a very point kind of setup. That's why we call this the Itaúna point. We do have a big channel towards the left, closer to the rocks, and the sand seems to always be kind of on the same spot. We do have some wide waves that swing. We have some waves that break out the back a little more, but as far as beach break speaking, it almost feels like a little bit of a point break.
That's why it's such a great setup here at Itaúna. Seeing a lot of competition at this venue for decades on decades. Jesse Mendez making a semifinal here when it was pumping. I think he went down to Kai Otten, who ended up winning the event back in 2011. Back to Gabby's start.
Yeah, like I mentioned, look how much whitewash there was right there, and she was really able to keep her feet solid. She has a very strong stance, and just managing to get that little extra bonus section in the end with a solid finish. Right there, see how much bump she's going through, and a lot of air with water mixed up, which it makes it this whitewash, and she managed that very well.
As we see the windup again, Jesse.
Yes, nice first turn right there, and she really kept her composure, using the backwash to her advantage, tagging that second section and really pushing it hard, kind of against the grain right there too, the lip coming at her, and she was solid on that wave.
What an exciting athlete. Gabriel O'Brien representing Kauai, Rookie of the Year last year, and right before that season started, her board was kind of wide open. Now she's got big sponsor backing. She's having the time of her life, one of the hardest working surfers on tour, as she now sets the pace in this heat with some big names next to her. There's always a Kelly Slater factor on tour, Gabriel Medina, John Florence, Italo, Felipe now, with all these world champs that take different type of energy when you paddle out next to them. But what about Steph Gilmore? I mean, even when she just shows up at the event, She's got such style and grace in the water and on land.
We'll get back to that after Molly's.
Molly Picklum driving off the top. Clean re-entry on her first wave of the morning. Little wrap, a third maneuver, nice and clean off the top. And that sets up a nice comparison for the panel. Gabby Bryan, 3 turns on her left. Molly Picklum does the same on her opening wave.
Yeah, there's a good contrast there. Definitely a way cleaner wave, very good wave selection, and she used the backwash to her advantage, and she did finish very well. I wish she would have maybe finished a little bit more on the lip line. She went a little too early, but still, the first wave of the event, she really timed that so well with the backwash, and that was A+ wave selection right there for her to start the heat.
Solid start for world number 4. Molly Picklum representing the Central Coast of New South Wales. As we see more opportunities heading your way, Steph Gilmore with priority and setting up her opener. Big wall that's allowing her to lay down the backhand carve. Smooth off the top, little wrapping cutback for Gilmore. And the 8-time world champ shuts it down really well, taking advantage of that end section wall. Maybe the easiest read for her on that final turn. It didn't look too tricky, and she put a little bit more power into it as well.
Yeah, also because she had a little bit more of a time to set up that closeout section. As you see here, it was more of a peaky wave, so it wasn't so much down the line. So she did 2 nice reps, and he gave her a very good time to set up for this last end. And she finished it very well, bringing the board all the way around, just with style and grace, as you expect from Steph, as always.
Nice view from the sky on this one, Jesse.
Yeah, it's nice to see that little line coming together. And yeah, you see those hips going through the wave? That's just produced by kind of the backwash that comes from the deep water on her left side, and that makes it very tricky for you to surf on it. Obviously from here, the camera, you can't picture that much, but those surfers, when they're on top of the board, they're feeling every little movement. And yeah, they're doing a great job right now to just go through all of that with style and grace.
I love it. Yeah, that's a great point. When a surfer is famous for being smooth, but when they're in a lineup that's bumpy and has changes and they still have finesse, that's impressive. That's what Gilmore has brought to the championship tour since her rookie season back in 2007. Still having the record for the only rookie to win a world title in their first strike on tour. I mean, talk about impressive. She was so dominant, ended up having 4 straight world titles in the beginning. Finally getting 8 last season. As we look at the numbers, judges giving the win to Molly Picklum on the opening exchange.
Yeah, I think it was just, I think the wave selection there did the talking. I think all of the surfers still haven't put their 80 or even 90% in those waves. You're just starting the heat. It's the first heat of the event, so the pressures are definitely on. You have the butterflies, so you see Steph coming up.
Gilmore, nice connection right in the hook. Hits it off the lip. Well done on the 2-turn combo for Steph. An aggressive kick out. I think she liked it. 2 quick turns. Her first start came in that 4 range. A bit more aggressive on that effort.
Yes, that was amazing wave selection, and the fact that she had third priority for that was beautiful. That just show how good she is at strategy-wise. And the wave was steeper on this particular wave, and she was able to really bring the board around and go very deep on that first bottom turn. And right there, she pushed her back foot through a lot of spray and came out with a lot of speed for the finishing turn. And in my opinion, that's going to be a great score, just back-to-back 2 strong turns with a lot of wall in front of her.
Battle of the backends right now. Gilmore capitalizing on 2 big hooks, using the lip and shutting that down. But as Jesse said, when you're in back of the order for priority and you come up with your best wave so far, that's going to feel really good for the 8-time world champion. Picklum, member, has a 6.67. They'll make that comparison to Steph's 2-turn combo before they put that in the screen. As we just follow Gilmore and her season so far this year. Didn't have the best start at the season opener at Pipeline, but as Steph always does, regroups. There's even the conversation that comes up about the midseason cut. Can Steph really survive? And that's a crazy conversation to think about when it's one of the all-time greats. but you look how she recovered quarterfinal at Sunset Beach. Still with the 9th at Portugal, was having a lot of people nervous. Bells Beach provided a semifinal and then another quarter at Margaret River. Made sure she'd be competing for the WSL Final 5 for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and she's looking good. She's so talented and she's so confident in every situation because she had so much repetition before. She has obviously 8 titles, so the most experience out of all of them in the water. And yeah, it just gives her an edge to keep pushing and being on the top 5 every year for the next few years.
You think about what would motivate somebody who's been on tour since 2007, and maybe she was taking those early world titles in stride because she was a super talent that really changed surfing. And then after a while, you're like, what would motivate you? You know, obviously rivals do that, but I also think of all the venues on tour that the WSL was setting up for the women. Now every event for men and women are at the same locations. You add Tahiti, you add Pipeline, you bring back Sunset Beach. And also Jeffreys Bay was a big one for Gilmore's motivation too. All of a sudden she's looking at the calendar and it's a brand new feeling. There's some of those years you look back in 07, 08, they're surfing a lot of beach breaks. The year was maybe ending in August sometimes. But talk about a way to motivate. It's like she's got brand new waves to think about and has the challenge involved there, but it's Gilmore and she's loving it.
Definitely. I think J-Bay will be on the top of the list for her. Like, definitely fits her surfing more than anything. It's just a perfect canvas for her to perform just the way that she wishes to. And I think one thing to add to that as well, those guys are addicted to the adrenaline. And the rush that you get before a heat and during the heat and performing in front of a crowd like we have it here at Saquarema, it's just something that you cannot have it anywhere else. So for her, I think this just keeps bringing her the fire to come back and perform in front of everyone.
Loving it. Stephanie Gilmore out in front. 2-turn combo gives her the lead over Molly Picklum and Gabrielle O'Brien. More from the opening round. Heat number 1 right after this.
Encarar a Lake Pearson e a Silvana Lima. Olha, tem brasileira na água na próxima bateria, galera. Olha a torcida brasileira aí na areia.
First priority white, second priority red, prioridade 1 é da branca, prioridade 2 vermelho. 19 minutes, 30 seconds to go. 19 minutos e meio para o final. The last ride of blue, 0.73. The second best score of blue is 4.83. Surfer in blue is 2 at the lead. Continua na liderança, Stephanie Gilmore.
The official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is Living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Welcome back to opening day. Opening round, heat number 1, still with plenty of time. 18:45 to go, and the 8-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore with the lead. 11.06 combined total. Steph Gilmore, former champ at this venue a couple of years back in 2018. Took out the title here. Had a semifinal finish in 2019. Suffered a 9th last season, but she's had a lot of success. You can see Gabby Bryan there on your screen in the white. There's Molly Picklum in the red jersey. All trying to get first place. That's what it's all about in this opening round. And it's a big difference from quarterfinal points to losing in the elimination round. So a lot more intensity comes into these with this format change post-cut. I'm really enjoying it. Sometimes it felt like, okay, they're just trying out some boards, seeing what their equipment feels like. But now you can really tell there's so much on the line. A win here can really make sure that you're getting closer to a Final 5 finish at the end of the year.
Yes, and if you see those last few spots, you see Steph and Tachi tied together with Caitlin pretty much tied. Pretty much whoever is in front in this event is going to be in the advancing position for the top 5. But even if you go down below on the rankings, they're still pretty close. One win can make so much difference. So they're all kind of looking to clinch that top 5 final.
Always pressure with the world title race on the line and all the pressure that comes with that and wanting to perform your best and get event wins. But also when you add Olympic qualification, how is that with energy on trying to compete and dealing with pressure this season, Jesse?
Yeah, you have double the pressure now. If you want to be in actually triple, you want to be in the top 5, you want to be the world champion. You also have, for some of the women's Olympics qualification. So you just really have to reset every heat and try to breathe through. And we have Steph up and riding, just a quick in and out. I was actually expecting her to maybe sit a little bit under and going a little bit more towards the left of the peak, which it's going to give her the opportunity to swing to those rights, and you know how much damage she can do in those rights. And right now I feel like the girls are probably, if you have priority, you're looking for the lefts because they have a little bit more potential, and it's just a very smart idea of Steph just to try and sneak a few rights and maybe get a good backup.
Love how Steph is performing so far in this heat. Her best score under priority. Priority with Gabby Bryan as she is potentially looking at this wall coming through.
Yeah, a little bit deeper wall that looks like it's very steep, and she's having a look on it. Looks like she's going to take off.
Gabriella Bryan, see her take off with the backwash. Strong start with a hammer on the back end. Times the wrap well. So even with that wave lifting under her feet with the backwash, she really took off with a lot of confidence. And Gabriella Bryan will see if she can get her lead back with a nice combination of turns.
Yeah, that was awesome from Gabby. First turn was definitely a hammer of a turn. As you see right here, she's putting now a little bit more pressure on the board, and you see that was, for me, might have been the strongest turn of the heat so far. Unfortunately for her, like I mentioned, she did pick the wave that was a little bit deeper in the bank, and what that does, it tends to die it out here in Saquarema a lot of times. So that's what happened, unfortunately for her, because that first turn was a very strong turn, throwing a lot of water. But then right here, as you see, the wave just kind of goes into the deeper water and doesn't run into that nice bank that we have here at Itaúna. And yeah, unfortunately for her, because she was looking good to get a very good score. Right here, as you see, just pushing the back foot very strongly and driving through that bottom turn. Even though the wave died it out, she did a good job to get a few little extra points right there to help her out.
Molly Picklum into the lip on her forehand. Snaps it with the backwash. Down carve slice as she kept that swing back into the pocket. That forehand hack she has, or carve I should say, is so aggressive. She released it to us on the big stage at Main Break Margaret River and got a score into the 9s. It was one of my favorite turns I saw from Molly last season. What do you think, Jesse?
I think it's just what you mentioned right here. This was so special, that down carve. And this is something that the girls just started to push it a little bit more. And Molly, because she's from that new generation, she really has a dial. As you see here, that first setup turn, just eyeing it down for this down carve. And that was beautiful to see, bringing it all the way around, actually touching all the way to the foam. And the wave died out right there, which is kind of usual to the right. And we see Steph as well going left.
Yeah, picking off a wave with some size, and looked like she kind of had to feel her way to find the top of that wave. Got a little wedge at this point, but you could tell no lip to hit. Has to just stay with the wrap there and then goes down. So even though that had a bit more size to it, pretty tough to surf, Jesse.
Yeah, tough to surf. It was just kind of a shouldery wave, which made it very tough even for her to find that first section and open it up. She did a very good job to get vertical right there, but then the wave just dying it out too much and just not giving her an opportunity to open up again.
Loving the wave count from Steph Gilmore. taking a lot of looks out here at Itaúna. Already having quite a few waves ridden so far. 6 waves, being the most active in the heat. There's a lot of times her corner or even her fan support is just wanting her to surf because Gilmore is that good. When she sits and waits too long, they just want to see some exciting surfing as we check in with the DeFay family. Joanne DeFay really had us missing her at the start of the season with her foot injury, but she's been looking incredible the last 2 days. Anytime she's been able to go left, we know that's a danger sign for the rest of the tour.
Yeah, Joe, that's what I was going to mention. This is the perfect scenario for her to just come back and put her in a good result under her belt. This is a very good wave. It's challenging, which it makes it her really thrive through those conditions because she's a very smart competitor and her backhand just suits those conditions so well. She's solid on her foot. She's very strong. She drives through the bottom turn very nice, and it's really going to help her out here.
Really feels like a true wild card in the back end of the season, Joanne DeFay, as she's been in the title race. She's been at Lower Trestles in the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but missing the first half of the year. It's all about upsetting dreams for Joanne DeFay. She's there for her personal goals. Also feels like this world title threat that's just going to create some surprises for the rest of the season.
Totally, because she's kind of out of the game right now as we speak. I think she might be the only athlete that is out of the game for the top 5 unless she does something incredibly well in these last 3 events. But the level that she brings is just going to scare the girls out, and it's going to be tough for them to go against her.
As we know, this is the first heat of the contest. Let's get a vibe on the beach with Rachel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here at the beach in Saquarema. The Brazilian crowd is starting to show up at the beach, and you know that we are expecting more than 40,000 people per day during the event window. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting.
Really exciting. Seems nice and cool and calm down there at the moment. Thank you, Rachel. Back into surfing. Steph Gilmore aggressively kicking out. You can tell by her body language there. She didn't really want the rest of it, as she has now dropped down to 3rd. Gabby Bryan 2nd. Picklum out in front, 6.67 and a 5.27, as she's taken the lead back courtesy of that aggressive forehand hook. But yeah, cool to check in with Rachel there. It's still nice and calm and comfortable here on the beach on Friday morning. But like she said, expecting thousands of people to head here to Saquarema to watch their favorite surfers compete today.
Yes, definitely. And actually, they're going to have a good show today. I expect it to be even a little smaller today, but we still have good conditions. We see Steph here up and riding. Just a very shouldery wave, unfortunately, for her, but I think she did have second priority, so might as well swing it. She's capable of turning average waves into big scores. But yeah, back to what I was saying, we still have kind of a pretty high tide right now as we speak, and we already have very good conditions. With the tide getting lower, we're probably going to see those conditions increasing. We're going to see more of the lefts running down the point even better. So it's going to be an exciting day.
So remember, we have a lot to look forward to. Renato Hickel sent everybody a message this morning saying we want to do the women's opening round followed by the men's opening round and the women's elimination round at the end of the day. Carissa Moore, defending event champ, now preparing for her first heat of the morning. She has Lakey Peterson and an old rival, Silvana Lima, back in the jersey.
Yeah, that's an awesome heat. Lakey obviously bringing an A game with her backhand as well, even though she comes from Santa Barbara area, which the land of rights, but her backhand, for me, it's her weapon. And I actually saw, she was one of the only surfers that I saw surfing during the free surfs. I was here watching, and she caught 2 waves, and she literally teared it down. So she's going to be very strong today.
And how about the impact that Silvana Lima's made on pro surfing, but also here in Brazil?
I think Silvana, it's almost like this new generation that we see here of Molly Picklin and Caitlin Simmers, but back in the day, she brought a new line and really fresh perspective to the tour. When she got on tour, she was amazing at airs, and it was something that no one on the women's side was doing. The same with these new girls right now, and those girls are really putting into heats. And also, just the way they surf is just different. It almost felt like they unlocked something new that the girls didn't have before, and it's fun to watch.
Checking in, Lakey Peterson, traveling with her husband, Thomas. We saw her last night and she was really happy. She found a sushi place that she loves, that she's been going to quite often. You want to find those familiar restaurants that you really love when you travel as much as Lakey does. So I'm actually, when I see Lakey, I ask for advice, like, where should I go? She seems to always be on it. She's got a nice routine, and like you said, ripping in the free serve, so she's more than ready to compete.
Definitely, and that was very important that you mentioned that. Like, you're on the road all year long, so you miss home. So wherever you are, that you feel like you're at home, it makes you perform better because you're just comfortable at it. So for them to start, she actually told me in El Salvador, she was like, Brazil really got my heart in this last few years. So that might be it. That might be something that good food she found, a good place to stay. So she's now fresh and excited to surf here and be here.
I love it. Looking forward to that next heat. 7:20 to go in this first heat. Let's see how Molly Picklum got her lead. Did well on the opening exchange, got the best score out of her 3-turn combo, and then went to her forehand and got the 5-2-7 with a nice smooth open face hook. She's got one of the best carves in the game. She's spontaneous above the lip. Really hard to predict what she might do as we see how things get started. On the backhand opening ride was Gabriel O'Brien.
Yes, great wave for Gabby, just managing that wave very well. A lot of whitewash, and she was able to get a 5.83. But right here was the wave of the heat. Just the wave selection was great, and I think that's where the score came from. She just timed that wave very well, kept the rails clean, and finished it strong. So that was very impressive for her to start the heat like that. First wave of the event for herself. And right here, backing it off, and like I mentioned, pushing a little harder. They already warmed up, and now she comes down here and just really gouging that turn right there. That was a beautiful down carve. Unfortunately, the wave died out for her, but yeah, that was beautiful surfing.
Really cool. You love combinations of turns. Judges always talk about loving big combinations. Molly Picklum doing that this morning. And now Gilmore tagging it, pearls off the bottom, incomplete.
That's danger right there. I wouldn't leave that many rights for Steph, because as soon as she finds 2 opportunities right there, unfortunately she fell out on a very nice first turn, but she can turn a mediocre right into an excellent score anytime.
Steph Gilmore has so much to talk about. One of the best careers ever in surfing history, but still just can't believe what she did last year in September, coming from the first match of the morning at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, going through everybody in front of her, including Carissa Moore, to win that 8th world title. Steph's had a lot to do with Silvana Lima as well over the years, as Sil has a warm reception from the Brazilian fans. I think when she was on tour, we called her the fastest surfer in the world, how quickly she would go. She would skip sections because she liked what she saw, a big ramp down the line, and famous for getting a lot of perfect 10s back in the day as well.
Yes, and that's all because of her progression and surfing style, right? Like, she's so good at having the speed and carrying the speed, and that's what made her so well rounded and just very good on air game. Like, and she had a 10 before at Snapper Rocks a few years back with the big air, and that was just special to watch. Mostly that was when girls weren't really throwing airs and heats. So that was, yeah, Silvana is always bringing an A game, and it's going to be exciting to watch her here.
As you see this really cool town known as Saquarema, a lot of talented surfers grow up here and get to surf this wave every day. Very consistent, produces a lot of size. It can get really big out here on some solid swells, helping out the Chianca brothers perform in really big conditions.
Yeah, and I think that was a very good take, just to have a perspective of the lineup. Like I mentioned, you asked like about the beach break here, but you see it on the left side when that drone shot was going through. It's literally very deep. There's a big channel there, and it just makes it, even though it's a beach break, makes it kind of like that point break vibe. You can pedal out without getting caught, mostly in a day like today that it's kind of smaller, and it just makes it very special here. I love this place.
Oh, such a great stop on tour. Carissa Moore heading out in the yellow jersey once again. She had to hand it off throughout this season. Molly Picklum, Ward for a bit. Tyler Wright got in the mix. Carissa now with 3 wins already this season, passing Lane Beachley on the all-time win list. The only surfer ahead of her with more CT wins is Stephanie Gilmore, as we see the backhand snap from Gabriella Bryant. Throwing some water on the second effort. Clean bottom turn, attacking it on the open face. And now hitting that oncoming section, she will step out. So Gabby Bryan on her third wave of the matchup, sitting in second, chasing a 6.12 to try to get first and go straight into the quarterfinals.
That was amazing wave selection. Like I mentioned, Gabby is very young, but she really brings that maturity into the game. And look at this wave selection. Beautiful wave right here. She was able to really push it hard on that first turn. And what I liked about Gabby on this wave, she's known for pushing it hard, but she really kept the flow and the momentum throughout the whole wave on this particular wave. So that was very special to see. She kind of had a look into the judges saying like, hey, this was great. Like, I deserve this score. So that was beautiful surfing for Gabby.
A great way to ride out of your final turn when you're kicking out with confidence, staying glued to your surfboard and your equipment. Gabby Bryan putting up a fair effort to maybe challenge Molly Picklum out in first. 2 minutes to go. Gabby Bryan famous for her power, great technique, always learning at every stage of the game, and was ultra consistent when she first qualified, making every final of the Challenger Series. Was so impressive.
Yes, just so much maturity right there. Like this is a crucial heat for her, going straight into the quarterfinals. She had priority. She waited for probably about 5 minutes to pick on that wave, and she did a good job because she got a 6.3, and she's now in the lead, putting the pressure into the other girls.
What an important ride. Bryan does get first, Picklum to second, who does have priority, and Steph Gilmore down in third. Remember, second and third go to the elimination round. And Molly Picklum trying to hang on to a spot in the final five. Gilmore tied with Tati for fifth at the moment, so the big seeds in a little bit of trouble in the opening round this morning. 1 minute to go. Molly Picklum chooses this wave, maybe her last effort for the win here. Forces the carve on this one that's shouldering off quickly, doesn't have a wall on it. There's the backwash, famous here at Saquarema, and she will just chip that end section. You know, surfed it well, but didn't really have the big section like this. Gilmore goes down swinging.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there for Molly. I think she still had a minute left, and that wave looked kind of foamy since the takeoff and very peaky, which it was what it happened. It didn't give her much opportunity, and looked like Steph's wave behind was a little steeper, had a good closeout section coming at her, so maybe it was a missed opportunity or just putting the trigger a little too early. And right there, Steph just getting the inside edge, not being able to really find that angle to fit that first turn in, and unfortunately for her. And as you see right here, Joe, just you could kind of predict that that wave was just going to die it out. A very deep wave into the bank, and just a lot of backwash and just a foamy type of wave. Easy said to pick it from here, sitting down, but yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake for Molly right there.
Solid breakdown, Jesse Mendez, and we have Gabriela Bryan with the first win of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Top seeds like Molly Picklum and Stephanie Gilmore will be reseeded in the elimination round, which is on the cards for today. So big heats as far as the WSL Final Five picture is concerned. Congrats to Gabriela Bryan with the win, straight to the quarterfinals. Coming up next, five-time world champ headlines the matchup. Chris Moore taking on Lakey Peterson and a wild card legend named Silvana Lima.
No total de pontos. Em segundo, Molly Picklum da Austrália de vermelho com 11,94. Terceiro, outra australiana de azul, Stephanie Gilmore com 11,06. Eu tenho a honra e o prazer de passar o microfone para o já tem muita experiência, muitos anos de locução, está aqui com a gente agora. É com você, Paulo Issa.
Valeu, Henrique Prati, obrigado. Uma grande oportunidade, um grande momento do surf brasileiro. Esse belíssimo evento que marca história no surf mundial, o evento aqui de Saquarema. E uma belíssima bateria agora, bateria número 2 do...
Style, grace, fluidity, power.
Oh.
That was a beautiful section for Steph. That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore.
Tatiana, what an amazing performance she's had. She got nice and barreled.
Tati's been unbelievable.
Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now.
Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way and seals the deal. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright, end section approaching. She just hammers it. Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
This has been an incredible ride for the Hawaiians so far.
Beautiful turn there.
Carissa Moore takes out the Surf Ranch Pro. With Tatiana Weston-Webb and Stephanie Gilmore for the last spot. Molly Picklum fourth, Caroline Marks in third after a win in El Salvador. And Tyler Wright's been dangerous, picked up another bell this year. Very consistent. Carissa Moore, though, heads to Brazil wearing the yellow jersey, world #1 in the lineup now, taking on Lakey Peterson, who's from Southern California, and Silvana Lima representing Brazil. Silvana getting the wild card call up to the main event, which makes a lot of sense. Silvana doing so much in her career. She's been in the title race multiple times, even with the young Steph back in those early years where she came close to being a world champion. So excited to see what she's going to bring to the table here once again at the championship tour level.
Yes, it's always hard even to predict Silvana because she's that good, you know, like, and she's very unpredictable. She has that style of surfing, so it's going to be exciting to see those three veterans, even though Silvana's not on tour, but she's a veteran on tour, and they all have a lot of experience, and it looks like Silvana is really being dominant right now. As you see, she's on the left side of the peak, so she's taking an inside position for the lefts, and she's not going to give them an inch.
The wild card story is always so fun. It's like a surfer that comes in and just changes everything. Surfers that are so used to each other on tour, they're looking around, they're trying to figure out what to expect out of someone that they're not surfing with every day these days.
Yes, I don't think this is the case for Silvana because, man, imagine how many times those girls surf against each other, but it's always so interesting to see those wild cards come into play, mostly in spots like Chopu and Pipe, which usually the locals are so good out there and so dominant and know the spots so well. So, yeah, it's always very fun to see wild cards come into play.
Lakey Peterson, growing up in Santa Barbara, California, you often think of Rincon, that amazing right-hander that they call the Queen of the Coast in California. She actually spends a ton of time these days in San Clemente. It's a little easier to be a surfer year-round in San Clemente. You have lowers right there. There's typically a wave to surf almost every day, and Santa Barbara can go through some flat spells, especially in the summer months, even the winter time. You know, Rincon's not breaking every day, and so for Lakey, it made more sense to kind of head down towards San Clemente so she can surf each and every day, meet up with competitors like Caroline Marks for some free surf sessions. I think it was a smart move for Lakey.
Definitely, and like you mentioned, I think the people that you're surfing around is really what pushes you. You see in San Clemente you have probably like 4 or 5 guys on tour right now. Like, we have a few guys that live there. We have Filipe Toledo that moved there as well. So your average surf there has so much level. So it really brings you something extra to push and an excitement to be in the water and putting in the work.
It's like watching a live surf movie every time you go down to check the waves in San Clemente. Lakey coming off some brilliant free surf sessions the last 2 days. And really focusing on the lefts. Her backhand's been really solid. And I think we talked a little bit about Silvana being very progressive when she came on tour. And Lakey kind of had that same kind of reputation, but she's kind of drifted away from that over the years as she became a world title threat. Really looked to improve on overall performance and especially on her carve game as well.
I think that happens to every surfer on tour, right? Because as you get on tour, you start to surf a lot of waves with a lot of power, and those guys are all so talented that they tend to develop throughout all the arsenal in their reach. And as we see right here, maybe Carissa Moore looking to get her first wave. Love the fade.
Well done to kind of fake like she's going left and then set up her first carve. Big, powerful hack on a small section. Wasn't expecting that kind of authority, just because the wave didn't look like it had power to keep her going. But Carissa saw it, felt it, went for it. Judges should love that commitment.
Definitely, Joe, and that's just the X factor that world champs can bring into the table. They're so talented, and yeah.
Let's now hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning, Gabriela Bryans with Maida.
Congratulations, Gabriela. So 3 minutes left in the heat. You found a good opportunity, so walk us through that wave.
The whole heat, my surfing felt really good. I just didn't get waves that allowed me to get like 2 turns, or my first one was super frothy. So when I was waiting with priority, I just knew like if a wave comes, I just do the surfing that I'm doing and I can get the score. So it was just up to Mother Nature at that point, and really happy that wave came through.
So you made semifinals here last year. So how does it feel to compete here with all this passionate crowd?
Yeah, it's so awesome to compete here. This is one of my favorite stops on tour, and the crowd is so passionate, and it's just an amazing feeling and good energy everywhere. So I'm super happy to be back, and yeah, the waves are fun too.
Okay, congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela Bryan. Happy to compete here. I love that she calls this one of her favorite stops on tour. It's energy like you can't compare to anywhere else in the world. The people you get to meet on the streets after you compete, to at the restaurants, you probably take more selfies than anywhere else in the world, Jesse. It's a really special place to have a big event.
Definitely, everyone here is so charismatic, and they're such a big fans of surfing. I think they might be the biggest fans of surfing, so they love being around everyone, all the athletes and all the surfers, and it's just exciting to see. And you see that the athletes really embrace it and they love it as well.
So opening number for Carissa Moore in this heat, the 4.17. One more look here, Jesse.
All right, I think it was the most interesting thing about that wave was just her taking Lakey off the left and swinging right after. She noticed she was a little bit too deep, and then she kind of took her off. You could see in the beginning of it, and that was a very average wave, but that last turn she really pushed it hard into the lip line and kind of had like a nice tail release right there. So that was critical. Even though she only got a 4.17, it still was amazing surfing for her.
Cool backside hook as we catch up to Peterson, as she was held off by Carissa Moore, just being really smart with her ability to position herself. Interesting when you don't have priority, what you can pull off and how you can establish yourself on a wave. And Carissa got a 4.17, even though we really loved that turn. Just judges wanted to be on a bigger wave like this.
Yes, definitely. That's a very good, wow, that was a very good wave for Lakey. She was just, the wave selection was great, and she was able to really drive through that first turn with a lot of speed and power and finish it off really well. I almost thought that she had a little mistake right there. She almost was thinking of doing a 3-turn wave, and she could have maybe waited a little bit more on the bottom turn and just lip line that finish it, and the judges would have loved that and eat that up, but still a very well surfed wave for Lakey.
So Silvana Lima, the last surfer in the water to not catch a wave yet, sitting with priority, the wild card, who won events like Bells Beach. She ended up getting a Bells tattoo soon after, and the winning continued. Silvana, more recent win, going a few years back at Lower Trestles when it was a regular season event. Picked up a great win in the final, and it made sense that she'd win in a wave like Lowers because it's one of the most progressive waves on the planet. And still did such a good job to pick up a victory, which was kind of later in her career at the time.
Yes, definitely. And I really love as well the fact that Silvana is taking her time to select her wave. Silvana is usually the type of person that catches a lot of waves, but she's noticing that this heat's stacked, and she's going to need the best waves in order to make the heat. And also the fact that she is a wild card, you really got to prove yourself to beat those people. So yeah, it's going to be exciting.
So exciting matchup here continuing. Goal is to get through the men's opening round and also the women's elimination round later on today. Big heats to look forward to with Tyler Wright, Caitlin Simmers, and Joanne DeFay. And also Caroline Marks will have Tatiana Weston-Webb and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in heat number 4. Gabriel Medina getting that first win, going to the quarterfinals. And then after that, we will get into the men's round. The top seed, Filipe Toledo, has a heat with Callum Robson, and Kelly unable to make it here. So that changed the seeding a bit. And so now we'll see Samuel Pupo enter that heat, kind of a taste of the final that we had last season.
That will be very exciting. Samuel is ripping. Fell off the tour on the cut, but came back very strongly at Snapper Rocks and took the win. And the surfing that he was doing with the new boards that he's been riding JS's now, and he looks fresh. Always when a professional surfer changes the equipment, kind of brings that freshness to it. So it's exciting to watch, and he's definitely stepped it up in A game. And he also was very exciting. Sometimes people, when they fall off tour, they could be kind of shy and be bummed, but he did the opposite, and he's fired up to get back on it, and he's looking good for it.
Yeah, coming off with a huge win on the Challenger Series. Emotional roller coaster it can be when you think you've fallen off tour, but I think it's the whole story of having a new format. Having a mid-season cut, no one knew what that meant last year. You saw the devastation, but then also the triumph of who came out of that the best. You go to Joao Chianca, you go to Molly Picklum, you know, you even add Leonardo Fioravanti turning in his best season to date result-wise, finaling at Pipe after winning the Challenger Series. So some of those people that used that, what could have been a tough moment in your career, and taking it and actually improving in all elements of their game, are having a lot of success this season on the championship tour.
Yeah, and that's exciting to see, and that's also fun to watch, because the fact of now with the cut, the guy falls off tour, but he can come back in the next year, which before you take him another year for usually to do it. Mostly if you're focused 100% on tour and not doing the double grind would be the World Tour event in the QS. So yeah, it's exciting, and João definitely having the best year of his life so far on tour, and he's looking good to clinch the top 5. He really needs to step it up in this next few events, and for his advantage, he's in home court, he's sleeping in his bed, he knows the backwash here better than anyone, and he knows the conditions so well, so it's going to be exciting to watch him here.
You bring up a big point too on some of the reasons why this new format happened. Jesse, you experienced this in real time, where you're on the championship tour, maybe you don't get the best results at the old Snapper Bell start, and you're thinking of all the QSs you're doing at the same time. You're never going on a surf trip. You're living in a jersey, surfing in almost 20 events in a season just to save your spot on the championship tour. And a lot of times you're surfing through injuries. You can really take no breaks. And now as it's transitioned, you actually have a true off season now. And for surfers that make the cut, they know they're on tour for the start of 2024. As you know, as a longtime competitor, what a gift that is to know that you have time off, you can recover from injuries, and you might be able to even sign up for a boat trip if you want.
That is true, and also I think what's the best part of this break as well is when you're on tour and when you're on the road, you're literally focused on making heats and doing your best, so you have no time to working so much on your surfboards. So when you have that extra time to just be at home and just working with your shaper and doing those little fine details and making your boards better, it really gives you a big advantage for the start of the year. So it's good for everyone. It's good for the QS surfers that are qualifying for the tour, and it makes everything just more exciting for us because they perform better and we watch. It's more fun.
Looks like Lakey Peterson just paddling across the peak. Still no takers yet on that little peak, that little left running through the inside corner.
Yes, and as we mentioned here, we kind of had a very consistent heat, the first heat, and this heat going a little slower. They're seating a little bit wider than they were before. Before they're a little bit closer to the rocks, so now they're going a little bit wider, and I think that's because of the tide going lower. The bank, there's a lot of sand on the bank towards the right side of the beach, and this is really going to start stretching down the lefts, and it's good for us. We're going to see a little bit more of a wall on the waves, and it's going to be give more opportunities for the surfer to really push through it.
Sometimes it's hard to anticipate when your heat's going to be out. You got the men and women's tours. Sometimes if you know exactly when you're paddling out, you can try to practice on that same tide to know what to expect. But sometimes, Jesse, it's kind of out of your hands.
It's definitely out of your hands. The longer I was being on tour, I started to realize the more you practice it before the event, it's going to be different in your heat. And even the heat before, as we spoke right now, like the first heat was very consistent, and this heat started very slow. And this is just what's so exciting about surfing in the ocean. Like, it's so unpredictable, and every heat's going to bring you a different strategy and a new game.
It's interesting how you plan your strategies. Jesse, were you a type of surfer that actually had a plan A and a plan B, or did you try to trust your instincts more?
I think I went throughout the career a little different. I was the champion of having a plan and not sticking to it. I think that was kind of a big problem always, but as you see here, imagine Silvana's probably been sitting for around 10 minutes, and she definitely didn't plan for that. That wasn't her strategy. You as a surfer, mostly in the first heat of the event, you kind of want to get those butterflies out of your stomach. You kind of want to feel your wax, feel your board, because even though you had so many practicing waves before the event started, as soon as you step on the board in a heat, on the first heat of the event for you, it's a different story. So for her, it's really going to be up to her calming it down and resetting and being like, okay, it's slowed down. I'm going to have to really be confident on my game. I had put all the work until this point, and this is now time to just show.
I'm loving it. Looking forward to the back half of this matchup in the opening round to see what Silvana Lima can do as a wild card to try to upset the full-time surfers on tour of Lakey Peterson and Carissa Moore. We'll be right back after this. So Ted, just to let you know again, we have no monitors. If you want a Surfline membership, right now you can get 30% off. All you got to do is walk up to your screen right now and scan that code and get 30% off Surfline Premium, so you can know before you go. Getting great waves all around the world in your backyard. You can even check the surf at the CT venues. That helps you set up your fantasy teams based on the forecast. So check out Surfline Premium. Scan right now for 30% off. If you missed that code, you could probably search worldsurfleague.com and try to find it if you can. And you can check out long-range forecasts and use all the tools so you're scoring more often than not. Joe Trappell alongside Jesse Mendez, a Triple Crown champ, longtime CT standout, one of the best to come out of Brazil. Now representing Italy on the global stage. Lakey Peterson, Carissa Moore, Silvana Lima dealing with a condition shift from the first heat of the morning. Things are slowing down quite a bit out there.
Yes, and back to it, it's a very slow heat, but it looks like we have a little wave coming up. Looks like Silvana is going to pull the trigger.
This is what we've been waiting for. Silvana Lima choosing her backhand. Nice deep bottom turn, always in attack mode. And there's some surfers that you might say, okay, they're out of rhythm, they went down, but this was kind of Silvana's nature on tour. She didn't mind falling a few times. I mean, probably not her game plan, but it was kind of how she would surf into rhythm. She'd maybe try a few different explosive turns and then all of a sudden locks one into gear. when things change in the top 2 waves, it really helped surfers like Silvana Lima make a lot of heats because she's not afraid of a fall here and there.
Definitely. It's part of her game because she pushes so hard. So she's putting herself into the limit every time she stands up on a board, and that's what makes her so special and exciting. The problem here right now is just the time. It's been a slow heat. She has a 0.8, which is a throwaway, and she has 13 minutes left with the 3rd priority. Right now, in my opinion, it would be awesome for her to try and swing wide or maybe even go deeper and try to find a right under priority to really start making her, give her opportunity just to put a score on the board.
Silvana Lima, such an exciting surfer. When she had her early wild cards before she qualified for the tour, her sponsor at the time gave her a spot in the event at Honolulu Bay, and it was firing, pumping conditions, and people were trying to get to know who Silvana Lima was. She got a 10-point ride in her debut on the championship tour for a big hollow barrel. Speaking of barrel riding, I think this surfer might enjoy that more than anyone else. Caitlin Simmers always seems to be getting barreled.
Yeah, and just not enjoying getting barreled. When you watch her surfing, it looks like she's enjoying surfing. Like the style that she has, the grace that she has throughout the wave, and just the way that she steps on the board is very refreshing and so fun to watch. Such a talented young kid.
That might be why she's such a popular surfer already, because it makes you want to surf. Every time she takes off, it looks fun. Big wind up on the back end. How's that wall for Lakey Peterson? And she will have to step off as it shuts down.
Unfortunately there for Lakey, that wave had a lot of potential. Great opening turn for her, but just the wave ran a little bit too fast on her, and just she kind of ended up getting caught in that bottom turn and wasn't able to gain the speed to really put that last turn and finish the wave, which would have been very important. She already carries the highest score of the heat, and backing it up with a great score will be very interesting for her.
One more look here, Jesse.
Yeah, as you see right there, she took off and she was a little bit late, but she was able to really manage to get that first turn very critical. But the problem was the transition. Because she got stuck in the beginning, it didn't give her enough time to fit in that second turn, which that was a bummer for her. She would probably look into a very good score in that wave.
So that'll get rid of the .27, so Lakey will strengthen her lead. Carissa Moore, still holding priority, is trying to stay out of 2nd or 3rd. And Lima just with the one up and down for that .8. So this heat's still really wide open.
Yeah, definitely. Lakey had the advantage right there with the 5.5, which is definitely a better score. And she does have a small backup, but she already got this 3rd wave that she rode, and it looks like it's going to be probably in the average range. But on the other side, you don't want to leave the door open for someone like Carissa. She's a 5-time world champ, and the level that she brings into the table is just, she's ready for any type of pressure. So you leave her with priority, needing a small score, and most likely she's going to get it.
Are you talking about Margaret River? Earlier this year, Lakey Peterson versus Carissa Moore, seconds on the clock, and the stressful moment about that for Lakey was she hadn't been confirmed yet to make the cut. Right there, she paddled, she had priority, and Carissa spun underneath her, got barreled, shut it down, ended up being a 9+ ride, and the win. And the look on everyone's face was devastation in the Peterson camp because they didn't know if she was actually going to fall off tour with that mistake.
Yeah, and that's just what the surfer in that caliber can bring. Obviously, Lakey was right by her, paying attention. She did not see the potential on that wave, and somehow, on a kind of an onshore day, Carissa was able to find a barrel and come out very clean. So that was very impressive, and that's what she can bring anytime she has priority, or even without priority in that case.
You can check out worldsurfleague.com and go to the heat analyzer and go to Margaret River if you want to relive that moment from Carissa Moore. One of the clutch moments that she's had this year on tour, and wearing yellow for good reason. Kicked off the season with a win at Pipeline. And then she's also been able to pick up wins in back-to-back form from Margaret River and also into the Surf Ranch. As you check out the numbers there on your screen, so already 3 major wins this season to go with that yellow jersey. But Jesse, is she a little cold out there?
Yeah, I think so. We had a crispy morning here for Brazil, mostly for Rio. We tend to have very warm days here, even in the winter time. And I think, like we said, they had a game plan. The first heat was very consistent. This heat was very slow. She only caught 1 wave in around 25 minutes. So she's definitely she definitely expected to be more active on the water and more warm. And now that she's been sitting for so long, it's going to get her, because the next wave she's going to be a little cold, and she's really going to have to put calm herself down and put her head very focused into the wave so she can perform her best.
Yeah, it's like middle of the day. It feels like summer. Just it's sunny. People are hanging out on the beach. And then as soon as the sun's been going down the last couple of days, if you don't have a sweatshirt on or a jacket, it's been pretty chilly. And so those early morning conditions as well have been a bit brisk the last couple of days. Water temp feels great. But when you're sitting just with one wave ridden, like Carissa Moore, she's probably feeling that now, trying to warm up. A 4.84 will give her the lead. So Lakey's one maneuver on the left came in at a 3.5. Here's Riss now looking for the lead off Lakey. Redirect off the open face. Little jam there just to put up another maneuver. And now with a ton of speed, the wild card, Silvana Lima connects. Driving off the bottom again, Lima getting a huge welcome from the crowd. Turning in her best wave so far here in the opening round, as we see the Silvana Lima fans woke up nice and early for this matchup.
Yes, they did, and unfortunately for Carissa, right there, picking the first wave of the set, the wave really dying out, not giving her opportunity, so that was... It's hard to say it because it looked like a great wave when she was taking off. It had size and everything looked like it was working her way with 6 minutes left, but the wave really died out. And the next wave over, Silvana with the second priority, just finding the jam of the heat so far. I really like her first turn. I think we're going to see Lakey's coming on the third wave of the set that we didn't see that. Nice rep to start the wave. But kind of like Carissa's wave, the wave really died out, and she was very smart right there to kick out before Carissa so she could get priority. And here Silvana getting the jam of the set. Nice grab rail bottom turn, going very vertical. Right here, unfortunately, she did get a little hung up, but still 2 critical turns. Very nice surfing for her. And Carissa on the other side, as I mentioned, looked like a great wave from the start. But as the wave kept going on the sandbar, it really started to die out. She's probably going to get an average score right there. Wasn't able to keep that board vertical, unfortunately for her.
So Carissa Moore trying to defend her event title. She's had 2 major wins in Brazil in her career, and they're about a decade apart. Getting her first win back in 2011, and then getting her second win out here just last season. But the consistency is the big part of her career in Brazil. Lots of semifinals, 4 finals total in her career, and just 1 slip up in 2017 when she went down to a silver medalist, Bianca Baetendog, getting the equal 13th that season. But a lot of different venues as well when you think about how this event has moved around the country of Brazil. I think Steph Gilmore might be the only one on tour that actually competed in Bahia when the event was up there back in 2007, 2008. It was Barra da Tijuca where it stayed for a long time. Joanna Fay and her mom hanging out, preparing for her heat coming up in the opening round. She's got Tyler Wright and Caitlin Simmers coming up next.
Yeah, that's going to be another stacked heat. Joanne with the fearless backhand, ready to really match this power of Itaúna today. And Silvana Lima looks like she got a 5.83, and talk about momentum change, right, in this heat. You see Lakey starting off very well, having a second opportunity, but kind of out of position. And then you think that Carissa's going to swing with that big set, picking up the first wave of the set, and now Silvana getting the second wave, getting the highest score of the heat, and kind of momentum change right there.
That was big for Silvana Lima after sitting without a wave for the halfway mark. Fell on her first turn and then was able to set up the 5.83. Now she's got a serious shot to battle with Lakey for the win. One thing we know about Lima just from that last wave is she still goes incredibly fast.
Yeah, she does, and looks like she's up and right.
Here she goes, Silvana Lima, a little off balance with the backwash. recovers for a snap there. Doesn't need much for the lead. A 3-1-7, but she goes down.
And that's what we were mentioning about Silvana, sometimes falling in crucial moments of the heat, which unfortunately for her, she only needed a 3.17 and she had third priority, so that was crucial for her to probably get in the lead and not secure her spot because that wave didn't have that much potential, but she was still going to leave the door open for the other opponents, but with the pressure on them and not on her as we speak.
So a big moment for Silvana Lima as we take another look. What went wrong here?
Yeah, she kind of lost balance on the beginning. There was a lot of backwash in that wave, and she set up that first turn, and right there she just went a little too high on the lip line, and the wave was kind of flat, so her rail ended up disengaging on the lip, and she just lost control, lost the fin on it.
As you saw the frustration there from the fans, started with celebrations, and then after the fall, that was the reaction there. Silvana chasing a 3.17, 2:20 to go. Now back of the line for priority. We'll see if Lakey makes a decision on who to sit on here when it's a 3-surfer heat. It's kind of a crowded lineup. Who do you sit on with 2 minutes to go?
I think in this situation with the scores that they're needing right now, like it's almost impossible for you to sit on Silvana because it's such a low score that she can get on any wave that comes up. So I think Lakey, in my opinion, she should just focus on herself for at least another minute and wait to see if something comes so she can better her 3.5 and almost like attack to defend herself because they're way too close in the heat and it's such a small score. And then once we get into that last minute, maybe she goes sits on Silvana because obviously Silvana only needing a 3.17. And yeah, try to block that, but good luck on doing that because it's very tough.
This could be setting up a very intense elimination round. Last heat, we saw 2 surfers in the final 5 get sent to the elimination round. Steph Gilmore, Molly Picklum will be surfing in that round later on today. We'll see if world number 1 will be joining them. Carissa chasing a 4.84. Silvana trying to find something to catch here.
Yeah, and Silvana just started to swing a little bit more to the right, and it looks like we had that deeper wave that unfortunately she was out of position. But Lakey's kind of indecisive. She keeps looking to Silvana and Carissa, and right now she's right in the middle. So she's either trying to kind of block both of them, but it could be crucial because if there's a very deep wave, she's not going to be able to reach, or even a very wide one, she's probably not going to be able to reach. So now she's making her move. She's going towards Silvana.
30 seconds. Silvana's the one in the white jersey at the bottom of your screen. Paddling at the top. Left alone on the right is Carissa Moore. Big turn. She goes down. Lakey Peterson can't catch up to Silvana Lima, but Lima ends up falling in transition.
Yeah, just like I mentioned, she was in the middle of both of them and she wasn't able to catch to Silvana's wide wave, but for her luckiness, Silvana started to pay too much attention to her because they were kind of close, and she ended up falling on a very good wave.
So right there, Lakey making the decision to try to take this left off Silvana. Silvana did have some space here.
Yeah, she did have space, and I don't think Lakey was going to make it around. She got stuck before, but as you saw in the beginning, she kept looking back, which is kind of normal when you're dropping in on someone, and she ended up falling on such a good opportunity for her. That was a huge mistake.
Good news for Lakey Peterson, though. She will get the win to go straight to the quarterfinals. And now the elimination round's looking wild. 3 surfers out of the final 5 surfing in the elimination round later on today, along with Silvana Lima. We'll take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo, Strider, and Mitchell for the call right after this.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak. Feel the power of freshness.
Welcome back to the opening day of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Women's opening round out in the water right now, and the beach starting to fill up here. That's our monstrous event site that we have here at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema. Welcome to stop number 8 on the championship tour. I'm Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski. I'm going to go straight to you, Waz. Luke, excited this morning.
I am. You know what? It's really the energy here in Brazil just brings you to that level where you just feel the emotion of all the people here, and you just can't wait to get it going. I feel like, you know, kicking it off day one is what we were ready for, and we have waves, we got people in the water, we got people on the beach, and we're having a good time.
Mitchell, a couple of surprises so far in this women's opening round already.
For real, but Gabriel Medina doing just as well as she did last year. She had a semifinal finish. No real surprise there, but Lakey Peterson with a big win moving into the quarters, Kaipo.
Yeah, so we got another setup in front of us right now with Tyler Wright out in the water, Caitlin Simmers and Joanne DeFay again. Post-cut format, first place goes straight into the quarterfinals for the women, second and third into that elimination round. As we take a look here at the landmark here in Saquarema, the beautiful Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, the church on the hill there, Mitchell.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and as you can see right there with this decrease in swell, there's peaks all up and down the beach, and what a heat we have out there, gentlemen, right now. I mean, we're talking about 3 superstars of the sport of surfing, 3 people that I think could be world champion at the end of this year, and, you know, a person that has easily risen to the top in pressure situations, and that's Caitlin Simmers. She's looking for another win. Kaipo would be her second of the season, and she could do it here in Saquarema.
Here we go, going to a couple of replays here. This happened when we were at commercial break. This is Joanne DeFay on her opener, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Her weapon is that backhand, and so she's probably licking her chops at getting into some of these laps and really tuning it up. Caitlin Simmers right here, Salazar.
Yeah, I really love the way she's approaching these lefts out on the lineup. Great combo, uses the rails well, and always keeps it under the lip, which is super important to do when you have a strong offshore wind like this. Solid finish, comes in at a 5.17, a good score, Kaipo, to start things off.
Yeah, Caitlin Simmers, the 17-year-old rookie on tour. Here we go again, another ride for Joanne DeFay. Strider, this was a 3.17.
Yeah, you know what? The lip line out there is so hard to get involved with, you know, because it's so undulating and there's a little bit of backwash in it. So, you know, each and every turn that these surfers are doing is super reactive, and they really have to just be so in the moment and following the line of, you know, the way that the backwash is hitting the lip and everything that's coming at them. It's super quick, and you have to really react to everything around you. It's really hard to do. I mean, just having a free surf here, you feel it and you understand it. It's kind of hard to understand just watching the screen, but if you can see all the lumps in the water, there's a lot of undulated surface here.
Yeah, we came off a high tide this morning and working our way toward the low tide. It is 8:51 local time. We're going to have a low tide right about 1 p.m. today. Joanne DeFay with a 3 and a 3.17, Mitchell. Joanne, channeling some good feelings. She was a runner-up here just last year in that final with Carissa Moore.
And she was leading most of the final too, Kaipo, as here's Tyler up and riding.
Tyler Wright with a couple of solid turns on the backhand. Smart bounce off the whitewater on the rebound. Make it twice for Tyler. You can see a little bit of lump and bump in the wave, and we're going to wait for Tyler's second wave score. She opened up with just a fractional ride. 29 minutes counting down in these 35-minute heats.
What a wild playing field we have here at Kaipside. Just the way that the water comes in, we got that, you know, receding tide, so we're going to have, you know, more and more waves breaking across the sandbar, but there's just so much opportunity, but in such a broad scope. You know, there is a defined peak here, but it just moves across that sandbar back and forth with probably like 200 yards back and forth, and even when those bigger sets come in with that receding tide, they're breaking outside, people getting caught inside, so fun to watch the positioning out here today.
Well, Lakey Peterson, she's straight on to the quarterfinals, guy. Let's hear from Lakey. She's with Rachel.
That's right, Lakey. Your heat was a bit slower compared to the first one, but anyway, you look so comfortable there. How was the heat for you?
Yeah, I was really thinking there was going to be some more waves because the free surf this morning had way more waves, and then heat 1 had a lot more than us. But we kind of had a flurry in the beginning, and then it just really stopped. So I was like, okay, maybe I just need to go a little wider, and the little ones sometimes are pretty fun. So I was like, let's just get going. And yeah, it was a grindy heat win, but a win's a win. It's been a minute for me, so actually it feels really good to make a heat and win.
Yeah, and your result was better than Carissa, who is defending her win last year here. So does it give you more confidence for the upcoming heats?
Yeah, I think so for sure. Anytime you beat Carissa, and then obviously Silvana, who is from here in Brazil, and I competed against her for a long time, so it felt great to beat both of them. You know, like I said, a win's a win, whether that's 2 8s or a 5 and a 3 like I had. So yeah, I feel like I'm surfing really well. I felt great in my warm-ups here in preparation for this event, and I don't know, I'm pretty relaxed, just enjoying it. I don't really have too much pressure on me, so yeah, hoping I can keep it going.
Good luck, see you in the quarters, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Congratulations to Lakey Peterson and to the quarterfinals. Scores have dropped. Last ride for Tyler Wright, a 4-point ride. Caitlin Simmers, 5.17, single highest wave score. Tyler Wright, talking about this competition, pretty important for Tyler, the 2-time world champ. If she is able to win this event, Mitchell, she will clinch her spot in the WSL Final 5.
Well, she's won here 3 times before, Kaipo, as it seems like she's up and riding on this right.
Split peak action here. We're going to stick with Tyler Wright on the right going into the rock formation here at Itaúna, and she handles the finish. We'll catch up with Caitlin Simmers, who took off on the left on that split peak.
So great that you mentioned that, because she has won here 3 times before, but she's missed out on the last 2 events that we've had here in Saquarema. Obviously, due to illness, she hasn't been able to compete at the highest level. But as of right now, Kaipo, she's in the conversation to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. As you mentioned, the WSL Final 5. It would be her first time doing so, and she's easily a person I could see as a 4-time champion here at Saquarema.
Yeah. Right now, she's number 2 on that leaderboard. Had a decent year, Tyler Wright. Here we go, Strider, catching up with Caitlin Simmers.
Wow, just whips it up into the lip, but then you saw that backwash push her out the back, so unfortunately she does not complete that maneuver. Tyler had to adjust on both the maneuvers with the backwash in the lip line, and that's where we go into that reactive conversation. You really have to look down the line to see what's coming at you.
Joanne DeFay, strong off the top and gets caught up with that backwash. That was evident. That's what caused the fall there, Mitchell.
Yeah, and good timing, though. She was definitely trying to time that backwash right there, but it just, when she hit the lip, it just bounced her up a bit too much. She's also a person that I'm very surprised hasn't won here before. She does have 2 finals to her name, though, a couple of runner-up finishes.
Look at that snap into the bowl. The thing totally barreled her off of that backwash lump, and unfortunately, she couldn't ride out of it. But if she would have, I think extra points for the cover-up.
I agree.
So still a very tight heat as we look at the 2-wave totals for each of our surfers. Tyler Wright in a commanding position for the moment, but Caitlin Simmers and Joanne DeFay able to catch up. Well, we asked the fans before this heat who they thought was going to win. We had 53% of you online saying Tyler Wright. 14% went with this woman here, Joanne DeFay. And Joanne, with some smart surfing on the backhand there. 3 snaps and likely to move herself into the first place position. All she needs is a 4.06 Strider.
Yeah, I like that. She looked quick, whippy, just really actually not giving any time for a mistake to happen. If you watch her, she comes off the bottom, and these turns are really tight, really fast because of, you know, the lump and the jump in the wave. So really doing those turns that fast will take away any element of surprise, I guess. You know, if you try to hold a carve through those turns and then all of a sudden you're running into that lumpy water on that backwash, it could throw you off really bad. So those quick lip line turns are really favored right now.
There's a lot of variation in those turns too, Kaipo. Real short space where she was able to do all 3 of them. And as Strider mentioned, she just timed that backwash so well. But it's true, you can't really draw your turns out as much right here with the backwash right now. If not, you're just going to get bumped off. That's why this last turn was so impressive. She actually held her rail the whole time. So good innovation right there, a good amount of progression in that too, Kipes.
Waiting for the score for Joanne Defay. You can see in the needs column a 4.06 would take the surfer from a Union Island. Here she is on the paddle back out into the lead. 9 seasons on the championship tour for Joanne Defay. You would call her one of the veterans as we look at the overall field. We've got really a dichotomy. There's Joanne's mom. When we look at the women's division here, in that we have the veterans like a Tyler Wright and the Joanne Defays, but then we have the newcomers, the youngsters like Caitlin Simmers and Beilu Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, and Joanne's won multiple events, both beach breaks and point breaks. I feel like one of her best wins was the one that we finished the Margaret River CT event at Uluwatu in 2018. You know, she came out of nowhere. I think a lot of people didn't really expect her to do that well. She also won in Fiji a few years before that. And I just feel like she's always maintained herself in the number 5 conversation. But overall, she still hasn't been able to achieve the World Championship, which is the ultimate goal, Kaipo.
Yeah. Had to sit out, Joanne, the first 3 events of the championship tour this year with a broken foot. She's on the mend. She's back. She's healthy. And she's gunning at, you know, a potential visit to that Final 5. We still haven't clinched any of the surfers yet in the women's.
Yeah, you know, with the Joanne conversation, she's just the most improved surfer on tour. When she came on, you know, she had a lot of work to do, and then she just kept building and bettering, and she seems to have you know, not stop that progression. Everything about her surfing has been elevated. You know, the forehand is getting better. I feel like everything she's done to get better, she's got her life partner is like kind of her coach and trainer, so they do so much work off season. They had to do so much work to get back into the water. Now you can see her looking sharp, looking ready. I mean, there's a lot of really strong drive coming through that woman.
Yeah, there's her results from the year so far. We saw those 17ths. Those were due to that injury, so she just takes the last place of 17th in those first 3 events. Quarterfinals over at the Surf Ranch, which was a bright light for Joanne Defay. And the score has come in. A 4.83 was enough to put Defay into the lead.
Well, now Tyler needing only a 4.01, and Katie Simmers has the highest wave of the heat so far, 5.17, only needs less than a 3. And we talked about generational talents and people that will probably revolutionize the sport. I truly think that Katie's probably one of them, Strider. You look at the future and the face of American surfing. I think we saw Kolohe Andino one moment become that. I think on the women's side, we're seeing the person in blue as of right now.
And the thing that I love about Caitlin Simmers is I feel like she's unjaded. She hasn't been given any walls, really. She just feels like a fresh, you know, youth coming onto the scene that doesn't care about any of the peripheral noise. You know what I mean? And you can see it in her surfing, where it's just free and fun, and the progression, like you said, doing pop shove-its and doing stuff that, I mean, to be honest, is almost hard to judge, because you're just like, whoa, what was that?
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, there's going to be a big change in the way the surfers attack their progression here.
Qualified for the tour in 2021, declined that invitation to the championship tour. Caitlin Simmers qualified again in 2022. That's why we see her now. Katie Simmers, a rookie on tour, but already with a CT win. Taking a look at Tatiana Weston-Webb. She'll be coming up next with Caroline Marks and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the final heat of this opening round.
Yeah, and Tati's had a couple great results here in the past, 2 semifinal finishes. But she is looking for her first win here in Brazil, and I would believe it would be the first win on the women's side for a Brazilian since 1999, so it would be a huge moment for her if she's able to accomplish that. We only have 2 Brazilian women in the draw, Silvana and Tati. Big pressure moment coming up for the woman that's looking to qualify for the WSL Final 5 yet again.
Katie Simmers, she needs a wave right now. A 2.83 will take her to the lead. We'll see if Caitlin Simmers can take the lead when we return to the conclusion. Heat number 3 of the opening round for the women here in Saquarema. Back at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona here at Itaúna Beach in Saquarema. Stop number 8 on the championship tour, opening day, opening round for the women. We're getting things kicked off here. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski, and we're coming here live, flying by the beautiful beach break here at Itaúna. And a couple of takes here, Strider, on this particular wave.
You know what? First and foremost, I feel like is your exposure as an athlete here. When you get here, you're basically in the open. I mean, everybody wants a piece of you. The surf fans here, they're full of knowledge. They know exactly what's going on, and they find out where you're staying. I was talking to Caroline Marks yesterday on the beach, and she said, wow, this place is just full-blown exposure. And it's just, you can't go anywhere without being noticed, without getting a selfie or having one of the fans come up to you. So, you know, this place really tests your ability to settle in and find a place for headspace.
Yeah, in years past, Mitchell, we've seen 50,000+ people make it here by finals day and fill up the entire beach.
Well, and especially when it comes to showing maturity and patience, I think you're definitely going to have to see that a lot from the younger surfers like Katie Simmers. Caroline Marks, she's already been on tour for several years now, even though she's only 21 years of age. I mean, that's still being very young, but having been exposed to a place like this early on definitely facilitates things for her. But when it comes to the amount of pressure that a lot of people have to uphold when it comes to competing here, I think it always comes down to the people that are in, you know, the top 5 conversation. Personally, you saw Carissa's performance right now. That did not look like the person that was leading the rankings. Lakey Peterson, on the other hand, in a clutch moment, she came up victorious. And as of right now, Tyler Wright, there's been a 10-year gap between her first CT win here in Rio Kaipo. She's looking for her 4th one 10 years afterwards.
Yeah, Tyler Wright winning here in 2013, 2016, and 2017. Of course, the 2013 and 16 years held at a different wave, Barra de Arajuca in kind of Rio proper, and then 2017 we moved over here to Saquarema, and it's been a great change for us because this region, as we're flying up above, Strider, is just exposed to so much swell. We have lots of swell that hit the shoreline here.
Yeah, you know, this the beach actually faces due south, so
yeah.
You know, the way that the waves come in right now, we've got a south-southeast swell coming around the corner, so it's basically coming up into us, but it's also wrapping around, and that's what this break likes. It likes a wave that's coming down along the sandbars and then runs. That's why you see those long left-handers, and the way that they come down that sandbar and they run off, and then you get that short against the grain right-hander into that deeper channel underneath the rocks.
All right, seeing if we're going to see Katie Simmers take a wave. She has priority. She needs a 2.83. Waves coming through here. Simmers is on the hunt, and she's going to activate here. Scratches into that, loses priority. John DeFay is going to take the left. DeFay, the heat leader, had to battle through that first turn before kicking the board away, likely not changing her score line. DeFay will remain in the lead, and a missed opportunity, Mitchell, for Caitlin Simmers.
Well, she's got the smart right idea, though, excuse me. She's definitely looking at something that would be her strength. Only needs a small score, 2.83. It seems like she was looking right more than anything. And there are a couple scores that could definitely be valued on the right, but I really like what I'm seeing from Joanne DeFay right now. Working very far away from the other two surfers, knowing that her low score isn't a lot, Strider. Only looking to better a 3.17. You could easily do that with just a single turn out here.
Well, we made mention of the playing field, right? It's a big playing field. Yes, there's a defined peak out here, but you saw how far down the line Joanne took off on that wave. She is, you know, like you said, farther away from the other surfers, giving herself the opportunity to slide into something that if it comes out wide, and that's what happened right there. So a mistake for Caitlin, but you know what? She's still sitting on a solid score, so all she needs to do is back that up.
So we got some news coming in today, you guys. Kelly Slater will withdraw from the event. So Kelly Slater, we will not see him in the men's opening round. That's going to happen after this women's opening round. Slater will be replaced by Jadson Andre. Jadson is the second highest Brazilian surfer on the Challenger Series rankings. So Jadson will come into this event. He will be in a heat with Griffin Colapinto and Liam O'Brien. Samuel Pupo has moved into a heat now with Filipe Toledo and Callum Robson. So big news, Slater under the weather, not going to make the trip over here, but an opportunity, Mitchell, for Jadson Andre.
Yeah, and a guy who's won a CT event in Brazil before. That was in 2010. So you take advantage of every opportunity you get, and especially if you're trying to fund yourself going through on the Challenger Series, even better.
Let's hear from Jadson. Rachel caught up with him.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Jadson. And Jaddy, how are you feeling with this opportunity of replacing Kelly here?
Oh yeah, it's a great opportunity to be just surf without any pressure, and especially in front of the best crowd in the world. So I'm beyond stoked, and I hope I can have fun. It's about to have fun this contest and see what I can do.
And you were telling me, tell them that what you told me about your board. Your board just broke at the locker room. What are you going to ride?
Yeah, I mean that was. I don't even know how to how to say that. I just put my boards in my locker, and the board was amazing. Like, was by far the best board I had this year. And somehow I was just organized my things, and I kind of like didn't really pay the attention that I should, and my board would start to drop and fall off, and and that broke in the nose. But it is what it is, and I have other board, so let's see how it's gonna go.
And tell me about your knee. Are you feeling good with your knee?
Oh yeah, my knee is feeling great. Sometimes I feel a little bit pain here and there, but I think it's just a normal process, just a part of the process. And yeah, I've been surfing pretty much every single day, not really feeling any pain while I'm surfing. Actually, I had a pretty bad wipeout this morning. Like I went to a floater and I airdrop, and like I thought I was going to break my knee again. I'm not kidding. And then nothing happened. So that was like a pretty good proof that my knee is 100%.
Take care of that knee and good luck in this event.
Yeah, Jadson Andre injured his knee at stop number 1 on the championship tour this year at Pipeline, but is on the road to recovery. Check this out. This happened during that catch-up. Tyler Wright, Mitchell.
Yeah, some incredible surfing right here. And you see the combo right there, strong snap to the floater with a larger set wave too. That should score very well, Kaipo.
7.17 for Tyler Wright on that last wave. So Tyler Wright goes into the lead, Strider, and it's a strong lead at the moment.
Yeah, you know what? As the vet does, she came strong. I know, you know, we saw Carissa Moore win with a 2-turn combo last year, and I feel like, you know, that it's a really solid way to get a big score in these kind of conditions, and that's what she just did, a 2-turn combo. I feel like it's something that is a rhythm and a kind of power move that really, you know, the judges enjoy.
Yeah, Tyler's wife Lily there, eyes on the water, paying attention to this heat up in the Red Bull athlete zone. Tyler finds a corner, and a little bit too much of a corner, just peters out into some deeper water there.
Yeah, and early this morning, I was able to see Andy King, Tyler's coach, speak to Tyler, and she was really trying to look at the rights more than anything, but the tide was just too high, and it seems like she has really found a rhythm on the lefts. You look at her results here in Rio, they're as good as they got. 3 wins, a couple of 9s, and she's missed the last 2 years, Kaipo, but besides that, she's averaging around a 4th place finish here in Rio, which is spectacular.
Yeah, and you know, the fans agree with your assessment. 53% online saying that Tyler Wright's going to win this opening round heat. Caitlin Simmers, Strider, with priority, had a great start with that 5.17, but still searching for a backup. And with Tyler with that 7.17, Caitlin Simmers now has a bigger ask, a 6.01 for the teenager.
Well, she's got priority, but she also needs to remember that the venue she's surfing. So with priority, you know what, you want to wait for that good wave, but you also need to hunt. This venue is a hunter's venue. You want to get out there, you want to look for those waves. You have to follow swell lines as they come in, and they move across those sandbars so much that you really have to just continually be on the hunt for what's happening and what's coming at you and react to it.
Ross Williams, the coach of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, with some last-minute words before she enters the water against Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston-Webb. That is a great final heat for this opening round for the women's.
Is he coaching Tatiana Weston-Webb as well?
Yep.
So yeah, he has separate conversations there with his athletes, and this is a scenario that Ross has to be used to already, and has to develop a format, Mitch, to be able to coach two athletes who are competing against each other, but they're both in his camp.
Yeah, and luckily it's a 3-person heat, so there can always be one of your two people that will be making it through straight into the quarterfinals. But it's exactly right, Capo. You definitely want to approach it in a way where you're accessible to both of them, but in the end, they know they're going to a competition. One of them's going to be victorious.
I saw Betty Lou waxing her jersey. Did you see that?
First time I've ever seen that happen.
That was impressive. You know, you got that little. There's a tiny bit of slickness on those jerseys from the logos, and she was waxing over those just now.
Yeah, you don't want to slip on your board right while you're paddling with that jersey.
That was pretty cool. I like that.
Some preparation. This is going to be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's first time surfing competition here in Saquarema. Tatiana Weston-Webb, she's a fan favorite here in Brazil, Mitchell.
Yeah, she is, and 2 semifinal finishes before. I mean, she would be one of the only goofy footers to win out here on the women's side too, which would be an incredible feat. But you got to look at the angle though. Control the amount of pressure that's on you right now, competing at home in front of all your fans and spectators, knowing that the angle is just to make it to the WSL Final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The goal is to be a world champion.
I think she eats it up. She loves the fans.
See if Caitlin Simmers is going to use her priority. She's not going to use her priority, so let's take a look at our heat recap for heat number 3 of the opening round. Caitlin Simmers started off here, Mitchell, with a 5.17.
Yeah, it was a good start. Great rail surfing, always surfing under the lip line with this offshore wind, knowing that she didn't want to get thrown outside. And a strong finish, too. I really like that wave from Katie. And then Joanne DeFay afterwards opening up with a 3.17. She was in the lead for a good moment, but then afterwards Tyler just started off strong, and Joanne right here with a 4.83, her personal best. Did well enough to move up into the lead for a little bit, but then this wave, Katie had a priority before. Remember, she paddled for a wave. That would have been her wave strider if she wouldn't have paddled for the previous one.
Yep, Tyler always there to capitalize. And, you know, I feel like Tyler's in world championship form. I feel like she's headspace is there. Physically, she looks solid. She did take a pretty mean wipeout towards the end of El Salvador. Remember that big floater onto the rock? So, I mean, obviously, it looks like she's rebounded back after that.
Yeah, Tyler Wright opening up with a finals appearance there at Pipeline. Runner-up finish there. And also a finals appearance at Margaret River. We just saw in El Salvador, runner-up, and then also ringing the bell one more time, Tyler Wright.
Yeah, 2 years in a row, which is very impressive. She hadn't won there up until last season. I think the most disappointing result for her so far this season has definitely been the Surf Ranch. As we look at Caroline Marks here, we talk about superstars and people that have definitely been gaining momentum as of late. Runner-up finish at the Surf Ranch and a victory in El Salvador. She's looking good here for another one, Kipes.
Yeah, confident, right? That's the feeling I get from Caroline Marks right now, Strider, a confident surfer.
Yeah, and I feel like with that comes comfort, and when you have a comfortable surfer going out into the lineup and all you're doing is reacting to the pleasure that you've grown up on, which is surfing, it's a dangerous combination. So confidence, comfort, and then you're going in to play in your playground, and you kind of just box out the pressure.
Simmers finds a right, slashes off the top there. It's going to be one turn, but that was a dynamic turn. 6.01 is what she needs. Right behind her, Tyler Wright, scratching into this one, and up and out. What a difference a wave makes between those two waves.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Simmers trying to do it on one turn, and that was pretty dynamic, Mitchell.
It was, and it was explosive. She really used the one section that she had to her advantage. Look at that bottom turn too, deep and steep, and I mean, she needs a good range score, and it's right there. A 6.01, you look at the drone angle right here, the amount of spray that she sent out to the sky, that was one strong maneuver right there, Strides.
That was money. That was one of those things that, I mean, the speed that she attacked the lip line with and the precision that she came out of it to come out and land before the actual implosion so that she could ride out of it. I mean, I'm checking the box right there. I'm giving that at least a 6. I loved it, you know, in my book. You know, I just feel like
I thought there was high
energy that came out of it to me was awesome. But you know, she wasn't able to back it up. But still, that was the best turn of the heat in my book.
4.9 from the judges, not enough. Simmer is now still seeking a 6.01. Time not on her side, however, 2.5 minutes counting down.
And in third priority too, which is not the thing that she needs to be in right now. But Joanne Defay still with an opportunity, needs a 6.35. The thing was, if she gets another turn after that, there's no doubt in my mind that she's getting that score. I mean, a combination of major maneuvers. But as of right now, look at where Tyler Wright is. She's taken away the inside for both the left and the right. Katie's only opportunity is going to be really far out on the left. It's going to come down to Joanne Defay whether or not she can get a wave.
12 years on the championship tour for Tyler Wright. She knows how to close out a heat, Strider.
Yeah, she does. She's looking over there at Caitlin, but she's given her the space, which is interesting to me. I wouldn't give my opponent that much space. There she goes, maybe going to start paddling over towards Caitlin now because, you know, we saw that turn that she did. I mean, even just like a whitewater climb, she would have, I think, been awarded a much bigger score. And I feel like, you know, that score came in pretty short on my scale. I thought that was aggressive, and I loved it.
Yeah, it was a high-risk maneuver for Caitlin Simmers, even though it was just one turn. Here comes Joanne Defay. Defay, 6.35 is what she needs. Looks like she's starting to get on her way. 2 turns on the backhand. One more section, and unable to complete that ride. That was the make-or-break moment, Mitchell Salazar. Oh, Tyler Wright, though. And Tyler just ducks out the back, but that was a tragic end for Joanne Defay. If she completed that maneuver, I felt she was going to get the number.
100%. There's no doubt in my mind it was good surfing, and as of right now, still going to need the 6 or better. But look at this. Tyler taking that wave. It doesn't seem like she's going to improve on the 4. That leaves the door open for Katie with 45 seconds. If there's a wave coming through, it'll help her out. It'll help her out, but she was on her way. Great first snap. The second one even better. Look at the way she drew off the bottom right there. But just mistimed it a little bit. That last one didn't have the right amount of speed, and unfortunately was able to go into the lip and against it rather than up and over. As you see the mom's reaction right there, not very happy.
Tyler Wright.
Tyler, you know, is sharp, and everything about her surfing is quick and solid, and unfortunately that wave just shut down on her really quickly. She wasn't able to better the scoreline. Like you talked about, leaving the door open slightly, but you know what, Caitlin, no waves.
Unfortunate for Caitlin Simmers, she's not going to have an opportunity to strike back. It will be Tyler Wright straight on to the quarterfinals. We will see Joanne Defay and Caitlin Simmers in the elimination round later this afternoon. When we come back, Caroline Marks, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will be out in the water. We'll be right back.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. by Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Final heat of the women's opening round here at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. Caroline Marks, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out in the water. First goes to the quarterfinals, second and third into the elimination round. Kaipo along with Mitchell and Strider to talk you through all of this action as we cut to a opening wave of Sakura just bailing off the back of her board. That will give priority to the surfer in red, Caroline Marks. Mitch.
Yeah, and definitely not surprised to see Sakura look for the right out here. I saw Jack Robinson do a mean straight air on the right yesterday afternoon, but overall I still think that they're shutting down a bit too much. I don't think the tide's low enough, but when it comes to the lefts, just get ready to see the awesome forehand of both Caroline Marks and Tati Weston-Webb. I think Sakura needs to go as vertical as she can on the backhand in order to match the great scores that we're going to see in this heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, here we go. Marks on the hunt. Decides to not take that first wave of the set. Caroline Marks, 20 years old. She's currently number 3 on the leaderboard for the women. As we, we're almost getting to the sprint to the Rip Curl WSL Final 5, and Caroline Marks, coming off a win in El Salvador, certainly can help her odds here if she has a good result in Saquarema.
Would be the first time she makes it there too. Imagine being at the Rip Curl WSL Finals in your adopted hometown, knowing that everybody's going to be on your side, being one of the few Americans in the draw. And you see from Melbourne Beach, Florida, originally she's been living in San Clemente for what, the last 7-8 years maybe? So a good amount of time spent at lowers. She could definitely be a threat, just like this lady out there.
Weston-Webb eases through a cutback, finds this one under priority, staying with this wave, hoping for it to stand up on the inside. It will not for Tatiana Weston-Webb, 27 years old, 7 seasons on the championship tour, 4 CT wins to her credit, and a local favorite here in Brazil.
Well, she's got all the skills to win an event here, and this opening turn, straight crack into the lip right there. I really love the combination on the outside. The only bad thing about this wave, Kaipo, just died out, and with the higher tide right now, you're not going to see a lot of these waves connect all the way through to the inside. Get effort, though. It's no doubt the best wave of the heat, but will it be a score that she's going to keep in her top 2 at the end of it, though? That's my real question. You want to get off to a good start, though, and that's what she did.
Yeah, solid number in this framework of what we've seen so far this morning. Strider, a 4-point rider, flat 4 for Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Well, positive signs, though, how quickly she attacked that lip line and how fast she came up into that section. I feel like she's ready to go. I mean, she looks really spicy and ready to rock, and I feel like that's one thing, you watch these opening heats and you kind of get a gauge on how surfers are looking, their confidence, and they're kind of, they're settled surfing, and that was insane right there. Quick, fast, just I want to see more. You just want to see more out of it. You just like, you watch them surf and you're just like, wow, that was sick. I want to see another one and another one.
Tatiana Weston-Webb has made the semifinals here twice, has yet to make the finals, but just last year, semifinal finish. Carissa Moore, the eventual event champion, took her out in that semifinal. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on the screen right here. 18 years old from Haleiwa, Hawaii, and this is her first time surfing in Saquarema. Second year on the championship tour, however, and Betty Lou is an exciting surfer, right or left.
Yeah, and I really think that she's been a prodigy for a couple of years. She came through the HASA program in Hawaii and through USA Surfing in the United States, and I remember seeing events, on the amateur side where she was dropping 2 9s every single heat, even dropped a couple of 10s certain times. But when it comes to, living up to the hype, I definitely think she's done it this year. A couple of quarterfinals, but the start of the year to me, Kaipo, was a defining moment in her career so far. Opening up in Hawaii at home, really difficult to, concede under pressure, but she was just able to apply that pressure in certain places where it turned her into a diamond. And a diamond in the rough out there in the rankings. You see a 3rd place finish at Pipeline. then afterwards, a lot of fists and a couple of nines thrown in there as well.
Yeah, you know, it was relieved at Margaret River when she found out that she made that mid-season cut. Last year, 2022, she was not able to make that mid-season cut. Went back to the Challenger Series, was stellar in the Challenger Series, Strider, winning that Challenger Series back on the tour. So the resiliency that we're already seeing in this young Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is very, very impressive.
And the confidence that she carried over from being on the championship tour to be able to, you know, retain that once you get onto the CS, right? So you've gotten knocked down, and you have to, you know, find strength to really come back. And I feel like she carried that confidence, knowing that she was there and she wanted to be there again, and she just came strong. And I feel like the way that she served in El Salvador, we got to see, you know, really some flashes of greatness on her combinations of turns in the lip, and how powerful and quick she was.
Priority now with Caroline Marks. Caroline's been sitting on that priority for a while, being pretty selective. And
Yesterday, that's definitely what she was selecting out here during the afternoon session. I have seen her go right a few times, but I think that as of right now, you got to stick to the strengths of the ocean, and I think it's definitely been the lefts that have been the most consistent and the best waves out there in terms of quality too. But look at the amount of backwash. You would have thought that it would decrease with the lower tide, but as of right now, I actually think the backwash has gotten a bit more difficult to handle, Kaipo, and still 27 minutes in this heat. Nobody's broken anything better than a 4.0 at the moment.
Yeah, lovely conditions, and here comes a wave. Priority with Caroline Marks. We'll see if Caroline decides on taking this wave. Positioning is going to be key, like Strider alluded to, really having to scour the lineup, making sure you're in the right position when a wave comes through. Caroline, inside there, a little too deep, does not go. Second wave in the set. We'll see if Caroline Marks takes that wave. Here we go. Quick turn for Tatiana Weston-Webb. 25 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. Caroline Marks really, really holding her own and sticking with that priority. Mitchell?
Well, she's going to hold it on the outside, but meanwhile, Tati and Betty Lou, excuse me, are going to be looking for a lot of the scraps that she's not going to want to select. As you see Tati right there on the backhand now, looking to back up the 4.0. Meanwhile, Sakura gets her best score right here going left, and that's what I think she can definitely bring to the table. A bit of variation, maybe a bit more spice, Strider, than you normally see from a lot of the surfers that, not to say that they're stale on tour now, because they're not, but you see that new variation and the new innovation that a lot of these young surfers bring. I think Sakura is one of them.
Well, it's just a more vertical approach, and it's a more, you know, it's more technical, and combining the power with that is what we're seeing out of this newer generation. And I feel like she's very smart because she was sitting a little bit wide, and when that set came through, Caroline Marks was out of position and she couldn't find herself into that set. I mean, right now the lineup is so tricky, and I was, you know, up there listening to the coaches and what they were talking about, and they were all going on about, you know, watching waves and wave count and how long it's taking in between. And it's really tough out there because you have a declining swell, so you're in the water trying to catch every wave that you can and capitalize on your opportunity. And then when you're kind of moved in on the sandbar, and then all of a sudden these bigger sets come, and if you're not wide, you're going to miss them and get caught inside.
Yeah, and you called that, you know, when we first got on the set, Strider, the fact that you need to be aware, you need to move around out here. It's not one defined peak. Itaúna at this tide with the swell.
Yeah, I think always out here though, it's a hunter's lineup. You have to continuously look around and try and find where that swell line is moving to, because you've got, you know, a combination of swells in the water. It's going to move things around, and you have to really follow the power source.
So we'll see if Caroline Marks can set her mark and find, you know, a position here and utilize that priority and get the score. Here she goes. She's going to choose to go right. Slashing first turn. Vert on the rebound there. So 2 turns for Caroline Marks. We'll wait for the score. Her coach, Luke Egan, with an eye on the action. Tatiana Weston-Webb finds a left. Navigates a little bit of a warble there. Eases through a cutback. Nice bank off the white water on the redirect. Little tail slide there. More opportunity in front of Tatiana, and she works over that wave. So we'll be waiting for 2 scores from the judges to set the situation here. 23 minutes on the countdown.
What an exchange. I really liked that wave from Tati. I thought that roundhouse cutback was very hard to do, and somehow she was able to bring it all the way around. But how about Caroline finding a diamond in the rough out there? She made a wave that looked inconsequential, very consequential out there, and especially with the good use of priority, I thought that was very smart of Caroline Marks.
Definitely. Well, you know, again, vertical turns on the power source of the wave, we're going to get higher scores. I like the, you know, here we go. We got Betty Lou on the replay coming on the inside right. Ooh. Big slam, but just 1 turn, so, you know, it's not going to be elevated as far as the score line goes. And then this was Tati's wave, which was a little tough to surf because of the backwash. She tried to go up into the, you know, the vertical part of the wave right away. And then, you know, she did a series of snaps and roundhouse, you know, kind of turns back into the power pocket, but no lip line. And I feel like the lip line is where you're going to get all your scores. Right here, Mitchell, this was the money wave.
Yeah, just the wave selection, to be able to find this wave, first of all, and to go back-to-back with vertical turns. To find a pocket out there, Kaipo, especially on a right, is very difficult. That wave moves down the line very quickly.
Conventional thinking would say that, okay, I'm a goofy foot, I'm going to go surf the lefts,
Yeah.
right? But for Caroline Marks, I think she recognizes that her backhand is a weapon. Her backhand is outstanding. And the way she's able to place those turns and the accentuation she's able to put through those turns are certainly earned some numbers, and they just earned her a 5.1 Strider.
And I feel like what we were just talking about is a key note in the judging today. You know, the lip, right? You got to get into that vertical part of the wave, the power source, and do a technical turn there where you're actually connecting, you know, trying to get the fins free, doing some kind of, you know, really placing and pushing really hard.
Sakura snapping off the top. You can see a little bit of the warble again in the wall on the left. Sticking with it, finds a second turn. Third snap here. And a nice little foam bounce to finish. So that was a great wave surfed by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's currently in the lead. Anything over a 3.23 will extend her lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Tati's score 2 on the left, but, you know, good use of priority. She recognized that she was out there by herself, had better positioning than the other 2 surfers, and it's a really even matched heat at the moment. Sakura has the 5, Tati waiting on her second score, but Caroline Marks also has a 5.1. Gets a little stuck there when she was coming out of the first turn, obviously due to the backwash, but look at the timing on these last 2 ones. Great snap in the pocket, and then somehow was able to find a lip line right there and go into the foam climb. That was very smart and difficult to do. This drone angle right here will definitely show you how difficult that first turn was. Just to be able to bottom turn like that in the pocket when there are very few, something difficult to do in the sport of professional surfing strides.
Yeah, you know, I think it's kind of a roll of the dice, too, when you take off on waves out here. It's, you know, but, I mean, that first turn, that power pocket, buckets out the back. I love seeing spray flying off the top of there. So, precision surfing off the bat. You know, these inside corners were quick, not big, you know, huge vertical turns, though, but still solid surfing right there. Good score.
Caroline Marks live. Nice bank off the top. Caroline's dropped down to 3rd because Tatiana Weston-Webb, her last score of 4.4. Still waiting for score of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Looks like we're catching up again on Tatiana. So a lot of waves ridden and a lot of math to be done by the judges before we can give you the situation.
No, it's like, okay, they got into a rhythm, and this is a really very rhythm-based wave, too. But it seems like Tati's going to get another good score. She's looking to better at least something in the 4s. But how high are they going to go with Caroline's 1 turn? Because if you remember, Katie's 1 single turn came in as a 4.9, I believe. So should be right around that same area. But there is a degree of difficulty in the difference between a surfer going on their backhand and on the forehand. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this bang in the 5-point range, Kipes.
Yeah, we can look at the needs columns on the graphics, Strider. I mean, just 3-point rides by both Betty Lou as well as Caroline could switch the heat. So it's going to be a very, very tight finish here. Replay, Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Gets a good-looking wave. She, drops in. Face turns again, though. We don't have a lip line yet. And then bang on the inside where she finds where the money comes from. So, that's where your score is going to come in, is off that last turn there. And Caroline, she's just trying to go vertical. You can see her just hunting down these little right-hand double-ups, which are, going to give her the opportunity. This obviously is a game plan. She's gone to it again on her backhand trying to find a score.
Sakura up and riding, out. 4.9 on her last effort gives her the lead, but judges still owe us scores for Tatiana Weston-Webb as well as Caroline Marks.
And you need to settle down right there. She was already outside, had a first priority. No real need to go on that wave either. The smart thing would have been to stay outside and let everybody else get outside and establish positioning too. But now with just under 18 minutes, the situation's probably going to change again.
Well, what's interesting now is the tide is going down enough to where we're seeing multiple waves. We're seeing a lot more waves. So I think that the athletes are going to have to adjust on their timing and what they wait for as well, because now they're having more opportunity into what they saw earlier, which was kind of like some lully heats and people kind of scrapping through heats trying to find waves. Now we've got the opportunities kind of stacking up for them, and now wave choice is going to be key.
There's our tides, a low coming up. Just about 1 p.m. It is 9:39 a.m. local time, so the water will be receding until past the midday mark, and things will change here. We expect a little steeper wave with the lower tide, Mitchell.
100%, and I actually think the low tide as of right now with these kind of conditions is going to be substantially better. I mean, you obviously see the increase of consistency right now, but I think the main thing that's going to change the most is positioning. It's breaking further outside already. You can definitely see them get caught a bit too far inside, and that adds to timing too, Kaipo.
Yeah, 6.5 just drops in for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Weston-Webb up out in the lead. We're halfway through this heat. Can Tatiana hang in to that lead? We'll find out when we return. More action from the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
It's that time again. We're looking forward to the Rio Pro WSL Finals. That's going to kick off lower trestles September 8th. And we are in the race to clinching spots in that final five for both the men and the women. Stop number 8 out of 10 on the championship tour right here at Saquarema for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Tatiana Weston-Webb in the blue jersey in the lead in this heat, and Weston-Webb now hunts down a right
Oh.
And has to throw that one away.
Ouch, watch out. That looked dangerous. I was just about to mention, Guy, but the cool thing about last season, the last 3 events were won by 3 different people on both the men's and women's side. Can it happen again this year, especially with the race that's this tight?
Yeah.
You look at the 2 top women, both Carissa and Tyler, it's real compact there between the both of them. And on the men's side, it is wide open for the last 3 spots. And I definitely expect to see a few new names in there. I would love to see John Florence, but can the local boy Joao Chianca hold it down here at home?
Yeah. I saw Joao earlier today on site. Seemed calm, seemed pleasant. You know, the gravity of performing at his home break doesn't seem to be affecting him whatsoever, Strider.
You know, he does just have that kind of calm, cool, collected, cruisy kind of vibe to him. But deep down inside of there, I'll guarantee you there's some pressure. There's got to be that hometown feeling of, you know, like, oh, okay, I got to do this. Let's go, you know. And I feel like that all the Brazilians feel that, and the only one that doesn't is Toledo. He just sucks it up, eats it. Yeah, he's having pressure for breakfast in his cereal bowl. You know what I mean? It's amazing to watch, and for him to perform the way he performs under pressure with injuries, everything else that sprinkled on top of it. You know, he just lets go and lets it happen.
Yeah, Toledo, who's won the last 3 times we've had an event here in Saquarema on the championship tour. The questions everyone's asking, Mitchell, is can he make it 4?
I think so, and I think he does. Based off of what we just saw at the last event, I think he's consistent. I think he's very hungry, and I wouldn't mind seeing him ride a bit of variation in terms of the equipment either. I think the conditions are going to definitely ask for it, and I think the crowd will, you know, be pleased if he rides something like he rode last year at Lowers during his World Championship campaign.
Yeah, he had that sharp eye, that dark arts build. There was a quad. Looked really fast on the face. But, you know, again, it feels like to me, Strider, that this is a hard event to predict a winner in because of the variables that this wave presents.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on picking a certain winner. And, you know, I think over the past years we've always looked at Gabriel as somebody who could win here and should win here because, you know, we're in Brazil and he's another guy that seems to eat up pressure. But we haven't seen that yet, and I want to see Italo. You know, he's outside the Final 5 right now. I'd love to see him come strong as well.
Tati just staying busy. Under priority, but no opportunity there. Tatiana Weston-Webb in the lead over Caroline Marks and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Betty Lou needs a 5.91 to take the lead. Caroline Marks needs a 5.41 to take the lead. We're at 10 minutes and 35 seconds, so ample time for either Marks or Johnson to take the lead off of Tatiana Weston-Webb.
And a real close heat. I mean, look at that, 10.9, 9.9 on the low end, and 10.6 for Caroline Marks. Right in the middle, both second and third needing something in the 5s, but the difference maker in this heat Kipes, the 6.5 of Tati Weston-Webb, and she really manufactured that score too. The first 2 opening turns weren't great, but the last one was definitely the most impactful of the heat so far. So smart surfing by her to try to stay on the inside and get something better than a 4.4.
Caroline Marks taking a look at that wave, lost her place in the priority line. Let's see if she regains second priority. She will not, so priority error is going to get chalked up for Caroline Marks right there with the paddle, Strider.
Yeah, and you know, just looking at the screen, Betty Lou sitting wide on those lefts. She knows where she wants to be. Very smart to sit that wide because if a bigger wave comes, she's going to be all over it. She now has priority, and she's sitting in a really great spot. You can see a couple of bumps coming on the outside too.
Sakura with priority. Good looking wave coming through here. She's not even flinching on this one. And it goes under the entire field. Bit of a mirage, actually, Mitchell.
Yeah, it did look that way. It seemed like it was going to stand up on the outside, and the thing was a straight closeout on the inside. But look at the efficiency that Caroline Marks has brought so far. 3 waves, 2 scores in the 5-point range.
Kaiwi Belly warming up. He's going to be up against Ethan Ewing and Rio Waida when we switch gears to the men's opening round following this heat. We're going to get into the men's opening round. We'll go through those heats in the men's opening round, and then this afternoon, planning on getting into the women's elimination round.
Underrated surfer right there. One of the only 2 10-point rides we had last season at this event, Kaipo, on that right-hander. Incredible barrel.
it would be cool to see Kayo on the podium at the end of this event too.
Tati snaps off the top there, gains some ground back to some open face where she's able to pull a slash. We'll see if that betters her low of a 4.4 and extends her lead over Caroline Marks and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Betty Lou really kind of settling in, huh? Sitting out the back, not really flinching at those waves as they came in. So I feel like she's looking for a bigger open left, it looks like, in her game plan right now. The only thing working against her would be the fact that we have a dying swell, but we do have a receding tide, so we'll, you know, maybe that'll just continue to have something show up for her.
Yeah, playing the patient game. The 18-year-old out of Hawaii, you can see her with number 16 on her jersey. 16. That's how old she was when she first qualified for the championship tour, Mitchell.
Amazing. I mean, she did that in 2021, and she's one of the only 2 people that have actually won a Challenger Series event both year that we've had the Challenger Series so far. So she did it once in Haleiwa at her home break, and once again at the U.S. Open last season, but she's got a tough heat on her hand. If she makes it straight through to the quarterfinals, though, which that does for her confidence going up against a surfer that is number 3 and one person that's number 5 in the rankings, that just shows you that you're capable of making that top 5 and eventually, you know, potentially getting a spot in the WSL Final 5 too. But she needs a wave, and she hasn't really moved that much. Still 7 minutes to go, but don't wait till the buzzer sounds. Seems like there's a set on the horizon, though, Kipes.
Yeah, it looks like we got multiple waves coming through here, so it's going to be decision time for Sakura.
Well, it's a big set, too.
Well, Strider said, you know, Strider, she was sitting wide, but that might be some wise positioning right here. Look at this set.
I love it, you know, and you know, you can be sitting in a heat, you've been waiting your time, you've picked a game, you got a plan, and now you're going to have to execute. The question is, will you be ready and will you be in position?
Nope.
Wow, has to duck dive that first wave of the set. Second wave kind of rolling through, maybe a chip in here for Sakura. Needs to get to the corner. Trying really hard. She's going to get there. And here she goes. Sakura slashes off the top there. That was a dynamic turn for Betty Lou. Banks back into the whitewater. It's going to play the patient game right now, waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside. It does not stand up, however, Mitchell.
Ooh. How about the composure, though? Just to be able to battle for that wave, expend that much energy, stand up and go straight up into the lip in a very difficult and critical section on the outside. Look at that. Late takeoff in the whitewater. That fade was incredible. And then smashed that first section on the lip. You know, she needs close to a 6.
Yeah.
And I actually think that she's probably going to get the score. That's my opinion. Just based off the size of the wave, the section, and it was a combination. Say she only gets the 1 on the outside, maybe not, but she added the roundhouse cutback to it too. It's going to be very close whether or not she gets it.
The other surfer is getting caught inside by those waves, having a duck dive. So, you know, it was a game plan. We'll see if it pays off. Unfortunately for Betty Lou, there wasn't anything on the inside, but, you know, she did get some work done on the outside, like you were saying, Mitch.
So we're waiting for scores. Sakura needing a 5.91 to take the lead off of Tatiana Weston-Webb. As we wait for the judges' decision. Judges going through multiple replays up in the judges' tower, taking a couple more looks at that wave before finalizing their number. A 5.27 comes in for Sakura, under the mark.
Well, there's one person that agreed with me at least, but the 4.8 to me just a bit too low. I mean, when you look at the 5s in this heat, the amount of pressure that she had right there, the section on the outside, I thought that would have been a bit higher.
Caroline Marks, big slash there as we catch up to Caroline. Eases through another carve. No problem for Caroline Marks. Looking smooth down the line here. Needs the finish, gets the finish. Looking for a 5.41.
Wham, bam, thank you, Caralupo. That was some intense precision surfing right there. Rails were engaged, fins, you know, just to come up with a wave that offered up that much ability to go to the forehand carves. I mean, that was really fun to watch.
And a combination of major maneuvers, too, on the outside. Great first 2 turns combos. And with 3 minutes and 45, this is a clutch wave, too. And I was talking about her efficiency. She's only caught 4 waves. and all 4 of them, excuse me, 3 of them are going to be better than, you know, a 5, which is really impressive when you look at the consistency that we've had in this heat, Kipes.
Tatiana with a paddle and unable to get into that and showing some frustration right now. She is in the lead, but that is an exposed lead, a vulnerable lead for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Still waiting for the number 4, Caroline Marks, to drop.
I feel like, you know, that opening turn from Caroline was, you know, we got to it a little bit late on the vision, but, you know, you could feel and see the intensity of that turn. And I feel like she's going to, you know, come strong with the score that she needs to put herself into first place with not a lot of time left on the clock. So,
yeah, when we came to that first carve, spray was still up in the air, even after the carve. We were catching up with that one, so we know it was a dynamic turn for Caroline Marks. But we're still waiting, judges deliberating before they lock in the number.
And that's what we were talking about in terms of her handling pressure and rising to the occasion, you know, during the last 2 events. I definitely think that we're seeing the best version of Caroline Marks so far. And in terms of the ranking, being number 3 right now, as good as it gets, Kipes.
Here she goes. Check this first turn out.
Wow, that's what we wanted to see. Big full rail direction change in the corner, handling the undulating lip line with no you know, just pushing through it so well. Finished on the inside right there. I mean, that was beautiful surfing right there, Kaipo.
That's right. So Caroline Marks, she turns the heat. Let's check it out. A 7-point ride. Judges pretty consistent in the spread right there. Marks to the lead with under 2 minutes remaining. Under priority, she just catches one, just biding some time. She's going to hear now from the on-site announcers her number. There's her coach, Luke Egan, having a word with Seth Moniz.
Well, it's surprising to me that a lot of goofy footers haven't done so well out here. I mean, especially when we look at Itaúna and it being predominantly a left. You know, we talked about Iago Dora in the Dawn Patrol about him being a favorite.
I was just going to say, Iago Dora is, I feel like, one of the favorites.
Yeah,
100%.
What about on the women's side, though? We haven't really seen anybody crack the final as of late. Tati's made the semifinals a couple of times. Caroline has had a couple of decent performances out here, but you need to get a victory, and especially this late in the season, Kaipo, with 3 events to go, you want to do it right now and not leave it up to J-Bay or Tahiti.
Yeah, it's a race for the final 5.
Let's go, goofy footers. There's 3 of them sitting right here.
There's few of us that can't keep us down, though.
All right, under a minute remaining. Tatiana Weston-Webb needs a 6-point ride if she wants to get that lead back. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, we can see her right there in the white jersey. She's got priority, and she needs a 7.23. There's our heat leader, Caroline Marks.
I'd say well done to Caroline. She really waited out and found the wave, you know, fell into priority as the heat played out and executed on a wave where, you know, there was a lot of pressure there. There was a lot of undulated lip line and everything was, you know, it wasn't an easy wave to surf, but she really just severely slashed into that first corner, and I loved the way that looked.
Very competitive heat, too. 12.5, 10.9, 10.27. Everybody was in the lead at a certain point of the heat, too. So it goes to show you that a couple of mistakes really cost the other 2 people a victory. Caroline Marks will be moving through.
It's official now. Caroline into the quarterfinals. Tatiana Weston-Webb and Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson on to the elimination round later on today. There's the numbers. 7-point ride and a 5.5 was enough to have Caroline take the win in our final heat of the women's opening round. We will be moving on into the men's opening round. Ethan Ewing, Kaiwi Belly, Rio Waida, heat number 1 men's opening round when we return.
to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world. It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
You're watching the opening round of competition. The men have hit the lineup. Kaiu Belly, Ethan Ewing, and Rio Waida hit the lineup to try to get a first place position to not worry about the elimination round. If you're just joining us, we finished the opening round for the women. Caroline Marks got that last win to go straight to the quarterfinals as we check out our matchup. World number 4, Ethan Ewing, taking on Kaiu Belly and Rio Waida, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez. Longtime CT standout, but also won one of my favorite finals on the qualifying series back at the Oz Open. Yourself and Julian in great conditions. I thought of that too because Rio Waida's also won that event. That was on road to qualifying as an exciting rookie this season, which showed his depth. Actually had back-to-back wins from Manly also to Bolito. Starting with Rio Waida as he's on tour. He brings a lot of excitement in his heats. What are you enjoying about his surfing?
Actually, what I enjoyed the most this year was actually Pipeline. Like, he had a third round that he got one of the best waves of the day, just such a beautiful apex that hit that first reef so gnarly, and he was in position for his swing, and it showed how much commitment he has for the tour and just how much he's ready for. Being a rookie, getting a wave like that at Pipeline is not easy.
And fun to see how he really turned in some big performances at Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. I think a lot of fans were expecting him to really produce in real clean, quality type conditions, and he showed that he can mix it up in the sometimes real challenging moments that were provided at Super Tubos. Got his highest single score of the season in his opening round win. Looks like we will get started with Ethan Ewing. And just up and out, famous for having one of the best styles on tour. Even when he's going straight, he looks good.
I know. It's the type of guy that you can watch all day long and never get over it. Just the way he cuts the water, the flow that he has in the wave, and is just flawless. Like you can't really pick it apart, something that he does wrong.
Growing up, being a top talent like yourself, was style something that you really worked on watching video? Did you make big changes, or did you kind of already have that natural approach?
Yeah, I think it's something that you work on, and mostly from my generation. When you look back and I grew up watching Taj, Aki, like Joe Parkinson, Mick Fanning, all those guys with the prettiest styles ever. So you just have them as an icon, and you try to follow them when you're young. And yeah, that was a big part of, I think, everyone's game in my generation.
Kaiu Belly representing Guarujá, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Someone that Jesse Mendez has seen a lot of. Would you share the same home break as Kaiu as kids?
Now we do, but he used to be from 2 beaches down up north from me, which is literally 5 minutes away. But when you're grown, you're kind of just basically surfing in front of your house because you don't have a car or anything to move you over. So yeah, but we kind of have a little rivalry there from different beaches, different zones.
A lot of talent coming out of that region, especially beach by beach. It's really fun to hear about it all. I always hear rumors of Kaiu when he was young, that he was actually incredibly confident as a little kid. Did you see that at an early age?
Totally. Always like puffed up chest, like walking around, and which it led to what it is right now. You know, he still has a lot of confidence. You see, he's an underdog that always beats the big names. He beat John twice, that back-to-back kind of deal, and had Jordy as well before, and always putting up big numbers in unexpected moments, let's put it this way.
That's what's great, and what was unexpected last year, we know how rare it is to hear a 10-point ride. He actually got a 10 out here at Saquarema, getting really barreled, which is probably my favorite aspect of his surfing. An amazing tube rider.
Charges, definitely. Like, his biggest strength is definitely going like under the ledge and just getting that knifey takeoff, and he does so well in Brazil, which we did last year, but also the most challenging waves that we have on tour, which is Teahupo and Pipeline, which the amount of energy and pressure that those waves come and how fast they come into the reef, it makes it very tough to do that, and he does it as good as anyone.
Caio's best single wave score of the season, backdoor pipeline to kick off the season with a keeper result, just like he did last year. Caio trying to get into the quarters for the first time in his career here in Brazil at the CT level. Same situation for Ethan Ewing. But looking at Caio's season, third place start, just like he did the previous year. Backed it up with a quarterfinal result at Sunset Beach. At the start of the year, positioned himself in the WSL Final 5. Since then, he's been dealing with a series of 17th. So his goal here is to break free of that rhythm. Big whip on the backhand of Ethan Ewing. Nice wrap again, nice vertical surfing. Packaging that wave up quite well.
Yeah, and just like what we're talking about, it's just flawless. Like, you don't see any rails being catch. You don't see extra pressure being put in the wrong spot. Just everything in the perfect timing right there, getting vertical, nice and tight. And just kind of a transition turn because the wave was a little bit flatter and finishing off strong. A little smaller wave, but a good warm-up, a good start for him.
He's been getting bigger. Last 2 years, he's been putting on some weight, a lot of time in the gym. And Darren Hanley's had to adapt, adding more liters of volume to his surfboards, riding some great equipment from DHD. But would you think about that a lot as an athlete? What's the perfect amount of weight? You don't want to get too heavy, too stiff, or too strong. DH was kind of thinking Ethan's at that perfect size, and was kind of actually talking to him, maybe don't get bigger. This feels like the perfect physique to perform.
I agree. I think there is, and I've actually heard Leandro Dora, which is the former coach of Jack Robinson and Iago Dora in Yanjin too. And he already also coached Tachi previously a few years back, a guy with a lot of experience. And when he first got with Jack is such a thick guy, very big. I think he was probably around 84 kilos, and he was telling him, hey, let's get down a little bit. Like, you're a little too much right now. Let's get your body a little thinner, just muscle up, which he already was, and just get you a little more with better reflexes and lighter on your foot so you can be faster as well. So I think there is a perfect weight for it.
And it's like your dimensions on your surfboard, but also as athletes in every sport, you're thinking about that perfect build to have your body react in quality waves and small surf, to be really quick and agile, and key thing, stay injury free. As we look at Ethan Ewing again on the backhand, second turn, throwing some water, tracking well down the line. Looks like he'll fit in a fourth major and finish off down the beach. So back-to-back lefts for the Australian.
Yeah, without priority as well, so that was great for him. Great start. He got a 5.67 on that second wave. And, yeah, putting pressure on the opponents.
Ethan Ewing, great start. Love watching how he's attacking these lefts. Oftentimes we're highlighting what he does with his forehand whip, which is great to see him win at Bells this year. Took out Jeffreys Bay as his first event title last season. As we'll be able to catch up with the winner of the last heat. Caroline Marks is with Rachel.
Okay, can we go? Okay. Caroline, you love surfing on your backside, but that left was the game changing. So talk us through the heat.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think I love surfing on my forehand as well. I think obviously majority of the tour is rights. And yeah, I wasn't really planning on going right that much, but I just found a couple of my heat. I think with the tide change, there's a few more coming in. And it just happened the way the heat worked. But I'm really stoked to go left. It feels good to twist your body a different direction. And yeah, it's fun.
And how confident are you feeling at this point of the year to maintain yourself on the finals 5?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely not letting my guard down. You know, everyone's so good and everyone's gunning for it. That's everyone's goal at the end of the year. And so I'm just trying to be in the moment as much as possible and kind of enjoy where I am. And I feel like the last few events I've been doing that. It's been kind of working. So just kind of keep rolling with it.
See you in the quarters. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Much Rachel. Caroline Marks in quite a rhythm this year. Absolutely dangerous. Remember, finished runner-up in the world in the past. Got to represent USA in the first Olympic Games over in Tokyo. Took a little bit of time off, which made sense because her career started off so young. She even got a wild card opportunity at Lowers when she was still 13. Kind of had to grow up on tour decided last year wisely, I'm going to take some time off. Kind of reminds you of the Katie Simmers decision, and now look at her now, solid 100% into the quarterfinals. And we'll see if she's going to take out this event for the first time in her career.
Yes, definitely. That was a smart decision. Sometimes you just got to take a step back in order to move forward. And there's so much pressure. Like you said, 13 years old, she got a call for an event. So she's been working that hard since she was that young. So take a break is fair enough in a person that had so much to do since such a young age. And now it looks like she's back, she's fresh, and she's ripping.
Looking at plenty of time on the clock here. Ethan Ewing, back-to-back keepers so far on the left. 6'5" and a 5'6'7", which is great to see from Ewing, who's really learned a lot. I think we break down Ethan's career. We remember the big 9s and 8s he'd throw down in his rookie season. Already had the hype behind him as a world title threat, but then fell off tour right after that first strike. So much has changed since then.
Yes, and it was probably so tough on his head because, like you said, there's so much expectation on a guy like him. So falling off tour the first year, it was very tough, but he was so young as well, so he was just able to mature and just, get better at what he needed to, and now he's back in full throttle.
Looks like Rio Waida finding some space on the left, hits it over the roof, and he's out. Experienced a CT quarterfinal back in Portugal, and had some stressful moments at Margaret River. Was really open and honest after he lost in West Oz, and just said, hey, I'm going to hang around. I'll see what happens. I have so much to learn, so I'm going to watch every heat. He seems like he's a true student of the game. Watches a lot of tape, watches his opponents compete. He's not afraid of celebrating somebody else's success on tour, because I really think his mindset there is just he wants to absorb it as well and bring it in to his act. Here's Waida again. Nice form on the wrap. Oh, he's speedy in the pocket. And now frames it vertically and fades out on the flats.
Yeah, well put wave together. We see Kaio up and riding.
Kaio coming off some powerful backhand turns. And now throwing this one away is Ethan Ewing.
The crowd was going nuts. You can hear through the speakers, and looked like Kaio had a good wave right there. And back to Rio, I think that's one of the most impressive things that I've saw from him this year, how much commitment he has to the game, how much effort he's putting in. And you see here Kaio, a little white watery wave, but nice first turn right there. And he was able to actually get 3 times vertical up there. That's going to be a great score for Kaio. It's going to put him back in the game. And Rio here pushing a little too much, kind of almost lost it right there. Also, the wave kind of died it out and had a lot of lump throughout the wave. But way to regain just the focus on the wave and finish the wave off and put a score on the board. But definitely Kaio getting the nod on that one.
I'd say Kaio Belli kind of feels like an emotional surfer to me. There's certain surfers like that. Joao Chianca, Griffin Colapinto has his emotions in different ways. But for Kaio, you look at him and you can kind of tell how he's feeling in a heat at all times.
100%. And growing up having heats with him, he would always be like, in the water, he's just moving the whole time, splashing water, moving, like shaking his hands. And yeah, you can. He wears his heart on his sleeve. Like, it's definitely, you can see through, like, it's not like a guy like Griffin that can hide it a little bit, which it could be good for if you're trying to kind of poker face what are you feeling at the moment. But yeah, Kaio is definitely not one of those. He just shows it everything he's got, and he translates to his surfing too. A very exciting surfer to watch.
And it kind of gives you that spontaneity as well. He's unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do next. He might try like a big double grab straight air. He might kind of feel his emotions or look at the judges and sort of scratch his head. It's really done with a lot of animation over the years, which has turned in a lot of great moments, but definitely experiencing probably the best part of his tour life now. He talks about putting in more time, physically training more than he actually ever has. Do you think that's been the major change for Kaio, having success and making it into more final series lately?
I think so. I think not just the fact that you're training, I think behind the scenes is just the commitment you're taking. So if you're doing all the job, it's because you committed before. So it's like, this is my life, this is what I want for myself, and I'm going to give everything I got. The rest, is just preparation, but the mentality has to come first. And I think that's what he did. And maybe his fiance kind of pushed him a little bit. She's a doctor, so she was like, hey, you're not being an athlete right now. So he had some help with some people behind him just pushing him, which is great. But I think the commitment, it's what it comes first. And he's seen all the results. He almost, I think he was off tour and he was first replacement and got a call for pipe, and just from that on, just dream run.
Everything changed. Caio thought he was moving on. He even had different thoughts about other careers and even businesses that he was getting involved in. And Gabriel Medina made the announcement that he was taking the first half of last season off. Caio got the call up, third at pipe, backed it up with the same result at Sunset, and everything has changed. Made a great deal with Rusty, with solid surfboards and equipment and backing at this point of his career. So things can definitely change overnight. Caio experiencing that right now. Beautiful day, beautiful conditions, and still anticipating the waves to maybe improve a bit more with the tide dropping throughout this round.
Yes, we had, I think surfing, it's always kind of like that. You go through moments, and this heat's kind of very warm, a lot of waves the heat before as well, so we're seeing the tide getting lower, and I feel like we're just going to see more consistent rideable waves. Maybe not the size is going to be with that much volume, but the shape's going to be better, and that's just going to give more opportunity to surfers.
Ethan Ewing did well, back-to-back lefts to get his lead at the moment, 6'5" and a 5'6'7", currently number 4 in the world. And that's what he finished last season at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. With priority, the Australian on the heart of the peak will paddle right over. And checking out the right is Indonesia's Rio Waida. Frontside punt to reverse. Solid move there on one major section, especially when you don't have priority. Great use of that right-hander.
Definitely, Joe. I think he's so dangerous in those rights because as we speak right now, there's not so much sand, so the wave is very tight and compact, but it does allow you to get one big turn. And Rio, with the speed and the ability he has, is very good in the air, as we've seen in Portugal. He's capable of really opening up and getting a big score without a very quality wave. As you see right here, just not much time, but he was able to hit the lip a little bit late, but still able to get a good rotation on the air and land it very clean. Right there, as you see it was a little late to the party. It wasn't his fault, it was just how the wave was, but probably a great score for kind of an average wave. If you see it right there, a little late to the party, but still a great turn, and he's gonna get a decent score. I don't think it's gonna match too much with what Caio and Ethan has as best score, but it's going to be a little under, and he's going to be back in the game.
Cool rotation for Rio Waida. Jesse, what's your take on airs these days? I think there was a couple of years back we were really diving into technical grabs, stalefish rotation, slob. It doesn't really seem that is a heavy presence these days on tour, but that technical ability to kind of mix up different airs, and how important you think that is on tour, and if you really need to risk like a technical grab like a stalefish. Back to that in a moment. Rio up and out.
I think there's a concept in between every surfers, and I think even the judges, they understand that there's a few grabs that are definitely harder. But I think what comes most into play is the section that you hit in. The section is what going to make the difficulty of the air, even the grab that you're going to use it. So some ramps, as you see that ramp right there, obviously the easiest route for him to go was no grab because he was a little late. But you really it's peaky. So I think being a surfer and being on a heat, you're trying to have that consistency. So I think sometimes that's what keeps them not trying to be too fancy. Different on the other hand as Josh Garrett, he was going out there for that type of thing, which it brought the level up, and that was the era that everyone was trying new grabs in heats. Now we do have a little bit of lack of that, but we got some amplitude and we got some more height these days, which is fun to watch as well.
Love seeing that as we have another opportunity for Waida. Tail high reverse, a tough landing, and he pulls that one off. Waida was rewarded with a 5 for his air before, that one a bit bigger, and a tougher landing. Well done.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. It was tough because the section, let's see Caio right here, a little bit too deep, trying to get barreled, but
loves it too. He can't help himself.
Can't help it, and he got a 10 here last year, so it's in the back of his head.
Yeah, interesting. with Rio. He got some space, and he's just been going air for air on this right. Reverse rotation, as you said, late on the punt just because that section was already closing out. Back to live with Ethan Ewing, throwing some water on the backside whip. Just one maneuver, so he's up and out.
Yeah, uncharacteristic right there. It almost felt like he was stomping too much on his back foot a little bit. And he kind of lost the drive throughout that turn, even though the wave seemed like it died out a bit. But as you see right here, he comes to the turn and he just stomps it a little bit too much and gets hung up. And usually you see Ethan, he drives through the turns very nice. So uncharacteristic mistake right there. And Rio on the other end, just finding that lip line, disengage his front foot, but he was able to grab the rail and put the board back under him. So that was very incredible. Filipe loved that. He knows how difficult that is to do. So. And
just the adjustment mid-flight to actually re-engage, very impressive from Wida. Backside snap off the roof. Ethan Ewing getting slowed up by that section. He'll hang in there for this inside backside tail whip reverse. Seen a little bit more of that from him lately, especially at the Surf Ranch, where he had some aggressive finishing moves. Doesn't mind a big below tail spin. But another smaller looking wave. Keeper thinking about his keepers so far earlier, just had such a solid open face to it. Definitely a bit harder on the last few waves that he's been taking off on to really increase his lead.
Yes, it's almost a momentum shift right there. As you see him on this wave, it looked like a great wave kind of down the line, but the section just kind of split up a little bit there, and he identified that he wasn't that great of a wave, so he had to go big, which was smart of him. Unfortunately, just not riding it out. But the beginning of the wave looked like it was going to be such a nug. Like, I almost think that wasn't a mistake for picking that wave. Just unfortunately hit it a little bit wrong, the sandbar. And right here we have Rio on another right. Looks like we haven't seen that. That was a huge straighter, straight into a nice carve. That was a perfect combo, as smooth as he can get.
Love that. Rio Wida is having a blast on this ride. It's almost like he's surfing by himself, and he's given us 3 different versions on how to perform above the lip. Frontside reverse was classic to start things off. Then he went bigger inverted and ended up landing his second air. Now a straight air with no reverse, showing how talented he is above the lip. Backside hack from Caio Ibelli, drills it again. Third turn, a little wrapping cutback. There's the backwash at Saquarema, but Caio stays on his feet.
Good surfing for Caio right there. Just very quick, very agile, and applying the right pressure at the right time. Unfortunately, that wave died down a little bit, and it was kind of a little bumpy, but he managed to really push through and get the best out of that wave. He already has a 7-point ride, which is a big score. As you see right here, kind of a backwash coming through him. First turn, a lot of release. That was great. Second turn, very sharp and fast. And right there, as I spoke, see the wave kind of getting very lumpy and kind of going away from the sandbar. It's just making it a little tough, but he was able to keep the rails clean, and that was a very nice surfed wave for Caio.
There's that first connection. Was able to keep that speed going in a tight space, so well done for Ibelli. Few waves to get caught up on for the panel, with a lot of surfing from all 3 athletes in the lineup right now. Caio trying to break the streak of 17th, so a win will help his cause to kind of try to go straight into the round of 16.
Yes, totally. And I think it's so crazy how surfing works, like just the momentum change and rhythm in the ocean. Ethan got his 2 best waves without priority in the beginning of the heat, with the other 2 competitors just sitting down on the board. And now it seems like everything changed. Ethan had priority. I ended up going in a few weird waves, and Caio getting to 7, and Rio getting 3 back-to-back good waves. We're still waiting on scores for Rio, but he really got a good rhythm right now, and it looks like it's looking good for him. He can keep pushing that rhythm towards him. It's going to be fireworks, because he's so capable of doing big punts in that little right.
Oh, it's so cool to see what you can do at Itaúna, where Ethan's starting off strong with the lead in priority, and Rio's able to adapt and pick apart a right with a ramp. And we talked about, do you need to have airs to succeed here? And it's definitely helping Waida at the moment. Looks like he's got a racetrack again, up and out, as he didn't find the ramp there, but we're getting caught up with some scores. So not the straight air with the combo, but his big punt where he landed out on the shoulder, 6.53 for that effort. So Waida in second, and standing by for that really cool combo, the big frontside punt, continue to attack the open face. That certainly could put him right out in front of this heat.
Yes, I agree with you. I think the special thing about that last wave he had, not the last wave, but the big air, was just the fact that he was able to combo it up with a very nice carve. Very smooth, connecting very well, and he's getting rewarded.
Solid number for Rio Waida. Takes the lead with a 7.43. That was for that straight air with the hack to follow. A great combination of maneuvers and picking off a right that no one's really been looking at in this matchup. We talk about the difference with a reverse and just a nice straight air. What's the big difference there difficulty-wise?
It all comes down to the section, but the fact of you doing a straight air and tweaked as much as he was, you need a lot of board control, because usually when you're going through a reverse, air reverse, you're just hitting the lip and kind of pushing your back foot, and the board's just going to lead you. The tail of your board's going to lead you into the landing. But once you're doing a straight air, you got to push your back foot, but then you got to kind of twist it back so you can, while you land, you can engage your fins first and you can have control. So it's a special turn and everyone loves it.
Oh, they look great. It's really cool. As we see Seth preparing, Moniz has Matthew McGillivray and the local hero Joao Chianca coming up next. I remember Taj Burrow, who won in Brazil a lot. Two-time champ in Brazil in his career, multiple finals as well. He would always say, oh yeah, for him, a reverse, it's like the wave's going towards the beach. You can rotate with the wave when you throw down a reverse, and he always loved that straight air, talking about the difficulty of having that rotation above the lip, but not just kicking the tail, which almost was actually more reliable and even safer at times, depending on the section.
Yeah, it all depends on the section, like you mentioned. But just I think there's more board control when you're doing a straight air, because you got to push your back foot, but then you got to bring it back around. So you can, nice wave here for Kyle. That was it's the backwash can be your best friend or enemy out here. That was a nice clean wave for two steep sections, but the backwash just kind of destroyed him out there in the first turn and he lost balance.
Yeah, when it's your best friend, it's timed well on the lip. It makes it look bigger when a lot more spray comes flying off your tail, and it's your enemy when it disrupts your flow. But Kyle did a great job just to hang on, but judges look at that flow, even with the backwash. You got to do your best to be fluid from start to finish. Abelli's best, a 7-point ride. Second best score of the heat so far. Rio Waida, 7.43, big punt to wrap on the open face. Ethan Ewing started off this heat way out in front, and since then he's dropped down to third. Holding down priority, needing a 7.46 to try to take the lead. And you think about the importance now of avoiding the elimination round. I can't get past the story with Griffin Colapinto missing a spot in the WSL Final 5, and he got a 17th here last season. As we see Rio Waida changing gears, not hunting ramps, going for big open face hooks. He's feeling the energy of a lead change right now.
Yeah, and you can feel just the confidence that he's building throughout this heat. As you see on that wave, he was really pushing a lot, just really working on his rail and pushing it very hard. I'll try to pick it apart as the replay comes up, but that was great surfing for him. And recap right here.
Kyle Abelli getting started, big backside turns, looking really solid at the moment. 7 and a 5.47 as he was able to finish that one off.
Yeah, good surfing for Kyle, and just right there, the momentum change right here, as you see, with no priority, just going for a big punt. That's basically all the chance he had on that wave, and he made the most of it, getting a 6.53, and just straight back at it, starting to pump, analyze that section in front of him right there, pushing the back foot, and then having to bring the board around. So much board control and straight into a beautiful carve. That was amazing surfing for Rio.
Really love that. What a crazy combination. Getting close to his best number that he had earlier this season. A 7.83 is what he accomplished back in the opening round in Portugal when he won the heat over Jordy Smith and Gabriel Medina. And so maybe his second best score of the year. Right out in front as we see João Chianca, local hero here in Saquarema. Had the yellow jersey for the first time in his career after a brilliant start of the season. Back-to-back semifinals in the Hawaiian leg, and then won his first CT event at Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. Was able to grab the yellow jersey.
Yes, I am so excited for this heat because this heat is really gonna pave the way for him in this event. Like, there's a lot of pressure inside this young guy. Second year on tour, just doing what he's doing, winning his first time in Portugal, and then coming home in the top 5, contender to be a world champ in the final 5, and just a lot of pressure building up, and this heat's going to be just incredible to watch, to see how much he's going to perform under this pressure.
Oh, so cool. I mean, not everybody on tour gets to have their local break as a CT venue, so João Chianca happy that the move from Barra da Tijuca happened a handful of years back. He got a wild card last year, but he kind of told me he was still recovering from falling off tour at the midseason cut. So it's a much different season so far. Coming up next against McGillivray and Seth Moniz, as this one's running out of time, hitting the 2-minute mark. Rio Waida trying to hang on to this lead, taking off late and under the lip. Looked like Ethan Ewing potentially. And actually Caio Ibelli, Ewing on the one behind him. Ewing setting up that big blast, solid start. Second move, big vert from the Australian. Throws it up for a third time, can he finish? Climbing snap to shut it down. That's classic Ethan Ewing. Similar way how he started off this heat, but maybe even a little bit more intent on that last wave.
Yeah, as we see those guys warming up, we're gonna see them pushing a little harder. So now they're going close to 100%, pushing as hard as they can. And the difference in between this is just the wave selection. Amazing surfing, just so much speed and control right there. Haven't caught a rail this whole heat pretty much. It's just flawless surfing for him. And I think what the judges are gonna eat it up is just that first turn combined to 4 back-to-back snaps.
Oh, so impressive. Great. And this is probably your point, Jesse. You don't have to do airs to win. And this is Ethan showing that example.
Exactly. Air's your friend because you can probably get big scores like Rio did with worse waves. But see this first turn right here, how much drive he got, just enough power on the back foot to drive through that turn. Very nice. And this one getting it a little bit tighter. And right here, just perfect board placement and finishing it up just to tell the judges, hey, this is excellent surfed wave. Let's see what the judges will think.
As we see 25 seconds, so Waida looks like he might be calling it a heat. Caio Ibelli, last effort, blowtail, ends up losing his footing. And so we'll wrap up the last few scores of this heat. Ethan Ewing, the most important one when it comes to a potential lead change. Ethan's had some big numbers out here, not big results yet. Remember, he got past local boy João Chianca last season in the elimination round, and they both had 14+ totals. He just needs to go down the stretch a little bit more of this event to make it into the final series. Previous of Rio Waida, 6.7. So Ethan Ewing chasing a pretty big number, 7.63. This is the judges' reaction right now. It's going to be incredibly close. Ewing gets it, 7.7 on his backhand, sending Rio Waida down to second.
That was close to excellent surfing. Excellent score. I thought it was excellent surfing, but close to an excellent score. Beautiful placed turns, and just when you get 4 major turns back to back, or at least 3 major turns, the last one wasn't maybe as big, but just, yeah, flawless.
Pretty exciting matchup here, just coming to a close. Ethan Ewing taking the big win. We'll take a quick break. Back for more action right after this. The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. We know where the entire town of Saquarema is. They're on the beach right now watching their local hero, João Chianca, hit the lineup with Matthew McGillivray and Seth Moniz. João Chianca had a very warm welcome when he showed up at the beach this morning. His favorite beach, his home break, right here at Itaúna. Comes into this event, world number 3. Just a subtle slide, not really based on form, but just how talented the World Tour is. You can't be hard on yourself when you drop from first to third, especially when you're really in your first year in the world title race. After Ethan Ewing is digesting a brilliant heat, looks focused and prepared for the round of 16, as we'll see an opener from the Hawaiian, Seth Moniz, attacking that section well. Hits it off the roof, and that was a tough wave with the backwash. Changed shape a few times. He definitely hit it in the heart of the wave when it mattered the most, but a nice little warm-up for Seth to get things started.
Yeah, I love that surfing from Seth. Obviously, very tough wave, like you mentioned. A lot of ribs throughout the wave, but he managed to keep his composure. And he's a guy I love to see that. That looks like he's focused and he's ready to go. So once he actually has an opportunity, as you see right here, you can see the backwash coming at it. From a mile away, so that's very tough to manage, and he kept his rail cleans and finishes strong, very vertical, got a little fin release right there. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but it's a good warm-up for him, and it just showed that he's ready for when a good wave comes to him, he's going to do well.
Also getting started, Matthew McGillivray on the right.
Yeah, I think Rio really opened up the eyes for the regular footers to find those ramps in that channel wave, and see here, João, a lot of backwash right now. Nice, very critical turn. He looks on point and really pushing through nicely on that wave. Hard wave to surf, not much wall in front of him, so he really had to keep that bottom turn very tight, and he managed to do that very well.
It's interesting how people hang on to their composure when everyone on the beach wants you to win. And I suppose Seth Moniz knows what that's like when he competes at Pipeline and Sunset Beach. He went all the way to the final with Kelly in that dramatic pipe final where all the locals and his family and friends are there. They're the ones that want to see Seth go all the way in every event competing in Hawaii. So I think Seth would probably be well prepared to how to take on Chianca when he knows the whole crowd wants the Brazilian to win in this matchup.
All these guys have felt what João is feeling right now. He has a lot of pressure, but even doubled of it because he's on the run from, he's a title contender right now as we speak. He's sitting in a very good spot to be in the top 5, and that's why I'm so excited to watch this heat. I just want to see how he's going to lead and how he's going to step up to this extra pressure that he's leaving.
Let's now hear from Ethan Ewing with Rachel.
Yeah, Ethan, you always look so calm, so focused, managing priorities so well, like today. What is your mental preparation like?
I think just the training, just a lot of hours out here before the events kind of helped me with my confidence and my mental strength. But I started well, but then I just kind of got scrappy and kind of fell into a bad rhythm. But finally got a good wave at the end and got the score, which I was really happy about.
And how is Brazil treating you so far? The waves, the food, and everything?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's good to be back here. Saquarema was like the best I think it's ever been the other day. So I've had really good waves. I'm staying with my dad and a few good friends. So yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun. It's nice to be back.
Congrats, you in the quarters. Quarters? No.
No, around the 16.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Ethan Ewing, happy to be in the round of 16. We do have some quarterfinalists already on the women's side. First place in that opening round goes right to the quarters. For the men, right into the round of 16, avoiding the elimination round, so crucial. Touched on that a little bit. The tough result for Griffin here last year might have been the main reason, or one of them, that held him just out of a WSL Final 5 spot last season. So all eyes on everyone in the WSL Final 5, because we've yet to clinch anybody. It's possible, you know, when you look at the top end of the rankings, it could happen here where we can make it official and send someone to lower trestles as early as Brazil.
Yes, we always got to mathematically think about it, obviously, so there's possibilities. But as things go right now, there's a few guys, both on the men's and women's side, that are just a step and a half in front of everyone, which I'll be very surprised if they're not in the top 5. But that being said, there's still possibilities, so we'll wait and see.
Wait and see what happens. We've got a couple of numbers. Joao Chianca, 4.5. Seth Moniz, 4.0. McGillivray looked at the right, turned into 2.5. And McGillivray, I think when you first see him on tour, you're expecting just classic rail lines representing Jeffreys Bay. And I think one of my favorite parts about McGillivray is the sneaky air game that he has. He'll bring it out when he needs it. They're tweaked out. They're radical sections he goes for big airs in. And it's not just automatic. He doesn't do it every day. And so he saves it for big moments.
Yes, and coming from J-Bay, right? Like, you don't expect a guy to be an air guy when he's coming from J-Bay. But I've obviously was in the QS with him for a few years, and I always saw the potential that he had on airs. And he actually was making so many hits with that. He's just maybe wasn't a guy on the spotlight all the time, so people didn't know much of him, which is almost an advantage when you get on tour. So everything's new and exciting and fresh, and he puts into work those big airs.
Corona Open J-Bay coming up next. Seth Moniz up and out. But Matty McGillivray, that was his goal in the first cut. He just wanted to surf at home at Jeffreys Bay. So all three of these guys have the benefit of having major CTs in their backyard where they grew up. And it makes a lot of sense when there's CT quality waves where you grow up. You got an instant training ground, and try to pretend that you're going to be on tour one day and then turn it into a reality. And all the mock heats you have in free surfs, all the early events that you get to compete on your home court, all pays off. Joao Chianca probably can't even count how many times he's put a jersey on out here at Itaúna.
Yes, since day one. It probably might have been one of his first ever events too, you know. So it's just so special. I can speak for myself to have a seat a World Tour event in my home break. That never happened to me, but I know everyone that doesn't have always talk about it. How cool would it be to surf in front of her home crowd? And yeah, that's what João has at this moment, and he has the biggest platform for him to just perform in the biggest part of his career right now as well.
And being one of the youngest on tour at just 22 years of age, we see Joao Chianca thinking about an opportunity here. All three surfers let that first wave go by. Priority is with McGillivray. And looks like they're changing directions. They'll let this one run through again. And smart decision there to be very selective at this point of the matchup. And Chianca now decides to hold back. Meanwhile, on the right is Seth Moniz. First turn off the top. Set up work to get down the line, and Seth kicks out.
Yeah, a little sleepy start for all of them. I don't think they still had the opportunity to really open up. It was just, I mean, we're only in the beginning of the heat, but it's been a little slow heat as far as sets so far. And just unfortunately for Steph, wasn't really that good of a section and good of a wave. But being on third priority, mostly getting it right, that's going to bring you right into the channel. You're going to come back very quick. So it's a smart decision. Just swing the dice and see how it goes.
Seth Moniz on his way back out. He's dealt with a couple of injuries in the last couple of years on tour. Hurt himself in Indonesia last year and took some time off to recover. And then had some back pain throughout this season he was surfing through. So had to miss out on the surf ranch and came back to El Salvador. I saw Seth the other day, said he really enjoyed his time in El Salvador, and even after that crazy heat he had with his good friend Griff, he decided just to hang out with some good people, take some boat rides around, do some exploring, being a tourist for a little bit. But sometimes you're just so focused on comp mode, you go to a new location and all of a sudden you look back and you're like, wait, I never got to see anything. And so Seth had a really just well-balanced trip to El Salvador, and he still knows he's living the dream.
Yes, and I think that injury almost puts you into perspective, right? You go back home and you have some time off and you're like, wait, I love doing what I'm doing. Sometimes you can get caught up. They have such a busy schedule, they barely go home. And for a guy like Seth that lives in Hawaii and is so proud to be a Hawaiian and surfing those amazing waves that they have, so for him to go back and maybe he looked over and was like, hey, I actually love competing. I actually love being on the road. So he's just fresh and ready to go.
A lot of fun things to do. Obviously watching surfing here if you're right here in Saquarema. There's also a surfboard zip line. I think Maida has found her way over there.
Vivo provide this amazing and high zip line so the fans can face this amazing experience. So let's go. Woo!
Success. Well done, Maida. That looked kind of scary. I didn't know it was so high off the ground.
I know, that was actually extra long than I expected. Kind of can have a feeling of what surfing feels like.
And when you show up here at the event site here for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona, there's a lot of cool activations. It is a big setup here. It's like a building on the sand, kind of a festival type atmosphere. There's going to be live concerts in the evening, just with a beautiful backdrop here in Saquarema with an amazing sunset and that famous church in the distance there. And it's not just locals in Saquarema. People are making the trip from all over Brazil. And even I've met some international people that made the trip to watch this event. Stop number 8 of the season, so it's a pressure situation now. The tour gets smaller after the mid-season cut, helps the tour capitalize on the forecast that you have on hand. The events don't take as long, so you can try to really get the best part of the swell window. But also all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and it's coming down to this. Brazil, J-Bay, and Tahiti. Those are your last shots for a world title and also Olympic qualification. McGillivray, racetrack on the backhand. Throws it up nicely on the lip line, belts it again with a slide. Third maneuver, a nice little jam in the pocket. This one's just tapering down the beach. Well-read wave for McGillivray, and his best so far. Whip in the pocket for the local hero, João Chianca.
Great exchange right there. Really good surfing from Matthew. Really pushing the limits right there and how high and how steep you can get in those sections. And we saw just the end beat of João's wave, but you could hear the crowd going nuts. Yeah, that was a great exchange right there.
The left's really opening up, especially for McGillivray, who got a lot of work done there. And then Chianca can really lean into this local crowd as we take another look here.
Yes, that was the first turn that we missed from João. Very nice. See how much he redirected those turns? That was very aggressive, very good surfing for him. And the cool thing about that wave, just back-to-back 3 turns, no downtime. And here you see a little bit of a high line and really pushing that first turn into the second one, almost like an extra little bit of push. And the wave died it out a bit, but he managed to get a few more reps around, and yeah, that was good surfing for both of them.
Well done. 20 minutes to go. Heat number 2. Goal is to finish the opening round for the men and also the elimination round for the women. So Toledo coming up next, looking for another title here in Rio. Big win in El Salvador, and did a great job at Sunset Beach this year, trying to get the yellow jersey from Griff and Colapinto, which has got to be one of the coolest rivalries that we have on tour. Griff and Toledo tend to meet in finals in the last couple of years.
Yeah, the showmans, they got to be in the finals. That's what they live for. That's why they're here for. And nothing more exciting than have those two guys making back-to-back finals here. Maybe it would be very fun, and they're both going to step it up.
The Red Bull Athlete Zone has a lot of great places for these athletes to prepare for heats. Filipe famously paces around a bit, starts thinking about what he might want to do, which is basically anything he wants on waves like this. It'll be Filipe, Callum Robson, and now Samuel Pupo with a bit of adjustment on the reseed with Kelly Slater under the weather. Kelly, wishing you a speedy recovery. Can't wait to see you back. But he's been fighting an illness for over a week now. And that also gets the call up for Jadson Andre, second highest rated Brazilian on the Challenger Series, as he'll take on Liam O'Brien and Griffin Colapinto. Numbers in now from the previous exchange. A 7-point ride for Cianca. McGillivray turning in a 5.03. So Cianca out in front. McGillivray in second. Seth Moniz now chasing a 7.5 for the win.
Yes, and the point of difference on that wave from João was just how critical he was able to get 3 times back-to-back. See, Matthew's wave was kind of going shorter and going into the channel. On the other hand, I got back to that after Seth's wave.
Seth now an important wave here. Great start on the back end. Hugging the pocket, he'll trim the second turn. And showing a little frustration. He wanted a bit more, started off well, but he was hoping for a continuous wall to really capitalize with a big finish.
Yeah, and as you see here, that might have been my favorite turn of the heat so far. Look how much spray he threw that. He was under the lip, really being critical and relaying on that rail the whole time. But unfortunately, the same thing that happened to Matthew McGillivray, his wave died out after and got smaller. And the judges love to see that closeout section. And that's what the local knowledge of João, just being able to pick that one apart and having a good closeout, got him to a 7-point ride.
Well, so far things are going well for the local boys. João Cianca, world number 3, in the lead on his home break here at Itaúna, 7 and a 4.5, and the entire beach behind him here in this second heat of the opening round. We're going to take a quick break. Back for more right after this. Let's flash back to stop number 3 of the season. Unbelievable performance from Joao Chianca. We know he's a slab specialist. You know, Jesse, this beach break is chunky and unforgiving at times, and it turned into Chianca's playground on finals day.
Totally, this is Bahia all the way. Look at that ride, kind of a backwashy, very deep water type of beach break, and he is just so comfortable out of those ones, and just beating Jack as well, which is one of the standouts.
What a cool final. Joao and Jack. Remember, Jack was in the yellow jersey at this time. Chianca was just proving that he could hold that #1 spot. Getting blown out of barrels, went to the podium. He was FaceTiming friends and family, letting out all that emotion. And when I sat down with Joao Chianca for a one-on-one, he said that was everything he ever dreamed of and more. It was exactly what he envisioned that first win to be. Soon after that, he was able to take that yellow jersey from Jack and be #1 in the world. And he was trying to learn how to fend off those questions from the media. After you have a win like that, you're invited to every single press conference. Went through his first one, then his second one, and everyone's asking about the title race, and he's learned so much in a short period of time, as we'll get caught up with the backhand of Seth Moniz during the break.
Yeah, a little smaller wave. I don't think it's going to change so much in that heat, but yeah, back to Joao. You just have to soak it in. Those moments in life don't happen that often. Even Kelly has been on tour for 30 years. He is the one that most had it, but he really soaks it in. You see his last win, he was crying, he was in disbelief, so it's very important that he takes that moment.
You've made me cry before. Cascais, when you were on the podium, that was a special one for you.
That was a very special one. It was some tough moments going through, and that's sometimes people don't realize what's behind the work, you know, and sometimes it's a claim of a 5-point ride wave, but once he's going through the moment, it seems almost impossible to do it. That's why you let it out so much. So
that's what means the most. And I think for fans, when you know the human aspect of these athletes, of all the ups and downs, and those triumphs are so fun to get behind. Big wrap from McGillivray, but not much left on the right. So he'll stay in third at the moment.
Yeah, a little mistake there. Picking that wave looked very shouldery. Unfortunately for him, it's he's going to be back in last in priority right now, and with such a tight little takeoff zone, it makes it tough for you to try and get away and try and find something good without priority.
So many cool aspects of the Dream Tour. And some surfers like Matthew McGillivray can say they've caught one of the best waves of their life in a jersey. When you go back to Tahiti last year, and that free fall that he had under the lip was unbelievable. And I think when you have a guy like Matty who hasn't been on tour for a very long time, you're learning about what he's capable of. And I think in that moment, he's learning a lot about himself on what he's willing to do and what he's capable of when he's got the jersey and cameras rolling and all these scenarios on the line where he can put his head down and go for it.
Yeah, and I think that's straight up just talent when it meets opportunity. Like, he just adapted to the moment. Like, he had no idea. He'd never dropped on a wave that big at Chopo before, and he just made it happen and got an amazing wave at Chopo in the heat. So that's amazing.
And then you see his talent right there on a 1-footer. Great footwork. Judges always love bigger sections. Fun to watch how quick he is, though. Sometimes that's the most impressive, how well everyone surfs on tour in small waves, because it's a lot harder, a lot more technical. You've got to find your own speed. Threw a big whip there, and Matty will hang on to second at the moment. What'd you see here?
Great surfing, but just like you mentioned, just a very small wave. His ability was incredible to get that little rotation on such a tight transition, really moving his foot to make that rotation happen. Beautiful little wave. I'll take it any time of the day, but as of we speak right now in this heat, this is kind of a too small of a wave for the heat so far.
That on a set wave, when you talk about combinations of major moves, that's in the criteria. When you talk about variety, a big word in the criteria as well. To do that and change up different turns in a small space is always really impressive.
Totally. I think the only thing that lacked right there was just the intensity of the wave, right? Because the judges are looking at criticalness. He had variety. He performed the wave very well. He pushed hard, but just the fact that the wave didn't have the energy to match back to what he provided, it's going to keep the score lower.
So now hitting the 10-minute mark. João Chianca, world number 3 and local hero here in Saquarema, still out in front. Has a wonderful family that he always talks about first and foremost. His famous older brother, Lucas Chianca, one of the best big wave surfers in the world, who has dominated at Nazare. He's surfed some incredible waves at Jaws, was invited to the Eddy this past season and had a crazy airdrop on an absolute bomb. As we look at Samuel Pupo coming up next. Finished runner-up in the event just last season.
Yeah, and we have a rematch right there. Obviously, they had a head-to-head heat on the finals, but still going back to it. And like I mentioned before, like those guys carry every win and every loss in their sleeve. So they're gonna have both of those guys are gonna have in their heads. Like they have that extra fire to beat each other. That's for sure. And Sammy is gonna be very dangerous on those waves. Mostly if he's able to find that real wide wave where he can just launch, it's going to be fun to watch and exciting.
And the energetic claims as well. He's in that little group with Chianca and Mateus Hurdy, where they actually like work on some fun claims. They love sharing their emotion and energy with the crowd. Samuel Pupo was so many brilliant highlights from his road to the final last season. But when he got to look at the crowd and channel their energy, this was the first time I saw Sammy being able to do that. His rookie debut. That was just flooding him with so much power and energy. And I was like, wow, this kid is a showman. I loved every bit of it.
Yeah, and that's something interesting you mentioned, because you can spend 2 days with Sammy in the same house, and if you don't talk to him, he won't say a word. He's just that type of quiet guy, opposite of João, that it's always talking to everyone. He just keeps it to himself, but that shows how much that means, that moment, and how much you can feed throughout the crowd screaming at you, and you just let it all out. It almost doesn't seem natural watching him do that, because it's unexpected. So it's fun to watch when he does it, because it shows how much heart he has inside of him.
Pinga, the famous manager who's picked talent from Adriano de Souza and beyond. The saying usually goes, if Pinga knows you're talented, he usually knows you're talented before you know you're talented, and he just has all the right things to pave your career in the right direction on the championship tour.
Yeah, one thing is to find a jam after it's already been professional and already been worked on. He found 2 world champs before, like you said, they even thought they could be world champs. So Italo Ferreira being one of them and Adriano de Souza being others. So props to him. He really have the eyes to identify who are those people that have the drive, have the talent, and he can work on it and get to where you want him to.
And it's cool, the relationships that Pinga has. You know, he's connecting even shapers together globally, getting Brazilians over to Southern California to meet shapers like Timmy Patterson and beyond. And so it's all those connections and ways to groom yourself into a championship tour athlete. He's done an incredible job. Also, Jadson Andre was able to help him quite a bit. Great to see Jaddy back in the draw after that injury that he suffered at Pipe. Tried to surf through it, and now able to get the call up as a wild card in this event. A couple of little bumps on the way. Jesse, easy to predict if these will line up when you see them this far out?
Not so easy, but I mean, from here, sitting on the beach is a little easier, but once the guys are there, sometimes it's, as we see here, Matthew.
And not much of a turn there, got hung up. He's going to still surf his way through. Now getting out of there, not expecting a change in his top 2. There's the ramp setting up for Moniz. Throwing down the front side rotation. Nice whip there on that section. Loving that he was checking out the right, because Seth has a solid ability above the lip. He's still hunting down a little reform to back up the air. Well done, he's gone the distance. Seth shuts it down with a little tap in the whitewater.
Yeah, there's not much time left, and he knows how big of a turn he did out the back, and he knew any little extra point was going to add up very importantly for him in that score particularly. So he was like, I'm going to milk this one all the way through and try and get as much as I can from it.
Well done to Seth Moniz. Let's watch it again.
Late drop. I think he was in second priority and just able to identify that there was one big session and going for it. really, he's going to get very rewarded for that turn. It was a big section, good rotation, wasn't so high of an air, but very, very critical. And right here, he's just like, I know how important this extra point is going to be to me, so I'm going to work my way down. And he got that little extra closeout section, which is going to add to his score.
Well done. Love the intensity and the fire from Seth Moniz. Wild takeoff there.
Wild takeoff. I think also it's because he had second priority, so he was kind of sitting under João. And João probably trying to play tactics right there. And he saw that Seth was probably a bit late, so he let him go, but almost a mistake right there because this could be a good score for Seth.
And that's just like that drive to go through the flats. And now right there, he knows he's got the section to work with, taps it shut. And now setting up a backside hack is João Chianca. Only his third wave ridden so far. But all of Saquarema on deck, all of Brazil backing world number 3 in this one. And now down to the 4-minute mark. Seth turning in a 5.57 on that last wave. Stays in second. This is what Chianca just did.
Yeah, it's awesome to see how calm he is throughout those backwashes. Look at that timing. That was a very tough wave to ride. See right there, the wave split up, the backwash came in, but he was still able to keep the speed, and that's just local knowledge. He knows this backwash is better than anyone. So that was amazing surfing, and I have no doubt that he was going to better his second best score right now.
What's your predictions on that little crew? Chianca, Sammy Pupo, Mateus Herdy, all representing Brazil, all in that same generation, all best friends. They seem like they want to stick together to take over the world.
Yeah, they're feeding throughout each other the same way as Filipe right now. He's feeding throughout the crowd. They feed each other up, so it's just incredible to see that Mateus is still not on tour. Like, he's so talented, such a good competitor, but I think he still has so much time ahead of him, and I bet that he's still gonna qualify and be with them, and that's where he wants to be. And also Samuel, it's gonna get back on tour. It's looking very good for him, and imagine having 3 best friends on tour. It's almost like the year of Dean Morrison, Mick Fanning, and Joe Parkinson. We're gonna have that back. That would be so awesome if that happens.
That is definitely their goal and their dream. And the energy just completely shifted here on the beach. Seeing the defending world champ and event champ, and really seeing last year's final as well paddle out together. Samuel Pupo, the wild card this year after falling off at the midseason cut. Already winning the first Challenger Series event of the season. So he's on track to put himself back on tour next year. And Filipe trying to go back-to-back with his wins on tour from El Salvador here to Rio. This morning we woke up and I was asking you, Jesse, how can anybody beat Filipe? And I think we'll continue with that topic until anyone does it. It doesn't have to be this year, but no one's really tested him in the last 3 consecutive seasons.
Yeah, it's incredible, his dominance. It almost feels like, I felt like last year, until the semifinals, he was probably surfing 70% of his surfing. You could see that the way he was putting his foot on the board, he didn't need to put 100% until someone challenged him to. And then once he gets to that semifinals and finals, he's the showman. So he's gonna give 120, and that's what he did. 10-point ride on that huge backside rotation, and yeah, it's just so exciting to watch Filipe out here.
That one's coming up next. Still just over a minute on the clock. We've got McGillivray and Moniz chasing 9s, and Chianca turning in another big score, his best on his last 7.83 and a 7. And that's surfing like a true local. He didn't chase any waves that weren't going to really amount to much. He knew what a good wave looked like, knew how to power through backwash and the hips on the wave to really show that he's confident with himself and he wants to protect his home break.
Yeah, solid surfing, solid strategy. 3 waves ridden only, so that shows how much he was confident on pulling the trigger on the waves he selected. And I was excited to see that, because the pressure that he has right now leading up to the last end of the tour, and being at home with this crowd, and he stepped it up and did as best as he can.
So far, it looks like top seed domination on the women's side. We have a lot of the final 5 dealing with the elimination round. Where from Ethan Ewing, world number 4, winning the first heat this morning. Now to João Chianca, world number 3, getting a dominant victory on his home court. We'll see those big names move straight into the round of 16. Exciting times for Brazil as we have Brazilian representation all through the first 5 heats of this opening round. Chianca will have a little bit more time off here in his hometown. Gets to sleep in his own bed, hang out with his best friends and family, and prepare for the round of 16. Toledo's in the water with Sammy Pupo and Callum Robson. We'll bring in Kaipo and Mitch for the call right after this.
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country's here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
It's kind of his house, isn't it? Filipe Toledo, 4-time champ at the Rio Pro. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. As we buzz by the crowd here at Itaúna Beach, Filipe Toledo out in the water in the red jersey. Callum Robson, the Australian, is in blue. And Samuel Pupo out there in white. This is the opening round for the men's. What's at stake? Skipping that elimination round, moving into the round of 16. That's what first place in these 3 surfer heats gets. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, this is going to be a great heat to call. Let's see what Filipe Toledo has in store for us.
Yeah, and both finalists on the men's side in the water right now. And you look at Callum Robson out there too, looking for a good result, trying to get back into the top 10 conversation. One of the contenders for Rookie of the Year last season, Kaipo, but out there right now, 2 Brazilian superstars, and especially a person that's coming off of a win. Filipe Toledo looking to go 4 times in a row here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and great that you brought that up, Mitch, in that last year's final featured Filipe Toledo versus Samuel Pupo, who has entered this event as a wild card. He was one of those victims of the mid-season cut. He's back on the Challenger Series, highest rated Brazilian on the Challenger Series, got his wild card here, and here he is. Sammy Pupo on the open up, just a little slide on the backhand to open up. Callum Robson, the Australian, muscles his way through that first turn, throws it up, and does a good job of keeping that board under his feet. Darren Handley design, he's switched on to that. Robson, previous wave, a 7.5, so big number, a big opener for Callum Robson.
Yeah, and he's only been on the championship tour for 2 years, qualified in 21 through the CS, and, you know, relatively unknown up until that point of time, Kaipo. And this is his last one. Seems like it's going to be a good backup. The setup turn right there, going right. And then nice throw tail reverse, moving down the line with a lot of speed. That was a really cool combo. But opening up with the 7.5, that's a strong start from Callum. But you look at this wave right here, it already seems like he's on a roll, and this is such a rhythm-based spot out here, wave. And the reverse, it's not something you normally see from a surfer like Robson, much more of a power surfer. And this is the 7.5 right here. Gained a lot of speed, had the one closeout section, and goes for a massive rotation. And once again, you know, he's surprising me. Didn't expect the reverse on the second ride. Did not expect this big air on his first one, Kipes.
That's how you get the numbers. Keep the judges on their toes. Keep them surprised. Callum Robson, Evans Head, Australia, 22 years old, known as, you know, a workman type of surfer, but now looks like he brought a little spice into the pie right now, bringing it on. Well, João Chianca, the hometown boy, he made the hometown proud. Saquarema-born João Chianca, he's on to the round of 16 with his heat win, but we're going to get to that after we check out this. Filipe Toledo on the backhand. Quick to the lip, and that's all that he is going to get. Let's check out some words from João Chianca.
So, João, looks like you used all your local knowledge to win this heat, to deal with the backwash. So, tell us a little about your strategy.
My strategy was basically like going for the lefts. Just a tricky little day at home. You never know, like, if the sets will show up or not, but I mean, like, I just remained calm, and I just really wanted to get the lefts, and I don't know, I always prefer going right at the point, but I don't know, somehow, like, today I was just feeling confident on my backhand, and just like knew that, like, if I put my energy to find two decent sizable waves out there and just like do a couple backhand turns, I would get like a good score. So yeah, just think simple, not thinking too much.
Nice. Last year you competed here like in a different situation after missing the cut. So this year, how this affects your confidence for the rest of the event?
It's for real. It's for real. This year is for real, and just taking it step by step. And yeah, last year was amazing. Like just being here for the first time at the CT and home crowd, like in my favor, but. Just gotta keep the nerves down for a little bit. It's a long week ahead of us.
Ok, so now in Portuguese. Como é competir aqui no quintal da sua casa com toda essa galera apaixonada?
É muito legal de estar aqui. Estou muito feliz de estar em casa. Estou muito feliz de estar de frente para meus amigos, para minha família, para minha equipe. Primeira vez que eu estou tendo a oportunidade de competir com literalmente todo mundo que trabalha comigo na praia. E está sendo incrível, uma longa semana pela frente.
So, congratulations, obrigada. Back to you guys.
All right, Chumbinho, João Chianca currently number 3 in the world, racing towards that final 5 right now. He's into the round of 16. That could have gone two ways. It could have gone the pressure of the hometown crowd or the support of the hometown crowd. Looks like he's feeling the support.
And he did it on his backhand too, which really surprised me. He did mention that, you know, he normally likes to go right here at the point at Itaúna, but, you know, you got to adapt to your conditions, and especially for a local surfer like him that knows a spot better than anybody else, you got to be open-minded when it comes to surfing a spot that you know better than anyone. So, you know, handle the pressure, opening round, yep, it's a 3-person heat, but the consequences aren't as high as moving forward. Now, round of 16, every situation is must-win for him.
Well, Filipe Toledo, he wants to get off to a good start here. He's a 4-time champ here, but he's a little bit caught behind, and behind by surprise. That 7.5 from Callum Robson stand up, but we look at the numbers for Toledo. They're incredible. 5 10-point rides in competition in Brazil. 15 excellent heats, 38 excellent waves. And this man, number 77, has a heat winning percentage in Brazil of 83.3%. We can look at his finishes in the past. They're outstanding.
And look at the last two people he lost to. Kano Igarashi still on the championship tour. That year in 2017 was actually a situation where he got forced into a priority interference, and good work by Kanoa getting a good result that year in 2017. But in 2016, losing to David Cathles, 9th place finish. But since then, he's been dominant. I mean, 3 wins in a row, looking for his 4th one, and on a roll right now. After that early exit in the Surf Ranch and early meeting quarterfinals, which is bad for him, but a win now at Punta Roca, he's in a great spot, number 2 in the ranks right now, Kaipo, looking to go back-to-back with world championships, too. I actually think he could definitely do that, especially when we look at his 2 last results at lower trestles, 2 and 1. I definitely see him being on the podium again.
Here he goes. We're going to stick with Filipe Toledo on the left. Sharp first snap, a little caught up there, comes around the corner one more time, manages the backwash, but the backwash ended up winning in that battle.
It's like the Clash said, he fought the law, but the law won. Wow, that was kind of crazy right there, and especially when he's nursing that chronic back injury too. Those backwash waves aren't good for your lower back, Kaipo, and that's going to be a throwaway score for him, but great attempt. Oh, but how's the start from Callum Robson, though? Who would have thought? Against Filipe, against Samuel, both guys that made the final, especially how good they are at airs. Callum Robson right now out in front by a large margin.
What went wrong here?
Well, I mean, he had to manage with that backwash, and seems like his legs were just too straight coming out of that second turn. Great first one, and then Sammy went right. The air reverse, and he pulled it, so not an easy section, landed in the flats too. That should be a decent score for Samuel.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, he's going to be a sneaky wild card, I feel, in this event. He had the runner-up finish last year. He's performing well now on the Challenger Series, on 3rd on those rankings. Had that win early in the first event and the Challenger Series over there at Snapper. He wants to claw his way back into the championship tour. His older brother, Miguel, has a wild card for next year. So the Pupo clan, they want to stay together. How does he do that? Comes through the Challenger Series, and we'll see him back on the tour. Here we go, Toledo. Lofts that up there and loses his footing on the landing. Uncharacteristic. Meanwhile, Callum Robson looking strong. Right now, going to stick to some fundamentals on the backhand. A little release there. Spicy finish for Robson, looking to improve upon a 5.17.
I really like what I'm seeing from Cal right now. I mean, every single wave, I would have to be saying that as of right now in this heat is a keeper score, looking to improve on a low 5, and he's doing so in the first 12 minutes of the heat too. Kaipo, very impressive, knowing the amount of pressure that he has going up against 2 local surfers. Look at the replay here, going left for the first time this heat, comes around the section, bang, that was a great first turn, incredible technique, and then great variation with this last turn too. Slid the fins, and I really thought that it was impressive because he had to manage and time the backwash well at the end. And then this rotation here from Filipe, a bit lateral considering how high he can get. But as you saw right there, that back foot just got crunched down at the end, and those are dangerous airs. You know, whenever you put a lot of pressure on your ligaments, but especially, you know, the cartilage in your knees and your ankles, those tend to be the most difficult ones.
Let's have a vibe check. I want a vibe check, and there's nobody better to do that than Strider Wazalewski. Strider, where are you, and what are you doing?
Well, we're down here on the shoreline, basically right where the waves are lapping up onto the beach, and it's a place where you can find some solace. I mean, obviously the ocean is a beautiful place. The water's super warm. We even got a little bit warmer water today, and you know, it feels really good to be down here. It's, I guess the athletes that come down, they get that moment where they jump in the water and everything disappears. And what I mean by disappearing is what's behind me over here on the beach. You've got thousands of people up here on the beach, everywhere over here, that are just really enjoying this entire place of everybody down here. I mean, you can look at all this festive activity, you can feel the vibe down here, you get to feel the energy, and then out in the water right now, we got action.
Sammy Pupo looking down the line, looking for a ramp, finds it, stomps that landing, big rotation, and he says, that's a 3-pointer, give it to me. Crowd loves it.
They should. He dropped a 6.5 for his previous air, so this should be right around that range, and he's asking for more noise.
That's how you play the crowd.
Well, and you know what's even more impressive about this, too, is that he has nothing to lose at this point either, Kaipo. He's looking to make another final here, but he's a wild card right now. So everything to gain, nothing to lose. You can make life very upsetting for somebody like Filipe, who's in number 2 in the ranks. But as of right now, looking to take out Callum Robson from that number 1 spot. And remember, we still owe Cal one more score. It was the one left at the end. But Sammy here, 2 waves in a row, 2 big airs. He's looking great out there, Kipes.
Robson sticking to the lefts. One more time and just dives off the back of his board. Inconsequential ride and score, but we'll wait for the previous number, which could change the situation. Here we go with Filipe Toledo. Chops it off the top. One more time, a stab for a finish, and Toledo finding his footing.
That second turn was beautiful. 20 minutes to go. It's going to be a very tight race for the finish right here at the end. I think Filipe adjusted very well. He had a couple of threes on the left for just a single turn wave each, and then went right, the one air attempt, and right there recognized that that wave had a lot of potential for a good score. You see this turn right here, it's set up well for the second one, more of a wrap, whereas that one up and over the section when it was already coming down on him. Timing was perfect.
Yeah, that sharp eye under Toledo's feet, looking similar to the board that he rode to victory in El Salvador just a couple weeks ago.
Might even be the same one. I mean, we've seen him do that before. Wouldn't be surprised to see him on an Old Faithful like he is right now. But what a competitive heat, Kaipo. Everybody's got at least a single score in the 6-point range here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight heat, and we're still waiting for some numbers to drop. Still owed a score to us by the judges for Samuel Pupo for this right here.
Well, gained a lot of speed, was eyeing, you know, the section down the line, and a big rotation too, lands on the flats. You know, nearly loses it in terms of control right there at the end. I love the claim, though. Count it. It was in. But as you see right here, the amount of speed that he garnered with those pumps at the beginning, a full route. As Chris would call it, that was definitely a 540 straight away all the way to the beach. And his positioning on top of his board is as clean as it gets.
Yeah, that JS Industry is looking good on the feet of Sammy Pupo. Was waiting for that score. And the reaction from Jadson Andre and Italo Ferreira and Gabe Medina, all with a lot of approval for that big air. Well, since we're waiting for the score, might be a good time to take a break. We'll be back with that score and more after this break. Actually, goes up an excellent 8-point ride for Sammy Pupo. We'll be back with more action. It's heating up here at Saquarema.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness.
And we are back here in Saquarema, stop number 8 on the championship tour. This is the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And we have a couple of Brazilians out in the water. Sammy Pupo, as we went to break, checked in with an 8-point ride. Pupo goes excellent. Last wave for Filipe Toledo. His best so far, a 6.9. Callum Robson, the Australian in the blue jersey, opened up with a 7.5. Here comes Toledo, looking for something down the line, building up speed and not finding the ramp he was looking for. A little bit of frustration on the kick out, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, and I mean, he should be a little frustrated right now. Sammy in control of those two rights as of, you know, 15 minutes in the heat. A Nate and a 6.5 with 3 waves on his scoreboard right now. That's very impressive. Callum Robson with a very quick start. He's throwing away a 5.17, but at the moment it's not cutting it. You know, 14.5 heat total, that's a pair of 7s. And you look at the stats here, he's been dominant the last few years.
Yeah, we talked about the WSL stats at the Rio Pro. 5 10-point rides, 4 wins, excellent heats. He did 15 of those, even more impressive. 38 excellent wave scores, and the heat win percentage, 83.3%. That is by far the highest heat winning percentage in Brazil by any surfer.
And I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that's the best performance I've ever seen at a single location in the history of surfing. 83% when you've won 4 times in 8 years. That is as impressive as it gets. We're talking about a guy that's only 28 years old, and he's been on tour since he was 18, Typo.
Kelly Slater's pipeline record is pretty good as well, when we look at those numbers.
But it's decreased as of late, though. How long is Filipe going to keep this up, too, you know? Like, if he only competes a couple more times and he still keeps it up in the 80%, that's already higher than Kelly's.
Taking a look at our leaderboard coming in here, Griffin Colapinto will be in that yellow leader jersey. Filipe Toledo creeping up as we start racing for that final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Right on the cut line, Gabe Medina. John Florence has a little bit of work to do at the moment below the cut line, and there's Gabe Medina and Italo Ferreira observing from the Red Bull Athlete Zone right up on the deck there. So hey, let's take a look. Mitchell, I'm going to ask you a question. If the final 5 were to happen tomorrow, Gabe Medina in the 5th position would go up against Ethan Ewing in the 4th position. Who would have the advantage theoretically in that matchup?
Well, I'm going to go with Medina. Being a former champion out there at lowers, he won in 2021, and the way he won as well.
Then Medina would go up against João Chianca in that supposition.
Same person.
Gabe Medina.
Yeah.
Then Gabe Medina would go up against Filipe Toledo, who sits in number 2 position now.
I think that's the matchup to make right now.
There you go.
That's the matchup to make, and that would be a rematch of 2021 when they met in the final matches. Based off of what I've seen lately, I'm going to go with Filipe.
Yep.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see Gabe, you know, mix up into the top 2 or 3.
Okay, final answer here. That would put Filipe against Griffin Colapinto for a world title.
I want to see Griffin win at home.
All right.
Does it happen this year? I'll say no.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Filipe.
I love it. And these are all just possibilities that we're talking about on the current Final 5. Those Final 5s can get switched up. We have 2 more events after the conclusion of this event to really solidify all of our Final 5 surfers. Here we go with Filipe Toledo. Under priority, finds a corner, stabs it up in the lip, chops it down, carves through that second section, looking in control, needs a little bit more towards the end, a quick snap to make it down the line, and a little caught up, but forces the finish. Crowd likes it.
Well, so do I. I think the wave let him down a little bit at the end, though, Kipes, but should be another great score. Needing his best at the moment, a 7.61, and with just under 12 minutes to go. Great use of priority, by the way, too, knowing that he was in 3rd position, needing his best score at the moment. I don't know if it's the mid-7 when you compare it to Callum Robson's one single air. There were a couple of moments of brilliance on that wave, but it was a difficult wave to ride. It seems like the lefts at the end are getting just tapered off a little bit.
Talk about a switch of personality. We have Callum Robson out there doing the big airs, and we have Filipe Toledo sticking to the face for his numbers.
It's really absurd the way everybody has to compete nowadays. You have to be good at everything, and you have to peak at the right moment, too. It just seemed like Callum peaked when he needed to, but it's not enough in this heat. That was a great opening first turn.
wraps it back right there, and I really like the bottom turn that he used to project down the line on that one. But see how difficult it got to read right there at the end. I think he thought that he was going to have one more opportunity to really go ballistic on the lip line. But the crucial opening maneuver, as you see right there, slides the tail around. And when he brings it around right here, he just sets up the entire rest of the wave. But with the lower tide that we're seeing right now, Kaipo, it's just harder to read down the line. That's more of a setup, so he didn't really bottom turn all the way. But, man, you know, whether or not he gets the score, it's right there.
Yeah. Score has checked in a 7.63. Toledo to the lead.
Needed a 7.61. He just barely got that.
And there's all the judges. A couple judges going as high as a 7.8.
Yeah, well, that's what helped him out is since you throw away the highest and the lowest, you average out the other three. And as of right there, the average being the 7.63. A very close heat, though. Look at the numbers. 14.53, 14.5, and 13.83.
Yeah, speaking of the numbers, we know that Filipe Toledo, he's had 5 perfect waves ridden in the Rio Pro history. 5 10s. Last year, 2022, he did it again. That was his 5th one in the final right here at Itaúna Beach. Filipe Toledo knows how to go excellent, and this is how he got the 10, Mitch.
No, well, the fact that he did in the final was even more impressive. As high as you could possibly get for the one section he had there on offer, and he's like, what else do you want me to do? Like, guys, just give it to me already. Give me the score. That's all I got for you.
And the crowd goes wild. This year, you get a score 10, you get a Yeti 110. That's right, a Yeti 110 Tundra for every 10 scored this year on the championship tour.
Wouldn't mind taking one of those home myself. Maybe get a nice bath going. Definitely needed here for Brazil. It's quite tropical.
Callum Robson, he's got one in the garage. He scored a perfect 10 over at stop number 3 in Portugal and took home that Yeti cooler. There we go with Robson right now. He needs a 7.04 to take the lead off of Filipe Toledo. In the white jersey, Sammy Pupo, he needs a 6.53 to take the lead off of Toledo. Toledo with a slow start, just fractional scores, small numbers at the beginning of this heat, and then started getting his scoring waves on ride number 6 and ride number 8. He's ridden 9 waves total in this heat. Filipe Toledo, the busiest and on top of the pack right now at the 8-minute mark.
A lot of waves ridden, 9 waves, and especially when you have, you know, all those threes that, you know, took a lot of effort just to catch and then to perform on them too. With 8 minutes to go, if you were talking about him going into the elimination round later today, if we were to have it, that means you're expending a lot of energy just in one single heat. I really like the strategy from both Robson and Pupo at the moment, though, Kaipo. They've been very efficient with their wave selection, and especially Sam. You know, he's only looking for around the same score that he had on a second one, a 6.53, and this is a crucial moment, whether or not he can work under Callum Robson's first priority right here. And if Filipe can also better the 6.9 with just over 7.5 to go. Big moment here in the career for Filipe. Number 2 in the ranks. He wants to be number 1 after the end of this event.
Well, let's take a look at our heat recap beginning right now. Callum Robson opened up with a 7.5, the early start. And here is Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, this was the 8-point ride, the full rotation there. Great landing from the younger of the Pupo brothers. How was the amount of speed that he was carrying through that air too? He's like, that's all I need, count it. A 3-point basket. But then the response by Filipe going left, as you normally say. You don't get to see this every day from Filipe. Drops a 6.9, a great score. That already put him back up into the heat, but then drops his best right here. Great opening snap. A lot of speed, power, and obviously the flow on this wave too was impeccable. Great timing right there on the 3rd turn, and somehow was able to fit in one more before that wave closed out.
7.63 for that effort, and takes the lead as we come back to live action. And Callum Robson. Callum looking strong on the backhand, a little bobble there, but stands up, completes the ride. Robson looking for a 7.04 on that wave to steal the lead off of Filipe Toledo.
Man, and he nearly surfed a perfect heat. I mean, at the beginning, he already had close to 13 points on the board. And just a bit behind the section on this one. Got up to the lip a little late right there. You can see the backwash, really hard to project down the line.
He did so well just to fit in 3 right there. When we talk about quality maneuvers, wasn't really feeling it in terms of the score that is required at the moment. You see this angle right here, had to wait a while to get to that section. Great second turn though, a lot of spray and nice timing for the third one, but it wasn't a combination of major maneuvers. It was a combination of maneuvers, but not a major one, Skypes.
Sammy Pupo got a wave as well.
Well, and he needs a 6.53. That's very attainable for his skill set. A straight up invert 2 times in a row. Manages the backwash right there. And you're thinking to yourself right here, I need 1 more section to get that number done. And ooh, I just don't know.
It's tight heat, and we're still waiting for 2 scores to set the situation as we fly up above Saquarema, Itaúna Beach, in just a beautiful slice of the world. It's picturesque. There's waves all over the place. The water's relatively warm. The food's excellent.
Oh yeah. We've been eating well. I can tell you that. I just had a Nokeberry acai, by the way, in the VIP area. It was excellent. I'm stoked on that thing.
And the crowd continues to build throughout the day. It's Friday here, 11:39 local time. Jaddy baby, Jadson Andre, trotting up the beach. He's gonna have a chance as a wild card coming up against Liam O'Brien and Griffin Colapinto. That's gonna be one to stick around for.
100%, and especially Griffin. Let's see how he's gonna be able to handle the pressure here in Brazil, being the leader of the rankings for the first time heading into this event. It's a big moment for his career. And there he is, the young man from San Clemente.
What? How is mounting the Red Bull jet ski, Griffin Colapinto? He's feeling it before he even surfs his first wave.
Yeah, and he's looking for 3 finals in a row, which is a huge feat. Actually 4. Margaret River, 1 at the Surf Ranch, final at Punta Roca. So it'd be 4 finals in a row if he's actually able to make it here.
Yeah, he's been having an outstanding year. His 3rd CT win coming at at the Surf Ranch, making finals at Sunset, Margaret's, and El Salvador.
Quite a year. I mean, for an American surfer, I'd have to say the best in a long time.
I mean, you said it, Mitch. If we fast track Griffin Colapinto to that Ripco WSL Finals at lowers, a wave that he was basically been raised on, he's going to be one of the favorites.
Yeah, and I think he needs to be the #1 seed to win the World Championship. I don't see him winning the World Championship without being the #1 seed. I think he needs to stay there in this position of the ranking. I think he's going to be a little fatigued, and he's not going to have a target on his back, which is kind of what you want at home. You want everybody to be chasing you rather than being chased by other people.
Scores were in. Callum Robson, 5.5 for his last, was not enough. 5.23 for Sammy Pupo, did not change the situation. Heat leader, Filipe Toledo. Ooh. Goes down hard there, up on the nose. Quick rotation up in the air. Not going to change the situation.
It won't, and you got to watch out for your limbs right there, too. Was it necessary to go for that air? Just play a little defense? Were you trying to better the 6.9? I thought the smart thing would have just been to keep Sam off that wave. And you see right here, slowing it down. Look at the positioning of his feet on his board. When he comes out of it, that back foot is basically still on the tail pad, but he just landed a bit too far on the toe side rail and eventually came unglued. But with 2 minutes to go, it's going to come down to whether or not a set is coming through for both Sammy needing a 6 and Callum needing a 7.
Callum with priority. You can see the blue P by his name. 2 minutes remaining. Sammy Pupo's 2nd priority. He's in the white jersey, sitting next to Filipe Toledo. 77 has been on a scorcher as our defending world champ.
So I just saw his brother Mateus in the VIP area. He was wearing a Las Vegas Raiders jersey, number 77.
Well, 77, you know, a lucky number, a biblical number, a number with good vibe, and that's why Filipe Toledo chose that 77 for his jersey, just bringing that good energy to himself, and a little bit of spiritualness as well. Always one to thank God, always a man of faith, a family man. Toledo, under priority. Sharp turn on the left. Glides through that section, and nothing left on that wave. 1 minute remaining. Callum Robson scanning the horizon and waiting for just an opportunity.
I want to see him get a chance. You know, he already surfed a great heat, had a 7.5 and a 5.17 in the matter of minutes at the beginning of this heat. And you look at him paddling for this wave here, seems like he's going to let it go. And then don't discount Sammy either. I mean, he's going for a right. He could easily get that 6 that he needs on an air. But with 35 seconds, is it going to happen?
Here goes Callum. Here's the last chance for the Australian. Looks down the line, launches in the air, spins it, nearly pulls at full rotation. And unfortunate, not able to complete that maneuver. Clock ticking. Still a chance for Sammy Pupo to catch a wave, 10 seconds.
I like that attitude, though. Go for it. Have nothing to lose, everything to gain from this. You would be moving straight into the round of 16, avoiding the elimination round. But this guy, yet again, continuing his dominance here in Rio, Kaipo.
Filipe Toledo on to the round of 16. Sammy Pupo and Callum Robson will be in the elimination round once we reseed that round. We're moving on to a break, but when we return, world number 1, Griffin Colapinto will be in the water with Liam O'Brien and Jadson Andre.
The champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Gabriel Medina. Ethan Ewing, he's joined his mother's name on the legendary Bell Staircase.
João Chianca is Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion.
Filipe Toledo takes out the Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach.
Colapinto pulling in, big section, absolutely blasted out.
Take a look at our current Final 5. Gabe Medina, Ethan Ewing, João Chianca, Filipe Toledo at number 1 in the yellow leader jersey, Griffin Colapinto. He's out in the water right now as we return to the scenic beach town of Saquarema, Brazil. Colapinto out against Liam O'Brien and the wild card Jadson Andre Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar to talk you through the action here. Again, 3 surfer heats. First moves into the round of 16. Second and third into the elimination round where we'll start our head-to-head matchups.
30 years since we've seen a Californian win, you know, the championship tour overall. Kaipo, that was 91, I believe, since Tom Curran did it the last time. Cool to see Griffin Colapinto leading the rankings right now. He's got a tough heat ahead, though. Liam O'Brien been on a roll, coming off of a semifinal finish at Punta Roca. And Jadson Andre, we know what he's capable of, especially at beach breaks. He's won a CT event in Brazil before. Could be doing it again later this week.
Jadson in the white jersey, getting the call up as a wild card in this event. Kelly Slater, if you're just catching up with us, had to pull out of the event due to an illness, and that opened up the door for Jadson Andre, who is the 2nd highest Brazilian on the Challenger Series, and that's how he got a tour veteran Jadson Andre, 33 years old. Unfortunately for Jadson, he injured himself. He injured his knee over a pipeline at the beginning of the championship tour. He's fallen off of that championship tour and now back on that Challenger Series to get another chance to get back on the championship tour. He's done it a number of times, and number 10 on the Challenger Series currently, Jadson Andre. He is above that cut line as we look forward to stop number 3 on that Challenger Series. That's going to happen in Bolito. But right now, out in the water, Griffin Colapinto in that yellow leader's jersey. Let's see how he performs at Saquarema. Hey, you know, we know Filipe Toledo performs here. Let's hear from Filipe. He's on to the round of 16 with a convincing win.
Thanks, Kaipo. Congratulations, Filipe. So you haven't lost one single hit here since 2017. So how do you manage to be so invincible here?
Thanks. Yeah, that was a close one. I know. I don't know. I just, you know, let that energy go and just kind of, you know, being with the family, being comfortable, and being, you know, enjoying the process. That's the strategy. And I know it's really hard to do that here in Brazil. There's a lot going on, and family, sponsors, media, event, fans, you know. So it's hard to manage, you know, where you put your energy. And you know, thanks to my team, I've always been able to put the energy into the event. Yeah, I feel like that's, you know, that's why it's bringing me a lot of success out of here.
And with all these great stats, do you feel more pressured here?
Not really, to be honest, not really. I feel like the fans give me more pressure than my stats. You know, I you know, try to manage that, and I was able to do it. You know, it took me a little while in the heat to figure out what was going on, and since I got that 6.9, I was like, okay, I'm back in the heat. Gotta, you know, put my mind on the right place and then keep it going, and that's what I did. And you know, Sammy was ripping. He, you know, came out straight to the gates swinging and airs and turns and everything, and so did Callum. So I definitely wasn't expecting that, and you know, I feel like everybody was going to try to go left and surf, but it was more of an air show out there.
Okay, so now in Portuguese. O quanto você ama competir aqui em Saquarema, Filipe?
Eu gosto muito. É um lugar que eu me sinto muito confortável, um lugar que eu amo, né? Tá com a família, com os amigos e, né, com a energia dos fãs aqui na praia, não tem nada igual. Então, muito feliz de poder estar de volta, representar o país, representar essa galera e defender o título.
So congratulations, Filipe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Toledo. I mean, that's a great point. Last time he lost the heat out here was in 2017. So 2018 undefeated, 2019 undefeated. Last year, nobody could take him down.
That's incredible. I mean, the fact that he's been untouchable the last 3 years, and you know, the fact that he was in contention for the World Championship all 3 of those years too, I think makes it even more impactful. But as of right now, number 2, he's looking for number 1. Could be doing that at the end of this event, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, even looking back, I mean, to continue to talk about Toledo, is that 2017 when he lost because of an interference. He didn't lose because of his performance.
Right, but Kanoa also forced it, so you got to give props to the young Japanese surfer as well. But the waves were incredible that year. I thought that Filipe was probably going to end up winning. It's the year that De Souza ended up winning the final against Adrian Buck, and I remember Owen Wright had a couple of great performances. But overall, you got to be content with what you've been doing in recency. So you have the World Championship, you're looking to go back-to-back, you're looking to win 4 in a row, and I really like that he said that he doesn't focus on stats. He focuses on the amount of pressure he gets from the fans, and dude, it's a lot of work out here. Just the VIP area and all this scaffolding, there's a lot of people in this area.
Yeah, and the crowds continue to build. Griffin Colapinto, he's had to weave his way through the crowds just getting to the beach. He's our current rankings leader. And that yellow jersey, he likes the fit of that yellow jersey, Mitch.
It looks good on him, too. Not going to lie, it's nice to see somebody different up there, leading the rankings for quite a while. You know, we saw Italo there for a number of years. We saw Gabe there, and obviously recently Filipe and Joao. But in terms of, you know, the western part of the world, it's really nice to see an American at the top of the rankings, besides John Florence, obviously competing for the state of Hawaii. But overall, I think this kid has an incredible amount of talent. Whether or not he can pull it in the next 3 events and be able to do it here in Rio is going to be the real question, Kipes.
Yeah, there's his past results. You know, has not made a finals day as of yet here at Saquarema, so he's looking to change that tune this year, Griffin Colapinto.
And he lost to a wild card last year too. Miguel Tuela, 17th place finish. That was not good, especially when he was looking to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And I actually think that loss was the one that kept him out of contention. You know, you were heading into J-Bay and then Tahiti afterwards, but it was right here where you need to stack up some points, knowing that the last two events are very difficult.
And another great point, Mitch, is after that mid-season cut, there are no throwaways. Every result counts when you look at trying to clinch a spot in that final five. Liam O'Brien from Burleigh Heads, Australia, coming off of one of his best results ever in a championship tour event. Semi-final finish in El Salvador. He wants to keep the ball rolling here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and he has a great point break style. He did grow up on point breaks over on the Gold Coast, but he has an incredible resume when it comes to competing at beach breaks. Runner-up at the U.S. Open one year. He has to qualify. He had to qualify through the Challengers last year after not being able to compete as a CT surfer due to an injury that he had at Pipeline, literally minutes before the event started. When we talk about somebody that has a lot of talent from a nation that has always produced great surfers, I think Lobby, to me, is a top 15 surfer, maybe in a top 10 or top 5 contender, too.
As we fly by the crowd here that's building up on the white sand beaches of Saquarema. But yeah, back down to the Liam O'Brien conversation. You know, as a wild card in 2021, he semifinaled at Rottnest Island. That was on a left, primarily a left. So we know he can get it done either on the forehand or the backhand. He's going to choose forehand this time. Here he goes. Throws it up in the air and stomps it down a little bit too harsh. Gets bucked off, Liam O'Brien, showing some intent on some progression now.
Yeah, it's some innovation. I like to see it. It's not normally what you see from Lobby. You normally see him keep it on rail, but these rights offer up maybe only 1 or 2 sections, so you definitely have to capitalize on the few opportunities that you get. Meanwhile, the lefts, I still think that they're probably the better scoring opportunity overall. Just a bit more wall to work with, some steeper sections. The rights are just a bit too short for my liking. If you're a regular footer and you have the arsenal to do it, go for it, no doubt. But I think if you're Jadson Andre right now, with priority, you should be looking left, Kaipo.
Set coming through here, hitting the bank at Itaúna. Jadson Andre with that priority. Jaddy in position. He's going to go left. Split peak with Griffin Colapinto. We'll stick with Jadson Andre. Winds up off the bottom. Top carve there. A little down carve to start with. Smooths it up now. Cleans up the rail game in the final 2 turns.
So he's obviously riding a backup board because he said that magically his board got destroyed or something in the locker room. I don't know why or how, but when I saw him doing the free surfs the last 2 days, he looked quite untouchable out there. But you see right here, digs a rail on the first carve, just loses a bit of speed coming out of it, top turn right there. Once again, another wrap, so a good variation of maneuvers, and then a decent finish for Jadson too. Should be a good start, but I don't think it's anything that'll get you out of this heat when you look at the talent that we have in Griffin and Liam. Meanwhile, Colapinto goes right. Great throw to a reverse right there. The one big section came out of it well and clean, so it's going to be his best score by a long shot.
So we're waiting for scores for Andre as well as Colapinto. Colapinto on the paddle back out, 99, his jersey number. He's maxing out with that 99, that retired jersey from Taj Burrow. Griffin Colapinto had a conversation with Taj and said, hey, is it okay that I use your number, 99? I made it on tour.
Was one of his all-time favorite surfers too.
Taj says, of course.
You got the blessing.
You got the blessing, go do it, kid.
That's pretty rad.
Well, one of the favorites in my book, Iago Dora, he's going to be coming up against Gabe Medina and Ian Gentile in the next heat. What a heat.
I would love to see him get on a roll and potentially qualify for lowers as well. You see him number 12 in the rankings. You could definitely call this an all-Brazilian heat too. Ian Gentile, born in Hawaii, but from Brazilian parents, also represents Brazil on his jersey. But this guy right here, very talented, a very complete surfer too, is Iago Dora.
He's made it twice into the semifinals here at Saquarema. Did it as a wild card in 2017 and did it again just last year.
Yeah, and the waves are good. Right up his alleyway when it comes to the lefts as well. He's easily been one of the best standouts during the free serve.
I agree. He's the guy to watch out for, really.
Put out a great clip on social media the other day, too, with some Metallica in the background, For Whom the Bell Tolls. I really enjoyed that. It's good to see him bring in the power surfing aspect of his game plan, too. Don't normally get to see that. Usually see him a lot in the air. Seems like we got a good set approaching.
Sets approaching and numbers trickling in. 5.6 for Colapinto, 5.57 for last of Jadson Andre. Andre finds a corner here. Jaddy, roundhouse cutback to begin. A little caught up there, and you can see just fighting with that wave after some sticky rails.
Yeah, and he's done that on both of his waves so far. The first turn, he's maybe dug a bit too much, and I think he's putting a bit too much pressure on his opening carve. That first section, when you first stand up, Kaipo, it's a bit flat.
Oh, my. Griffin Colapinto going for it. Gets off axis on the rotation there, but crashes. Now he's going to inspect his surfboard, make sure everything's okay after that.
All rise for the judge right there. Nearly pulled it. And actually, Aaron Judge from the New York Yankees, the captain for the baseball team, also wearing number 99.
I like it.
It's cool. You get to be the captain of the New York Yankees. It's a big privilege. You get to wear number 99, just like Taj Burrow did. It's also a big privilege. And, you know, already dropped to 5.6. A good score, Kaipo, for the one throw tail reverse. But as of right now, he's got to be looking for something at least in the 7s to make it way out in first of this heat. You see the projection down the line. Great amount of speed. Just catches the rail when you see him come down. Caught a little bit too much of a lip when he was coming out of the air. So it's just going to be a throwaway for him.
Yeah, just a 1.13 for Colapinto. All surfers really tight heat. We see the first column in the scoring bug up there. All just surfers with, you know, 5s or 5+ scores. So very even when we look at that. No relevant backup scores as of yet. So it really is anyone's heat at this 19-minute mark.
Yeah, and still plenty of time. Priority now with Liam. And I think what a lot of people, you know, tend to underestimate out of Griffin Colapinto is how good his backside is. He could easily do it just as well on the left as he can on the right. And that was evident at the Surf Ranch. That's the reason why I think he won that year at that event. And you look at the back end of the year, we got J-Bay and then Tahiti. Tahiti isn't a performance-based left. It's just a barrel, really, unless it's really small, then you're going to have to actually surf with rail. But if you qualify for lowers, you need to be willing and capable to do that on the backhand as well. And that's why I think that he's got a complete package right now. And this year, he's been consistent opposite to other years.
Yeah, because coming so close. Last year, finishing number 7 in the world, Griffin Colapinto. The previous year, missing that final 5 cut by 1 spot, finishing 6th in the world in 2021. Liam O'Brien patiently waiting with priority. Like we said, it's a very tight heat. Anyone can take control with a meaningful score. He's got plenty of time on the clock, too, so a slight advantage, if you would, on the scope of things right now for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, with priority for sure. And, you know, if you've ever spoken or talked to Liam, you know that he's a really cool dude, real calm, loves to hang out with his friends, and is an incredible surfer. But, man, he is a ferocious competitor, really knows how to manage the heat out there, especially when it comes to man-on-man format, too.
Jadson. And again, just, you know, maybe having that magic board go down and having to adapt to different equipment is affecting Jadson Andre. Back to Liam O'Brien, but another great thing that Liam did just yesterday is Liam showed up along with Matthew McGillivray, Yago Dora, Joanne DeFay, all came out to help us with WSL One Ocean. And the surfers giving back in that form, in helping, you know, environmental causes that we do on every stop of the tour, that really impresses me. In that, you know, they're laser focused on competition, but giving and taking some responsibility also to give back at stops where we tour around.
Well, and especially at a place that you don't know as well. You haven't competed that much here before, and you need to gain as much practice and experience as you can.
Yeah, and as I go to that list, I also want to thank Kyle Belly for coming out as well. Well, pretty tight heat right now. Nobody, as of yet, has broken it away, but we'll be back with the conclusion. We're going to see who skips the elimination round when we return to Sakurema.
Have you ever stopped to think about the amazing impact your actions can have?
As surfers and ocean lovers,
We have the power to ignite a wave of change.
for our one precious ocean. Because great achievements start with small actions.
When we unite, just imagine the impact the collective actions our community can create.
Your actions can inspire others. Speak up for the ocean.
Yeah, record it all. We want to see you doing your sustainable action, big or small, we want to see it all. Post it on social media. Use the hashtag WSL1Ocean. Tag WSL and WSL1Ocean in your post. Yeah, do your part. And we've had some great efforts out there by both surfers and surf fans. Liam O'Brien, as we come back to live action here, working over our left in his challenge up against Griffin Colapinto and Jadson Andre. When we went to break, we were waiting for a breakout score. We have not seen that breakout score as of yet, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, and Lob just used priority here to go on this left. We're going to look at it from the get-go. Late drop, great carve to start things off. Maybe forced it a bit too much for how flat the section was, but to get a good score, that's what you're going to need to do out here with these flatter sections. Gets the 2-for-1 right at the end and was able to kick out cleanly, only needing a 3.25. Should be that and a bit more. And then you look at Jadson right here, a lot of speed down the line. Was looking to get something close to his 5 that he already has in his score line. And maybe a bit too strong there at the end. Kaipo had one great turn to start off that wave, and unfortunately wasn't able to conclude with the second one.
O'Brien, his last wave of 3.23. Jadson Andre, his last wave of 2.67. Andre, with that 2.67, does go into the lead. Priority with the yellow leader jersey, Griffin Colapinto right now, 12 minutes, 40 seconds.
Wow, and Liam needed a 3.24. Got a 3.23.
Yeah.
Just under the requirement.
Hey, let's check in with Stradowski. He's everywhere. Right now, he's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, we're up here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We got a great view of the ocean. We can see all the waves. All the fans can scream up at their favorite surfers along the railing here. You know, Red Bull athletes hanging out here. We got Jack Robinson. We got Kanoa Igarashi. We got Joao Chianca. Everybody hanging out. But even if you don't surf for Red Bull, the Red Bull Athlete Zone really takes care of you. Got Oakberry over here. Come and get some acai if you're ready for it. You can come shoot some baskets. I watched Italo. I think he went 9 for 10 on the basketball hoop. Play some table soccer over here if you want, and then we got a mean spread over here for lunch. You guys are missing out. Sorry, I already had a plate, but we got a mean spread over here. We got some good looking stuff all the way down. We got some chicken over here and some fish for you guys if you're into it. So come on down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone if you're an athlete. Sorry guys, that excludes you. Back to you guys.
We're athletes.
Hey, I've surfed 3 times in the last 2 days.
Yeah,
so
yeah. He took a dig at you there, Mitch.
I deserve my frango.
Yes, you do.
My chicken.
I agree. Well, Jadson Andre in the lead right now, 11 minutes, 20 seconds counting down, but Griffin Colapinto just needs a tiny score to take that lead off of Andre. Colapinto with priority in that yellow leader's jersey, just needs a 2.64. So a very, very tight heat. Now, I feel this is going to be a nail-biting finish to this matchup.
It is, and if you're Liam right now with third priority, only still needing the 3.25, you got to be looking for a wave that is away from the other 2 surfers. There's still plenty of time, 11 minutes, but how well will Griffin Colapinto be able to manage needing a 2.64, but really looking for his best score right now?
Yeah, we are nearing the bottom of the tide right now. 12:08 local time here in Brazil. We have a low tide at 12:58. So this receding tide, there's our tides right there. This receding tide could hinder some of the consistency out here. O'Brien swinging on the backhand. Remember, he just needs a small score, 3.25. Good flow here from the Australian. And really talk about having to grind for a score. That's grinding. 3.25, what do you think, Mitch?
Well, and he seemed mad on this one in comparison to the one before. He probably heard the score that it wasn't enough, and it just seemed like his energy levels were a bit different on this one. To me, it should be. I mean, I thought the last wave was just enough for the score, but you look at this, there was a lip line to that first section in comparison to his previous wave. Great combination, a lot of flow. I mean, it's obviously not an incredible wave, but for how the wave was, he couldn't have surfed it any better. goes flat right there in that kind of channel just to the south of the comp area. And then Griffin was right behind him too, in and out.
And used priority. So there went priority out the window for Griffin Colapinto. Priority now with Jadson Andre. Jaddy, baby, right there in the white jersey. Heat control, the lead, and priority, 9 minutes and some change on the clock.
Yeah, but, I mean, we are both thinking that Liam's going to get the score, right, at 3.25. He's probably going to take the lead. The real question now is Griff going to be able to break away? And I think a good key for him would be to identify the rights. Maybe go to the air, throw to reverse, a little bit of something that will just add some variation to what they've seen in the heat so far, because both the 5s of Liam and of Jadson Andre were both on the left. The 5.6, the best score of the heat, was for the throw to reverse on the right for Colapinto.
Liam just took the lead as that score comes in, a 3.83. O'Brien takes the lead. Andre still with priority. He's dropped down to second place. Jadson Andre, he needs a 3.26. Griffin Colapinto, second priority, needs a 3.23. Very tight heat still at the 8.5 minute mark.
Ay, ay, ay. This is what happens when you come to a place that is changing a lot with the tides. You're out there with the decrease in the swell line too. And as of right now, you have a very dangerous wild card in Jadson Andre. But this is a pivotal moment in the career for Griffin Colapinto right now. You want to be able to make it out of the opening round unscathed, straight into the round of 16, not knowing that you don't have to go and surf the elimination round, Kaipo.
Yeah, the elimination round, what's at stake? A loss in the elimination round, that's an equal 17th for the men, and that is not going to help your ranking at all. There's no throwaway, so you're going to hold that. You're going to hold that equal 17th and that paltry 1,300 points.
And especially knowing that Filipe already made it through straight into the round of 16. Gabe's coming up right afterwards. He's number 5, looking for number 1.
Joao's made it.
Yep. And Italo's coming up. He's number 8. You have all these people that are looking to capitalize on opportunities, such as Ethan Ewing, who was our first heat winner this morning, too. People that are either just behind you or slightly edging you when it comes to results here in Brazil. And we know his track record. Lost to Miguel Tula last year in the elimination round, is not looking for the same result this year.
The pressure and the drama continues to build in this heat. And what makes it even more dramatic are these lulls. This is, I mean, it's not like you can go rapid fire and continue to surf waves through when you need to wait for that special wave and just know that the clock is grinding down.
It might sound crazy, and it probably does coming from me, but there are times where it's harder to get a 3 or a 4 than it is a 6 or a 7, because there's a specific wave to get a 6 or a 7. There isn't necessarily a specific wave to get a 3 or a 4. And as of right now, you just need to go on the first wave that you can. I can assure you that if you got that score and just moved up in the first place, even if it's a 3-5, your confidence changes. The way you think changes.
Here's our heat leader, Liam O'Brien, timing a couple of backhand snaps with a little bit of the backwash, doing a good job to manage the ocean that way. We'll see if he improves upon that 3.83 in his score line and give himself a little bit more distance between Jadson as well as Griffin.
Well, that was a major maneuver. The second one where he slid the tail, definitely slid the fins too. 6 minutes to go. Crucial moment here for Lobby, looking to better his low score. So a great snap, but the second one, the timing and the precision of that bottom turn. Loved the way he was able to really push on that tail at the end, Kaipo, and slide out. Just a couple of finishing turns right there, but wouldn't be surprised to see him get something close to the 5 that he already has in the scoreline.
Yeah, really managing some of that warble and that backwash on the wave. And sometimes you can use it as something that accentuates a maneuver, gives you a little more squirt out of the turn, if you would, if you were able to time it, a top turn, when that backwash hits.
It looks more explosive. It looks way more dramatic, too. And it definitely adds to the flair that we saw right there from Lobby. So just over 5 minutes to go. Say he does better than 3.83. Now both Jadson and Griffin will probably be needing something in the 4s. Have to be a good wave.
Here comes Medina at the 5 minute mark. Let's listen to the crowd. That's what happens in Brazil for Gabe Medina, and always takes his quiet time to center himself. Finding peace in the chaos. Gabe Medina coming up next against Iago Dora and Ian Gentile. We just saw Jadson Andre take off on a wave, and we'll get back to that. We'll see if Jadson, he used his priority, so that was unfortunate for Jadson Andre in that occasion.
Yeah, and it seems like Lob outside by himself. Griff might have caught a wave too, but you look at Lobby, he did drop a 5.13, bettered, so actually got his best wave.
Here's our heat recap. Liam O'Brien on the backhand, getting the numbers he needs.
Wow, that was the 5-point ride, just an airdrop out of the backwash right there. And then Jadson opened up well. You know, one of the best waves of the heat, a 5.57, digs the rail there just slightly, recovers well, and gets a great combination here at the end. I really love the way he's able to draw out these turns in very short spaces. And then Griff gets his best, a 5.6 on the right, for this throw tail reverse down the line. That was really cool. Just hasn't able to find a second wave just like that, Kaipo.
Yeah, Griffin Colapinto searching still. Liam O'Brien, again, we talked about him managing the backwash, timing it through the left.
He's done that twice in this heat so far, and both of those waves have been his top 2 scoring waves, so good work there by Lobby.
Back to live action, Liam O'Brien once again on the left. Winds up off the bottom, swings off the top. Paced approach here, aggressive second turn. Vert for the third and closing maneuver. Liam O'Brien looking good in this final third of this heat. Wants to keep that lead. Here we go with Griffin Colapinto, still searching for a ramp. Couldn't find one, has to kick out.
And look at his last 4 waves that he's caught. Everything a 1 or less. So he's always been looking for that ramp, and the lefts that he looked at were poor waves. They didn't have any wall to them. And unfortunately for him, time is his biggest adversary right now.
5.2 checks in for Liam O'Brien. He does strengthen his lead against Jadson Andre, now needing a 4.76. Andre in the white jersey with priority. And Griffin Colapinto needing a 4.73. And it is a 2-minute drill for both Andre and Colapinto at this moment.
Yeah, so they're basically needing, you know, high 4s, a 5, 2 minutes to go. This, as I said before, it's a crucial moment and a pivotal one in the career of Griffin. He wants to remain #1 going into Jeffreys Bay and into Tahiti. It all starts right here, Kaipo.
This is true. Does not want to put himself in a compromising position that he did last year at the end of the road at Taupo in Tahiti. Liam O'Brien, on the other hand, just surfing a really smart heat. Here he is under priority. What's Lob got for us? Nothing on that one. No harm, no foul. He'll remain in the lead.
I like that, though. 90 seconds to go. Make sure the other surfers are thinking about you, not about themselves. Use third priority well and try to improve your low score of a 5.
Speaking of priority, Jadson Andre just used his priority on a nothing wave, so we shift our attention to Griffin Colapinto. Priority, a minute on the clock, needs a 4.73. Colapinto in the center of your screen in that yellow leader's jersey. It looks like there are going to be some waves hitting the sandbank in about 30 seconds.
It's going to be really close whether or not he gets an opportunity. There might be a good write-off of this, though. We did see a wave earlier when Strider was in here that looked like it was a great wave, and it turned out to be a mirage. Hopefully it's not that here for Griff.
40 seconds, Colapinto.
You got to go.
Looks like he's looking right. Looks at his watch, realizes another mirage. Back wave, one more opportunity for Griffin Colapinto. And the mirages continue, slips right under all 3 of our competitors. 20 seconds, and it looks like we're going to see Griffin Colapinto in that elimination round.
Props to Lob. I mean, he surfed a great and very smart heat. Was able to better his low scores once he was able to find a rhythm on the lefts, and takes out a huge win after getting a semifinal finish at Punta Roca, his best result yet as a CT surfer.
Liam O'Brien, he's on to the round of 16. Great feeling coming to the beach. Jadson Andre, he'll be in the elimination round along with Griffin Colapinto. When we return, it's going to be a great heat. Gabe Medina, Yago Dora, Ian Gentile.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild. You're watching opening day of competition. What an exciting day it's been so far in the opening round as Medina and Dora and Gentile are hitting the lineup, but talk about paradise. Look at the view from the sky. You can see that rock outcropping there at Itaúna, big crowd and big moment here in the booth. Joe Trappell, Jesse Mendez, as you've been hearing us all day, and a very special guest, Elo, the CEO of the World Surf League, joining us.
Joe, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you,
Formerly known as Eric Logan. How's your trip been so far to Brazil?
Beautiful. I love it. We started in Rio, beautiful Rio. We had our press conference, which was great. And Tachi, as they say down here, Tatiana was there. And it was great. It's wonderful to see. It's always great to be back here. And especially when you walk through the town of Saquarema, it's just so exciting. You feel the passion of the fans that are here. I mean, just look at the beach right now. I mean, it's opening day. It's just gorgeous.
Oh, we love that. I'll never forget when Toledo won in 2015 at Barra da Tijuca. Woke up the next morning in Rio, front page of the paper, Toledo and the massive crowd. It had gone global, but especially here in Brazil, Jesse, that was a special moment. Every single form of media was capturing that moment along with Filipe back then.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't know, statically speaking, but that was the biggest event I've ever seen in my life. You know, that was the amount of people that were in that beach that day. I saw people on top of scaffolding from the concert before. That was crazy just to watch the event. That was amazing.
And it builds on it and builds on it each and every year. And it's obviously Toledo country now, as he's won so many times. But it's hard to keep tabs on the record-breaking numbers each and every year. We're expecting upwards of 40,000 a day, but we'll see where we end up this season.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just look again, usually what you see in these events is, you know, it starts off a little bit slow, and then you get to more of the pointy end of the draw, then more and more crowds come. Not here. You know, I mean, here from before the horn, daybreak, they were already camped out. And I mean, I don't know what the number is, but we can look at the drone. I mean, there's thousands of people on the beach today, and you just go out to the street. There's just people still pouring in right now.
Especially for this heat right now, as we set it for you, three-time world champ Gabriel Medina, often headlines every matchup that he's involved with. Childhood rivalry with Jesse Mendez for many years. As we look at also Yago Dora and Ian Gentile. All these guys can speak Portuguese together. Ian, born and raised on Maui, family from Fortaleza, which helps him a lot when he comes to this part of the world to compete. Jesse, let's get caught up. This was Yago Dora during the break.
As always, just such a good rhythm with this wave. Yago, one of my favorite surfers out here to watch, and just beautiful surfing. Average wave, but amazing surfing for him. obviously not going to be a big score, but a good way to warm up.
Yago has been the standout in the free surfs, but also he's proved himself here at Saquarema for many years. This is Gentile off a great result in El Salvador. Snap off the lip, nice motion through the whitewater section as well. And the Maui boy gets out. Here's the 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina. Little backside hack there. He had a little chat with his coach, Andy King. I just kind of snuck behind him there. Well, just a really cool banter. Andy had a bunch of notes of what's been working so far, kind of let Medina kind of take his time, hydrate, then got to check in with him right before the heat. Once Medina took off, I wanted to get Kingy's insight. He said, you know what? He's probably going to be riding the best surfboard he's had all season. So he's really loving how this board looks. It's got a knifier edge than what he typically has been riding and a little less volume. So I guess, Jesse, looking for a point of difference.
Yes, you know, I think over the years, and I actually had a chat with King a few years ago when they just started working, and if there's something that you can pick at Gabriel, it was maybe his rail game frontside, and with that little, like less volume, he's really going to be able to engage that rail, and it's going to be amazing to watch him right here. And Ian Gentile, on the other hand, also, Leandro Dada told me that the best board he had all year was in El Salvador, and he got a 3rd place finish.
Seeing all that confidence off a magic board, as you see Medina on his start, so we're digesting that opening exchange. But always great to be here at Saquarema. And Elo, this event is so interesting because we see it at a lot of different levels on tour, not just for the CT athletes as well.
No, I mean, this is, a lot of people don't know it, but this is the only venue that we actually run all 3 levels of the tour at. So we'll do a QS 5000 at Saquarema, we'll do a Challenger Series at Saquarema, and this year we will actually end the Challenger Series here in October. So as you think about requalifications and the importance of those, you know, final men and final women trying to requalify and or just qualify for the championship tour, we're going to do it right here from this beach, and it also hosts a CT. So it speaks to the quality of the area. It speaks to the year-round quality of these banks. And I think what people don't really understand, and Jesse, you know better than anybody else, the quality of the sand when the banks get built is exceptional. We saw earlier this week, this thing was holding, you know, 6, 7, 8 foot waves and barrels.
Yes, actually, we had an event here before that Joe mentioned it, the previous heat, that we had like 10-foot waves, and it was firing too.
Yeah.
So it's such a consistent place. When the sands are on, you still have the big channel, so no matter how big it is, you're still going to be able to make it out. So it's just a convenient place. You have an event, and yeah, an amazing platform.
Yeah, I think people were taken off guard that one famous year you made the semifinals because people were looking for step-ups that they did not bring to Brazil at the time. So they were calling up local heroes like Leo Neves, Reone Montero, going, hey, do you have your Hawaii boards here? Or they're like, we use these here all the time. It got that big. They had to make some schedule changes. Remember, finals day was supposed to be Sunday. This is when he was in the semis against Kai Otten. They're like, you know what? Anyone have any plans for Monday? Let's run it then, because it was unsurfable on that finals day. Everyone had a clear schedule. Finals ran the day after. Classic memory, but I think everyone that was around that event realized, hey, you come to Saquarema, be prepared for everything. I remember Jaddy the following year brought 18 surfboards, just in case. I mean, typical Jaddy, right? He was so prepared.
Yeah.
Typical Jaddy.
Typical Jaddy.
Great to see Jadson in that previous heat throw a lot of electricity in the lineup. Got the call up late, but it was Liam O'Brien getting the win at the end. Big frontside pun attempt from Gabriel Medina, but he can't hang on to it. Jesse, do you have a theory on why this event's been giving Gabriel some trouble over the years? Why he hasn't all the podium banners like Filipe Toledo?
Man, it's a tough call. I'll get back to that after this, but nice projection he got right there and really launching. That was going to be a great score, but unfortunately, as he landed, you saw it, he didn't have too much surface traction to the wave. It was like half of his board was on the lip, and then the tail ended up getting caught, so very tough landing for him, but right here, you're going to be able to see it better right there. Just a little touch and going straight with the tail, kind of tail diving, not nose diving. So, yeah, tough landing for him. But I don't know. It's hard to say because you can't really pick it apart what he's bad at. He's good at everything he does inside on top of a board. Maybe just the wish to wanting to do too good in front of his home crowd. That could be something that could pick his head. And I don't know, but this year I see kind of a different Gabriel. Like, he's been surfing so much, it seems like he's more focused than he's been all year, and he really wants to gain ground in this event, so we could see a difference right there. As you see on the first wave, 6-point ride, probably a very average wave, and we'll get back to that after Iago's wave.
Silky smooth Iago Dora drives into the oncoming section, snap to tail release. Famously got a wild card opportunity at Saquarema in the years past, 2017, and got past multiple world champions, made the semifinals, and that was officially his breakthrough result, qualified for the tour, and all he's done has been progressing ever since. Had to deal with that injury last season, but he comes back so strong from those slight injuries he's had in his career. Jesse, what'd you see here?
I think it was the special part of this wave of this last turn, just the amount of energy and that little 10% extra that he was able to get out of that turn. It's really going to get the score more appealing to him. Even though it wasn't the most critical first 2 turns because of the wave, but right there, see, he pushes the back foot, gets a good release out of it, and more expectation than we were expecting for that turn, so that was nice.
You know, going back to the Medina, do you see him more? It seems to me he's more healthy than he's been in many years. And you look at his performance at Margaret River and how he's been surfing consistently. I mean, do you think that that's just another sort of level? I feel like that there's a gear like for him about ready to drop any moment here.
Well, if you look back, my perspective of things, like since 2012, he's been pushing the limits and being top 5 since such a young age. So it's almost going to happen that he's going to drop for a little bit. And now, like you said, it mentioned, like, he probably has a fresh energy and he's excited again and finding his rhythm, and he's ready to go. So, and also he has a good goal in his mind, which is qualifying for the Olympics.
Yeah.
So that's an extra push that he has, and you can see that he's putting on the work. I think 3 days ago he had 3 surfs. Like, for a guy of his caliber, of his level, with that many things that he has to do for his sponsors, going surfing for 3 times, and also all the work that he puts outside, it shows that he's on it.
Yeah.
He's been that first one out program as well with Dora in the dark, 630, riding this new board that he's really been loving. That's a bit knifier. So he's putting a lot into this event, but bringing up Olympic qualification is huge because we're in that system this year as a Tier A qualifier on the championship tour. And for Medina, you know, he was upset by Kanoe Igarashi in Tokyo, and he needs to put himself on the podium. He sees himself as a gold medalist, and especially when you think about Tahiti being the venue for Medina, I mean, that's going to be sensational if he can get there. We've got Toledo and Chianca ahead of him at the moment, but Elo, could you imagine if it came down to lower trestles?
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say. I mean, let's just look at the final 5 standings and think about if you've got, you know, let's just say for fun, you've got 4 Brazilians in the final 5. Let's say you have João, you have Filipe, you have Italo and Gabe. I mean, anything's possible the next 3 events. You are looking at not deciding who is going to the Olympics on the men's side from Brazil until maybe the last heat at the finals. I mean, it reminds me of that year when Caroline Marks made the Olympics at Honolulu Bay, and it was that 3-way race on the U.S. side with Lakey Peterson and everyone. So, you know, that's where it gets really, really exciting, especially as we get into Te Hopo'o, you know.
Yeah, pretty special. Obviously, surfing invited to the biggest stage in sport for the 2nd time now. And we're kind of still reacting from how the lives changed of Italo and Carissa as gold medalists. I mean, that was sensational.
It was amazing. I mean, can you imagine, you know, obviously Italo winning, Carissa wins, and she's got a building painted on the side of, you know, in downtown Honolulu Bay with her and the Duke. And, you know, if Medina were to win, it's, you know, what are they renaming bridges in Brazil? I mean, I don't know what they would do, Jesse, but they'd probably do something pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I think we have someone up and riding. Looks like Gabriel. We'll get back to that.
Medina, big blast there. Great timing off the top. Big section there to lean back into that carve. Loving that knife here rail until that section where he lost the handle. So a rare fall there for Medina. Dora sliding off the coping. Nails the snap there. Throw tail to show the variety of Iago. And nails it. Iago Dora loves going left. He's a proud goofy footer. Usually it comes up in conversation when I see him, how much he loves a nice left. Jesse, you can agree with him on that. But why does he fit into the system here at Itaúna so well? Because there's rights and lefts, and he's actually good going both ways.
I think just he works very well with the backwashes and the timing of this wave. As you can see right here, he takes his time, and this wave has a lot of open wall. Even when it's small, you see how much wall in front of you, and he's very good at opening up. And right here, just finishing it up with progression and style, which he does it in his sleep, but it's very hard what he was doing right there.
Another cool look here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice first turn right there. He kind of got caught a little bit because of the backwash, but right here, this is where the money comes. Nice just shifting a foot right there, putting his foot a little bit more forward so he would be more stable on the landing. And Gabriel right here, talking about his board, look at the second turn. How much he's able to engage that rail. And it's an uncharacteristic turn for Gabriel, even putting his hands behind the back. So that really shows that he's comfortable on that board, and that board is looking very good.
That's impressive. A carve like that from Medina, typically he's got those more rounder rails, but this with a more of a blade, he's able to really engage it. That's a cool type of turn, and I agree with you. It's not something you see a lot from him. So I think he's paying attention, trying to change gears and show the panel something different on that left. That was really cool to watch, Elo.
Well, listen, I mean, I would tell you, hey, we got Medina up here going right now.
Running right. He's got that pep in his step. He wants to ramp up for the crowd. Full road. Perfect landing. Hits it in the pocket. And he's just hoping for some sort of reform. Not giving up yet. Fueled by the country that adores him. You can't hear anything else on the beach, but chance for Medina. He'll throw the rotator and give them a proud stare.
I mean, right when you want to nitpick Railberry, you know, it's like it's great, no harm, and then he just takes off on the right and does that. I mean, that's why he's a three-time world champion.
And a cool way to just dissect a backside full rotation punt, Jesse.
Yeah, just he can do everything. He can pull any trick out of the bag, and check this one out. Just perfect rotation. You notice how he was on top of his board the whole time throughout the air. That just give him his stability and just precision through the air. And that's so hard to do when you're in the air, you have not much control of your board, and he was able to keep that control the whole time. And right here, you think he's just gonna finish with a little snap and just boom, another reverse just to put the cherry on top.
Jesse, talk about how just hard it is in that inside section. We see it at Huntington a lot with the Huntington hop, but just to continue to maintain your momentum to get that second opportunity here.
Definitely. It's tough because you're trying to gain speed when you're going through that flat section, which you're going to see him doing pretty soon. But then you don't want to gain too much speed and be ahead of the wave, because once the wave actually doubles up under you, you're going to be on the bottom. So you just have that little borderline of carrying the speed throughout the flat section. So once you get to the inside, you actually have just the perfect amount of speed and timing for you to hit the last section. And that was a very good point, because that was just like Huntington hop. Like
the Huntington hop, yeah.
One little extra bonus section.
But it makes a difference in the score line. I mean, I think it makes a huge difference. And when you look at it, they continue to ride it through and you finish the wave. I mean, we hear that all the time.
Yeah, it's great. Creating those opportunities, finishing up strong. He was able to get the reverse on the final turn, still standing by for numbers from his last and also Iago's last. But I did mention a bit of a childhood rivalry, Jesse, with you and Medina. I mean, a lot's changed since then. He's got a few world titles. Quickly, though, last score from Gabriel Medina, a 7-point ride, and with his 6, enough to take the lead. Last of Iago Dora, 6.7. So interesting situation. Gentile down to 3rd. But thinking about how Gabriel was as a kid with big dreams of accomplishing probably what he's done already, has he changed a lot personality-wise? Was he just as hard to beat back then as he is today?
Dude, he got so much harder to beat once he got older, man. It's like he's a machine right now. That's why he's so good at the wave pool, because he has no feelings. I mean, he has a lot of feelings inside, but he's able to keep it and breathe through it. So yeah, like obviously he was so tough to beat when he was young, but now he's the best in the game. Like even Kelly Slater said that.
Yeah, already put as one of the all-time greats. Gabriel Medina on page 1 of the all-time win list, a 3-time world champ, so dominant for the goofy footers in surfing history, which is great to see. Medina out in front of this one now. Iago Dora hanging on to second, and Ian Gentile a little bit left out at the moment, but he did get that 4.73. A lot to discuss on the back end of heat number 5 of the opening round, and we'll hang on to CEO Eric Lohagen to continue the conversation. We'll be right back. Gorgeous day here in Brazil, right here at Saquarema, Itaúna Beach. A lot of big heats, and our first low seed to get a big opening round heat win today was Australia's own Liam O'Brien. Liam's now hanging on the glass with Maida.
So Liam, you found two really good looking lefts there. So can you talk a little about the conditions right now?
Yeah, it's a little challenging. There's obviously not a lot of opportunities in that heat, but when they come, it's quite fun. There's some good little lefts and a few right ramps and stuff. So yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough heat. Obviously Griffin's been ripping and he's really good in the air. And then Jadson's the perennial threat as well. So yeah, I just sort of stuck to my guns, thought I'd have a better chance on the lefts, and fortunately it paid off.
Okay, so this is your first time competing here on the championship tour. And how does it feel to compete with all this crowd?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think the Portugal event was kind of similar. There's a really big crowd, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool to see how much they support the surfers from their country, and yeah, it's cool to be a part of.
Okay, so congratulations. Thank you very much. Good luck.
What a cool cat. Liam O'Brien representing Burleigh Heads. Australia had that insane heat against Kelly at Margaret River where he really turned on, and he's got the belief in himself. First underdog to take a heat win today, just meaning a lower seed than these red jerseys. Gabriel Medina, big layback hack on the open face. And really feeling good. Different types of angles on his turns now, a little less volume. That bladier edge just a little more forward than he typically has on his equipment, which brings us back to the numbers. 7-point ride for Gabriel Medina, where he fell in the final turn, Jesse.
Yeah, and that 7 came all from that second turn, how he was able to drive through the turn and really push the edge and have that rail engaged throughout the whole time. As we see on this one, kind of like different style, but kind of similar. He had the hands behind his back again, but this one a little bit more release and less drive. Unfortunately, the wave died out, but yeah, his board's looking great, and props to King as well to noticing that and stepping it up his game one more time.
He sure has. 11:20 on the clock. He's out in front. Dora second and Gentile third. Member post-cut format. It's all about heat wins in the opening round. To skip to the round of 16, second and third are reseeded once again when we get into that round. Not today. We'll have the women's elimination round before we wrap up the day today. 35 minutes in those battles, and a lot of the final 5 picture will be competing there. We've got a lot to talk about, Elo. We've had just the post-cut Challenger Series kicked off with a couple of great events in Australia. We've got Jacob Wilcox doing incredibly well, leading the charge. More action out front. Gentile up and out. as we might have another look here on this set. And Medina's going to let it run through. We'll get Dora on the left. Big throwaway on the punt attempt. And so he's staying nice and calm. But yeah, we're right heavy into the Challenger Series. In my mind, those events went incredibly well. A lot of excitement there. A lot of fans really enjoying this new highlighted Challenger Series because it still feels relatively new in the surfing world.
Well, look, I think the Challenger Series being elevated the way it is, and kudos to Jesse Miley-Dyer and the whole Tours and Comp team for getting that done. I think it provides two things, this elevated platform for all these surfers. But the thing that I think from a league perspective that we're most proud about is if you were not to make the cut, and you had to find your way back to the tour. Our old system, Jesse, as you know, you had to be off the tour for a full year. And when I was at Margaret River this year, we had Yao Shienko and Molly Picklum in yellow. And I was pointing out that if we had our old system, those two surfers, number one, would not even be in yellow. They wouldn't even be on tour because they'd have to spend an entire year. And I think it's one of the things that, from a league perspective, we're the most proud about giving these surfers more opportunity to compete. And Jesse, I mean, obviously you're fresh off of it as well. To have that opportunity, if you don't make the cut line, to get back on within the same 12-month period, has got to be a motivating tool for you.
Totally. As you mentioned, Molly and Joan, and this year we already have Sammy Pupo, which he came fresh off of falling off tour and winning the first Challenger Series of the year, which that's 60% of his job done. If he keeps performing the way he is, he's going to be back next year already.
Right. That's where we'll see him at Pipeline. And again, this is a bit of an objective point of view. We watch a lot of surfing, but Jesse, from your point of view, what I noticed at Pipe this year, and for the men and the women who came back on tour, there was a little bit of a different gear. You know, like think about Leo, who came on. I look at obviously Pickles. You know, they came out in the first 4 or 5 events. You know, not easing into they knew what the cut meant, and they were saying, we're not doing that again. I mean, can you just see a difference in the first half of the year about how people are surfing now?
Totally, because before they used to take a little longer to warm up. Even the bigger names, they used to be better halfway through the year. But now they don't have that chance. They really have to start swinging. So they're starting their prep before training, like 2 months before the event started, and really getting ready for the first few events because there's no room for error. You really have a little small gap and a lot of events stacked up. And if you're not in your A game in the first 3, you're already sitting like Steph Gilmore was this year. Like, contending of maybe not qualifying, and she's a 8-time world champ.
Yeah. So cool. And just seeing the post-cut format, less surfers on tour, you can capitalize on a swell window, whatever you're given from the ocean. You get the world's best in the best conditions. There's not a lot of extra rounds to go through, and I'm really enjoying that, especially when you get to really focus on that WSL Final 5 Olympic qualification. I was chatting with Leo the other day, and I was like, wow, this might be the first time in your career you can almost relax and enjoy this. You've always had to think about results and another heat, and you know Leo's mind, he's like, I don't feel that way because I'm still trying to fight. That's bringing out his best surfing. So even though he knows he's on tour next year, he's got some big goals. As we look upstairs, Fioravanti paying close attention to a man who's won out here before, and also a world champion, Adriano de Souza. A warbly little backside snap, and Gentile will get out of there.
Just even look at the backwash Medina here. I was curious about the backwash.
Setting up that cool frontside carve. I'm starting to think there's like bits of Louis Egan now in Gabriel Medina with big layback carves like that. It's a really unique approach, and right into a paddle battle with Ian Gentile. Yeah. You call it, Elo.
No, I was just getting ready to ask Jesse. It's like, you know, you watch like Ian's wave, and he had that warble he had to deal with, and then obviously the recognition of Medina with that turn to paddle battle back out.
The battle's going to continue. Now we've got Iago Dora, backside rotation. He's landed a lot of those in the last 2 days. A rare fall for Dora, who's got one of the best strike rates above the lip on tour. Almost thought he had some space there to try to turn things on. Still yet to hear a decision on this paddle battle, but both Medina and Gentile have slowed down a bit.
Yeah, you get gassed out, and even those guys, you know, and the amount of waves that Gabriel already served, he probably has around 10 waves in the scoreboard. And what a clinic he's putting on everyone in his heat, actually. He's great surfing. Iago by just a little bit. He didn't get a huge score in that backside rotation.
So now you look at the score line there. The highlighted waves in yellow are the keepers. Medina got his back-to-back along with Dora earlier in this matchup. Gentile's start still keeping as his best as his 4.73. A lot can change with 5:30 on the clock here at Saquarema. Back to Medina's wave, Jesse.
Okay, this is one of the funnest turns I've seen Gabriel do in a long time. Like, you're just not used to seeing those type of turns from him, but that's just coming from his equipment change and how he's approaching the wave right now. So this is amazing to see the freshness, the way he engaged the rail and he was able to hold it all the way through almost the end and then releasing right on the end. That was amazing.
And from an old school competitor, an Aussie like Andy King, I'm sure that's exactly why he's loving this board. He's calling it the best board Medina's had all season. But looks like Medina wants to keep things rolling. Catching over 10 waves now. Setting up the punt, gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. The Magic Man, Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champ, current world number 5. Putting on a show in the opening round, Elo.
Well, listen, this is not. If he's feeling pressure about surfing in front of the home crowd, I don't see it here, do you, Jesse? I mean, I want to go back to his rail game. I mean, this is a side of Medina that if you haven't really watched him, this is deadly. I mean, I think if you think about it, it's like to see him do what he's doing on these lefts with his rail game is a whole nother level for him, because we're assuming all the time you see him make a couple of great snap turns and take above the lip. But that rail game, to your point, is really quite something.
Let's check out the heat recap. Medina, Iago, Gentile having their way with the lineup. Itaúna, always smooth as Dora. 6-7 is his highlighted score in this matchup. Backed it up with a nice high 5 number. But he's having a blast in these conditions. Jesse called him early as maybe his favorite to win this event. Looking comfortable, but a little bit more to give in this heat.
Yeah, I think the problem of this heat was literally wave selection. If you see, Gabriel's waves were a little bigger, a little steeper, and just providing him just bigger turns. Look at that thing right there. He was just able to really open up on the rail. And he even felt and still got a great score. He has his backside rotation, which was almost type of Medina stuff, like not that good of a wave, and he turned into a 6.8.
And that's what makes him so dangerous. Sometimes doesn't need a set and can do a big full rotation. And he was able to get through the flats to throw down one more major turn, still keeping that score. However, his last couple of numbers have entertained us and the crowd. Single maneuver carves are getting him at least 5s and 6s. And this was the last punt that he just nailed. Doesn't factor in at the moment because we're waiting for that number to be digested from the panel. But his frontside carve in the 6 range for one single turn, which is very impressive.
I love to see the judges opening up because the amount of risk and technique involved in that big of a carve is huge. It's just like a big air. Obviously the air probably getting the knot a little bit because it's a little bit more critical. Obviously no surface contact with the wave, but yeah, amazing surfing for Gabriel, very refreshing. And for a guy that we've been watching for so many years, for him to bring something new into the game, it's so much work. And when I spoke to King about the board dimensions thing, that was 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago when they just started. So you see how much time it takes for even a guy like that to change something so little.
And make it a huge difference.
That's a keeper.
During that recap, Iago Dora went right and saw a huge ramp. Absolutely incredible. Inverted, upside down, backside full rotation from Iago. Not many guys on tour could do this, Jesse.
Wow, look at how inverted that is. And what made this air so impressive, it's how high his tail. He was able to put his tail, and that's what Iago does it so well. It's just magician stuff. Like, that was incredible.
But this is what you were talking about, you know, all week. Like, he's been surfing the best out here in the free surfs, and everybody's been noticing it too.
Numbers coming in for Iago Dora, 8.83. After Medina just locked in at 8.17. So remember the front side reverse that Medina just nailed into the excellent range, but then Dora just outdid him a touch to get the lead with 1 minute to go.
That was impressive, and I was just about to say, even though Gabriel was a step ahead on this heat, like, the door was still open, because mostly for Iago, he's so good out here. the way he moves through the water and just his flow with the backwashes are second to none. So he's very dangerous at any time here.
I think the air that Iago just threw down might be my favorite from the season so far.
Yeah.
Just how inverted he was. It's so technical. There's flat spin reverses. We see a lot of full rotes like we have today. But that one had the height, the amplitude, and
tail straight in the air.
And it's all because the approach he had for that turn, right? He really bottom turned to get that board very vertical. So when he was leaving the leap, he had his nose facing the sky. So he really had to get very upside down to make that rotation happen. And that's just props to him because it's so hard to do it.
there's like that. You can tell Iago listens to punk rock music, going to punk shows with his dad since he was a baby. There's a photo of him on a speaker at a Bad Religion concert back in Florianopolis when he was just a little kid. His father would throw these punk shows. They'd go surfing together, skating, and Iago Dora, the magic man here at Saquarema, so many times he's taken out big names. This time it's Medina and Gentile getting sent to the elimination round with that big backside punt that he just threw down. Exciting times. And Eric Logan, our CEO.
Thank you. You know what's so great about having Jesse? He's now the #1 seed on the broadcast team, surfer. So it's like I've got Jesse on fantasy now.
100%, 100%. Doing a great job.
Good to see you, Jesse.
Can
Good
we
to
get
see
you back in here throughout the event?
Let's do it. Like, if you need a break, you just let me know.
Awesome, I would love it. Thank you so much. Eric Logan, our CEO, doing such a great job. We're going to take a quick break. The opening round continues. Jack Robinson coming up next against Ryan Callanan and Baron Mamiya. We'll see you then.
Onda. Eu sou a onda. Eu movo energia, nutrientes, vida. Eu movo você. Eu sou um símbolo de algo selvagem que existe em você. Mas ultimamente, sou eu que me sinto selvagem. Engasgada com seu lixo, superaquecida pela sua poluição. Isso me deixa doente. Colabore comigo agora, antes que seja tarde demais. Eu vou continuar vindo. Eu sou a onda.
When Medina was taking everything over, even improved with a big frontside air reverse. He did something almost impossible upside down, almost like a cartwheel in the air to lay down the best punt of the event so far to go straight into the round of 16. Jack Robinson takes on Ryan Callanan and Baron Mamiya. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, a champion at events like Cascais, the Australian Open, Triple Crown champ, multiple years on the championship tour. Jesse, what are you most proud of?
Triple Crown.
Yeah, had a feeling. As we get caught up with Ryan Callanan, who's been ripping the last 2 days. Goofy foot from Newcastle in Australia. Snap to full roundhouse. Still a little bit of room left and lays back into it. An aggressive layback hack. We use that word layback a bit sometimes when you drop the shoulder, and I'm almost starting to call those lean backs, because a layback where you're actually completely down on the face is kind of like where that move came from back in the 80s, when they just blow their board out and they're literally laying back on the water. And so Ryan doing a great version of that.
That was, great surfing for Ryan, and almost like kind of a similar approach of surfing than Iago has. Very solid, like round, beautiful surfing, and just polished, very stylish surfer. And right here, just pushing the edge just a little extra right there, getting a good release. And kind of a closeout section with not that much power, and he was able to really push hard. That was very good surfing for Ryan.
Ton of variety.
Yes, ton of variety. Starting with a snap and then a cut back. The wave slowed down a bit, so he had to like kept his pace very well. And right here, just really accelerating and pushing the button right there.
I suppose variety can be the most interesting and maybe impressive when the wave doesn't change and it's up to you to change. Sometimes the wave will help you change gears, like Ryan did the snap. It called for a cutty, and then he actually was really able to mix it up with that layback finishing move.
Yes, that was actually interesting that he mentioned that. It really depends on the rhythm of the wave. And like you said, if the wave keeps the same rhythm, you got to kind of dance as the rhythm comes to you. But if you're able to mix it up, that part, you'll be, it makes the scoring gets very interesting.
Exciting times. Let's now catch up with Iago Dora with a big win. He's hanging out with Maida.
Yeah, congratulations, Iago. You caught that very good wave in the last minute. So how does it feel to turn the heat in your last chance?
Yeah, it's great. I think that's the best feeling ever, to turn a heat in the dying minutes, and that was a really good heat. Gabi was going off and ripping so hard, and he's a master of the game. It's really cool to see how good he is at not only surfing but competing and playing the right game in the heat, and he was doing that incredibly, and then I was lucky to find that last wave that saved me.
Okay, before the heat, I saw your dad talking to you, like saying something in your ear. What did he say? What's the secret? He was trying to motivate you?
Yeah, he was telling me to focus on the left, but I ended up getting my biggest score on the right. So, yeah, but it's good. He just told me to be alert and to sit a little wider when I didn't have priority, because there was some smaller waves that were doubling up on the inside, and I just try to stay busy. Of course, Gabriel played a really good game at blocking me and bettering his scores, and at the end I just had that opportunity, and I had to do something with it, and I'm glad I landed that air.
Ok. And como foi? A galera pirou quando você aterrissou aquele aéreo. Você conseguiu ouvir de lá, sentir essa energia do crowd?
Sim, dá para ouvir a galera gritando, até mais quando o outro atleta pega a onda, porque você tá lá fora sentado e você escuta todo mundo gritando, e você fala, caraca, o cara fez um 10, já era para mim. Mas aí quando eu voltei aquele aéreo, eu ouvi a galera gritando e falei, esse pegou na veia, acho que foi bom.
Okay, congratulations, Iago. Thank you very much, and good luck in the next race.
Thank you so much. So great to hear from Iago Dora, putting on a show. When we thought Medina was going to get the win, he put up one last effort. Crowd went crazy, and he's off and running into the round of 16. Jesse, how do you talk about the rise of Iago Dora? Because I know in his early years, from like 0 to 10, he wasn't too focused on competitive surfing, but things soon changed.
Yeah, he was a soccer guy that was born in a surfing family. His dad was an amazing surfer, still is, and he just loved soccer, but his dad never pushed him, which was great. And then he started surfing. Obviously he surfed before, but he really started surfing when he was 11, and in 3 years he was landing backflips, which was pretty incredible. When by the age of 15 he landed his first backflip in Hawaii, and then everyone was kind of mind blown. It was like, how the heck did he develop that much in such a short period of time? And as you see right now, he's one of the best in every aspect you can have, in airs, barrels, and turns.
Because that was the idea too. We're like, okay, great. He's going to be a free surfer. He can do crazy moves like that. But then all of a sudden he joined the competition at the top level and just went right into stride with winning big heats over world champions. We'll get caught up with the backhand here, Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, great turn, great finishing turn right there for Baron. Unfortunately, that wave didn't provide so much to him. But very spicy. That board's looking good on his feet. I think he's probably riding a sharp eye. And yeah, we also have another sharp eye surfer right there, Jack Robinson.
That's right. Yeah, Baron did bring 8 sharp eyes with him. And after his first warm-up, he said the board he chose felt incredible. So he was really confident on his warm-up sessions, and still looks like he's riding that same board. Looks solid.
Yeah, Tachi had actually the opposite. She had a board, and then she didn't like so much, and then got on another board, and the board started working so well, and that just shows how important it is, those first few free serves, for you to get your equipment dialed and your mind ready for it. And sometimes it's tricky because you don't have that much opportunity, but fortunately for those guys, they had a lot of waves before this event started.
It fired. Yeah, it's interesting what surfers do to test their equipment. Some surfers like Jackson Baker, he was riding boards for the first time in heats because he's ridden for CI for so long that he could feel the model, and he was like, yep, and he'd sticker it up first heat, or first time surfing on it in competition at this level. Not every surfer chooses to do that.
I think sometimes situations lead you to do that. Maybe, for an example, a delayed flight or delayed boards, and you go straight into the heat. But usually the surfer, 99% of the time, the surfer will try the board before. But there is that special board that sometimes you grab and you put under your arm that you already know that it's going to be amazing.
Well, it's always such a thrill to get a magic board. I'm sure for you, Jesse, like after all these years, just holding a board that feels amazing, your body starts tingling and you're just imagining in your head where this board is going to take you.
Yeah, it brings you freshness to it. Sometimes you go through periods of, nowadays, like everyone is so good at shaping boards that you have a lot of very good boards, but the magic one is that special one, is that one that connects to your body, that feels like it's an extension of your body. Whatever you feel like you can do, you actually able to replicate and surf it. So that's what makes the very good board to a magic board difference.
When you got a magic board as a kid, would you tuck it in bed and give it, a different place to sleep at night?
I didn't do that, but I'll definitely take more care of it. It's that board that it's always like, it's never the first or the last board in a board bag. It's always in the middle, so there's more protection of not getting hit by something with the flights and everything. And yeah, you have extra care of it always with that magic board.
Ryan Callanan riding surfboards from JS Industries. He started trying him out when he was on his qualifying campaign before his rookie debut. We're going back to 2015 kind of era, and he actually was buying a few. Wasn't quite on the team yet, qualified. JS put him on the program, and he's been on it ever since. Ryan likes pushing hard. He's a big, strong athlete that's capable of a lot of different types of things. He's had key moments in his career where he's found a way to win. I think nothing tops that hot streak he went on when he won in Japan, won in Ericeira, got the wild card call up to France, made the final with Julian. He was completely unstoppable. I think he even went into a Pipe Invitational win. It was something where he just couldn't do anything wrong. And as an athlete, it's like you're trying to replicate that feeling all the time on tour.
Yes, and I remember clearly Jadson telling me when I first got on tour, I had a good streak of good results right off the bat. And Jadson was like, take advantage of these moments, because when you're in a good streak, keep it up, because if you go down, it's hard to come back up as well. So yeah, Ryan has up and down in his career, and right now he's looking so solid, and he's up and riding as we speak.
And fun seeing him going left on a rippable section, throw tail reverse, he goes down. Almost had to force that first section, and then it wasn't as steep on the right away, so incomplete, still out in front.
Still in front, and Baron up and riding.
Coming off a blast and throwing the tail towards the beach, he's down as well.
Yep, but Ryan, back to Ryan, like has to be top 5 my favorite surfer to watch right now. Like the way he surfs and the way he approaches the waves is incredible, and this waves, I think, suits him very well. I'm actually surprised he hasn't done better here.
Yeah, especially the last 2 days when there's a bit of size on this bank. Just every carve he did was huge. Rarely repeats himself with maneuvers. And then incredible above the lip as well. So Ryan with a big stage ahead of him to try to make it into the final series for the first time. 4.83 start. Baron Mamiya still getting warmed up as well. I feel like Baron's kind of finding his feet on tour. He was super open and honest back at Margaret River, saying he felt like he was only doing maybe 50% of what he's capable of. And he started to heat up, especially in El Salvador. Waves dropping in wave height quickly, but he's got a wedge. Callanan, tail high reverse, staying on the face with that hook. And now setting up the backhand whip is Jack Robinson, who gets a little tangled up in the backwash, which is famous here at Saquarema. It's a tough wave there for Robinson to surf.
Yeah, it was very tough. Mostly the closeout section, all that energy coming back from the beach, and just rebounded right on top of him as he was landing the wave, as he was landing the turn, airdropping a little bit from the lip right there. That's makes it so tough for you to ride it out. You kind of like almost like the foam just drags you and just holds you, and he doesn't let you out. And unfortunately for Jack, because those are two great turns right there for him.
Let's see what happened at the start.
Yeah, nice first snap right there, very critical. And right here, he hits it, grabs a little bit of release, but right there, look how much backwash went through it. And it's just not allowing him to really land it. And on the other hand here, a little bit flatter wave in the beginning, but nice way to finish the wave right there with a nice blow tail, just very smooth, tail up high, very clean, came out very nicely. Good surfing for Ryan.
Well done to Ryan Callanan. Jesse, we look at Jack Robinson this year winning at Pipeline, which I feel like he was destined to do at some point of his career, kicked off the season world #1. Then he suffered that injury in competition at Bell's to Xavier Huxtable when he went down in an awkward way on his final wave. Had to miss out on defending his home break at Margaret River. Came back to Surf Ranch, kind of something happened to his ankle as well. So he's had some roller coasters to deal with as far as injuries. Handing over the yellow jersey as he's still trying to come back to 100%.
Yes, and that's what we were talking a little bit ago, is just that streak that he was going through, and not because of himself, just unfortunately because of an injury, just putting him out for a few events, and then as soon as he was back, kind of having another injury, and he's just trying to find that groove back, trying to find the momentum, the energy, and just his surfing to being 100% without pain and all of that, which he did struggle a little bit at El Salvador, but I did see him earlier. I got a flight at the same time as him, and he was saying that now he feels 100%. His ankle is good, so you know how good he is, how confident he is, which is one of his biggest strengths, and I think he's going to come back swinging.
Definitely one of the most confident surfers on tour. Has that belief in himself to go all the way. Featured in the World Title Showdown last September as he found the will to win. And, you know, the road wasn't always easy for him there last year either, even though we saw him go back-to-back from Margaret River to G-Land. But he had a lot of 17ths in there as well that he recovered from. There's certain people that don't wear their results. Some people, you can see this devastation in an early round loss that they can almost carry to the next event. And Jack's the opposite. You can forget about them quickly. It doesn't ever seem to haunt his world title campaign.
Yeah, I actually think I don't think they only just maybe carry it. A lot of people really do carry it, and that just kind of puts you in a deeper hole. And Jack, like we were mentioning, he's so comfortable. He's putting so much work outside of the water as well to get his mindset strong that nothing seems to phase him. As you can see, a lot of heats he had at turning in the last second, needing big scores against big names, and he was just pulling it off. So that shows how strong he is mentally.
Maybe one of the best sounds in the world, one of them, because he knows you know you're going surfing, waxing up your equipment. John Florence, maybe joined by some of the biggest guys on tour. I think everyone in this seat's at least 6'2". John Florence, Connor O'Leary, Jordy Smith. Coming up next.
That's the biggest heat of the year. Definitely huge guys. I think actually John might be the smaller of all of them.
I think you're right.
And he's already 6 foot, probably 175 pounds.
Jordy Smith checking in with the beach marshal and getting prepared for John Florence and Connor O'Leary coming up next in the opening round. Be right back after this. The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Vivo, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. You're watching Pro Surfing here on the Championship Tour. Backhand surfing from Jack Robinson. Was wearing the yellow jersey throughout this season till his injury. Now on the road to comeback. Forces the reverse on the end section. One thing I noticed about Jack the last 2 days in the warm-ups, he was getting really barreled, maybe more barreled than a lot of people, and he was trying a lot of airs on the right and landing some pretty big ones. Big, just front side straight airs. Going for full rotations. He actually caught a lot of waves when it was really crowded. I was impressed by Jack.
Yeah, he's good at that, Ryan up and riding.
Speed turn to cover some ground. And how about the forehand carves on display from the Goofy Foots today? Ryan loving the energy here on this left. Throws down a serious frontside carve. And then blitzes the sections to follow. Incredible surfing from Callanan.
Amazing surfing. He's definitely put the exclamation point on that wave. He almost a little bit more energy towards the whole wave. See it right here. Nice first turn, just setting up for this big moment right here. Huge carve on Rio and getting a good release right there. And just avoiding that backwash. And right here, see those 2 last turns? He's really pushing it hard, like such a tough section, small, not much energy, and he was just making the most out of it. That was incredible for him. And we see Kieran Barra, on the other hand, on his backhand, going a little bit more vertical, which is expected for backside surfers. But that wave just dying it out was a little too much, not offering him so much opportunity.
And then this wave, Ryan rode during the break.
Wow, back-to-back waves. Kind of similar approach to it. Wave a little bit smaller. Going a little rounder. The wave didn't have that much energy as the one before, but great surfing so far for him.
So did well on the wave during the break, and then the more recent wave. Unbelievable frontside carve with a lot of different turns to take in. Ryan really enjoying it. A lot of these surfers will kind of take notes of what's been scoring throughout the day, and probably saw how Medina was rewarded for some aggressive forehand hooks. Frontside punt complete for Jack Robinson.
So as you're mentioning.
Ton of reps over the last 2 days. I was waiting for it.
Yeah. And I think it's a good advantage point for who's a frontsider here. We have a lot of east winds blowing into the right, which really helps the airs to whoever's going facing right, because it sticks the board into your foot, makes it a little bit more stable. And on the other hand, we see this nice, very tight backside turn for Baron. See the backwash coming at him right there? That was, oh my gosh, that was incredible. That was like a 2-foot wave coming into it.
Something to be prepared for when you come to Saquarema. How about the air?
Yeah, see right there, as I mentioned, there's a little breeze going into the right, which really helps for him to stick his foot in the board and just making you more comfortable in the air, more stable. So that was a great air for him. Unfortunately, it wasn't a combo wave like Rio's earlier today that he was able to finish with another turn, but great air for Jack, good effort.
Jack Robinson doesn't mind a straight air, throws some reverses, can mix it up with alley-oops as well. All with that smooth style that's often been compared to Bruce Irons over the years.
And I would say it's probably one of his best favorite surfer.
He'd have to think,
yeah.
You know, especially with a lot of his airbrush tributes, the way he rides the barrel. Numbers in from Ryan Callanan, 7.67 in the lead.
That, oh, looks like someone's aiming for a ramp.
Mamiya just left searching, but he had the speed. All he needed was a big section. Ryan again. He's been the wave magnet in this heat. Nice big roundhouse. He's done a couple of those in this matchup. Trims it off the top well. Come on, one more ramp for Ryan. There's that big blowtail reverse. And he rides away. He is on a hot streak. His last few decisions have been solid. Dog's really excited right there, but he's just in business mode. He's just going to write down some notes. He's probably drawing some happy faces right there. Richard Dog Marsh, still a great surfer today, and longtime coach for Ryan Callanan.
Long-time coach. Great work they did together for a very long time, not just with him, but he had Leo in his corner before. And you see Jack up and riding just in and out for him. Also Connor O'Leary, so the team is doing great right now. And I think he just got Gabriella Bryant as well. So
what a great pickup. These coaching corners are really fun to dive into because they don't even, it's not just working with that individual. You kind of become part of a team. All of a sudden you have a sparring partner, maybe someone you didn't know at first, then they're kind of let into your personal space and you become good friends, but you also work together to try to win mock heats and then transition to the championship tour when it's live.
And it's awesome. Like you said, you can run mock heats and all of that. Just makes you push yourself even harder when you're training, and that is just paying off. You see Ryan, Gabby, Connor just having a great year on tour, and the level of surfing they're presenting to us is incredible.
Ryan Callanan, 7.67 on the left, 5.5 is the low score. Jack Robinson second, Baron Mamiya in third. There's been a transition from how we started this round, where it was all about the top seeds getting wins. Ethan Ewing, Joao Chianca, Filipe Toledo. Then it all switched when O'Brien sent Colapinto, world number 1, into the elimination round. And then Dora sent world number 5, Gabriel Medina, into the elimination round as well. Jack Robinson, 6th on the rankings. Now searching for another score to kind of change things around from the blue jersey domination.
Yes, it's obviously every event is different, but the red jerseys tend to win a lot of heats because they're that good. There's a reason that they're up in the seeding. So
seeding is so interesting to follow because you see what kind of matchups you get. They reseed the elimination round, so you see those big names. They'll have the lower seeds in that next round, the surfers that haven't had the rhythm this year. As you see a couple of the most popular surfers. Ross Williams, famous for the Taylor Steele movies, and also a great career on the championship tour. Final in waves like Jeffreys Bay. That was the year Joel Parkinson was a wild card and got the win. I think Ross wants one more shot at that.
Definitely, and it's a great combo right there. Ross and John, both powerhouses and both coming out of North Shore of Hawaii. And I'm excited to watch John in these conditions. Like, I want to see what he brings it up. I know he's been working with Paisel for a long time on this smaller type of high-performance surfboards, and I've seen a few glimpses of it on his profiles on Instagram and all of that, and he's looking good. So I'm excited to see, and you don't see him surfing so much backhand as well for turns. So yeah, it's always fun to watch.
Looking forward to that one coming up next. John, Connor O'Leary, Jordy Smith. Here's Baron Mamiya, who gets to surf with John all the time at home on the North Shore of Oahu, and nothing there to work with for Mamiya, and he stays in third.
Yeah, kind of an error right there for him, because Baron has basically no decent scores on the board right now as we speak. We already have Ryan with 13.4, 44 points, and the gap in between them is very tough. And now with that mistake going into last priority with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left is just going to make it very tough. You don't see enough waves coming towards everyone in the lineup for him to get back on the heat. But that being said, it's surfing, it could happen.
Connor O'Leary preparing for his opening round matchup with John and Jordy Smith coming up in about 5 minutes as we enjoy the recap from this heat. Ryan Callanan, Jack Robinson, and Baron Mamiya. All about Ryan Callanan taking over with some explosive surfing. He got a lot of lefts and a real cool rhythm kind of at the halfway point of this heat, Jesse.
Yeah, and that was amazing. A+ surfing for him, and just the way he's able to cut the water, just so calm but so aggressive at the same time. It's just flawless surfing for him. Right here, this is the money turn setup right here. Just gaining so much speed, and the wave provided him a big wall for him to just gouge that section right there. And then just managing the bumps right there, just very smart surfing, and then finishing it up, pushing the tail just a little hard just to get that extra point.
I love that beautiful frontside carve halfway down that wave. Robinson went above the lip for some airtime. Landed about 10 of those in the last 2 days, so he was very familiar with that air section. Even though the swell dropped in size a bit, he just knew what it felt like. So Robinson keeping that score. You can see his keepers back-to-back, along with Callanan. Baron Mamiya down to third. Jack a bit closer to trying to turn things around because Baron is combat at the moment to try to go straight into the round of 16.
Yeah, I think it's tough. Even though there's a lot of difference on points on this heat, I think there's not much difference on surfing. It was just basically the wave selection that paid off for Ryan. He chose the best waves by far, and he performed. If you see Jack, his 5.4 wasn't that great of a wave, but he still got a mid-range score. It's just sometimes things doesn't really go our way and they have to push it, but this is a big section. He could change things up right now.
A lot of speed from Jack, just a little bit behind, and he knew it.
Yeah, as you see, he looks frustrated. Like, he really didn't have many chances in this heat. Like, every wave he took off, the lefts kind of died out, and yeah, this right closing out, which feels like maybe 1 or 2 feet in front, he would have had a massive section for him to boost.
We always talk about rhythm in surfing, rhythm in heats, rhythm with just getting results sometimes. You know, Jack's trying to find that rhythm back, that winning feeling, and trying to get on a roll. You can tell he's almost trying to force it a little bit right now.
Yeah, I think when you get when you're back against the wall and there's not much time left, you really have to push it. So you're trying everything. You just almost forget about the rhythm and just try and make it happen. Because as you look right now, there's not going to be much opportunity anymore. And him mostly sitting in third priority is going to have to pull something out of the bag, like probably with not that good of a wave.
And every moment's incredible with the clock winding down. Remember what Iago Dora did at the end of that heat earlier today. If you missed that, you're definitely going to want to rewind the tape when Dora took the win off Medina with a pretty radical backside punt. So Jack with the time, with a great air game, he could go to that. Baron's going to have to move quickly to get 2 new waves if he wants a shot at the win here. Once again, John coming up next, Connor O'Leary and Jordy Smith. Olympic qualification season on the line. And John really trying to get inside the WSL Final 5 this year. He's had some really incredible John-type moments this year. really trying to break away with a major win. We know we thought that was going to happen like it typically does at main break Margaret River, but he was stopped by Colapinto in solid conditions.
He's so dominant out there. Like, you just expect him to win every year. It's almost like Filipe out here. Like, they're just in a whole nother level. The way they serve, the way they approach the wave, it's just so critical, mostly in such a tough environment that Margaret River is. And yeah, to see him lose, it's not expected.
And that's why it's fun for the title showdown. You know, for John, you know, he wants those wins, especially at Pipeline. Even Sunset you throw in there as an event he's expected to win. Margaret River, and without winning those this year, it's keeping everyone guessing when he's going to really take over in an event like this. Remember, his first CT win was in Brazil, down at Barra da Tijuca over Joel Parkinson in the final. But now we're into the countdown in this one. Ryan Callanan with priority and a solid lead. It looks really safe to keep these blue jersey wins happening here in the opening round. I want to see more of these big goofy foot frontside carves today.
And I think things are looking good for the next heat as well, for Connor being the only goofy footer. Very good in this type of conditions. Like, we might have another goofy footer blue jersey win.
Ryan Callanan moving on into the round of 16. Jack Robinson, another big seed, getting sent to the elimination round, and Baron Mamiya will get another shot in the ER to try to move on throughout this event. We're going to take a quick break. The opening round continues here at Saquarema. We'll bring in Kaipo and Mitchell for the call right after this.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't want to win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
That's right, it's the pathway to the Rip Curl WSL Final, September 8th through the 16th at Lower Trestles. Gotta be in the final 5 to surf it, though. These guys want to be in there. John Florence, Connor O'Leary, and Jordy Smith in this opening round, heat number 7. Winner goes into the round of 16, second and third into the elimination round. So an important opening day of our window, and it's the opening day of the event. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski. But we've been seeing some landmark performances, some upsets, guys, but then also some of the usual suspects, Mitchell.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see people like Ryan Callanan really surf to what the waves have provided so far today. Obviously, very impressed with Filipe. A bummer that Griffin had to lose, and now he's in the elimination round. But I think it's really, really incredible to see a lot of new names, and especially the local surfers, live up to the hype here, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, this heat, Strider, John Florence below that final 5 cut line. This is really going to be a sprint for Florence to be able to possibly make that final 5 and the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Well, he's right there. I mean, he's he's not far off, and he's with surfers like Italo. If I was in the top 5 right now, and I was on those bottom 30 or 4 and 5, I'd be a little worried because the points are tight, and you got some animals behind you like John, like Italo. It's like your nerves start to cook.
Florence, that's his start right there, and so Jordy Smith with the only relevant number so far with that 5.33 opener for the South African.
And John been a 2-time champion here at this event, both times in the city. And it seems like Connor O'Leary, who is also up and riding, seems like this came in as a 2-point ride. The 1 carve there for the tall Australian. He's going to kick out after that. And then a throwaway score for John. Jordy here on the right. Seemed like the best way with a heat of 5.33. Goes for the rotation and sticks the solid landing right there. So great start for the Safa.
Yeah, to your point, Mitch, we got a couple of past champions in this heat. Connor O'Leary flaring there. We have John Florence. He won here in 2012, 2016 in Rio. And then we have Jordy Smith. He's a past champion. He won in 2013. 2019, he was a runner-up right here in Saquarema to Filipe Toledo.
Yep, and that was over at the other spot, Bahia. And I remember the time he won in 2013 against De Souza in the final. He brought out some incredible airs, good amount of variation, and that's what we really like to see from Jordy Smith when it comes to beach break surfing. He grew up in a very similar wave in New Pier in Durban that can get like this here at Saquarema.
I feel like you look at him on the beach and you wouldn't think that he would be as agile and as quick on his feet as he is. It's amazing to watch him as a big fella in the small surf.
He had some cool claims on the way to that victory, didn't he, Mitchell?
Yeah, he did.
He had the Cristo.
Yeah.
He had the Wolverine. He brought them all out.
I think they've become even better when it comes to claiming waves, too. The last few years specifically. Great first turn right there from Connor. Goes up for the second one. And the throw to reverse down the line, just incomplete with the backwash. But I think it's really cool. I think it brings out the passion. I think it brings out the personalities of a lot of these surfers, too. We saw Sammy a while ago throw the 3-point shot and said, like, it went in. Yeah. Remember, Ian Gouveia had the one that it's like, look at the replay, the telestrator. I thought that one was really innovative, too.
Well, I feel like for Jordy, he's always been a showman, and he's always loved to pull out something that you can see and watch him, like, kind of gloat a little bit on when he really stomps something.
Our Cal, Ryan Calnan is into the round of 16. Let's hear from the last heat winner.
That's right, Ryan. One more goofy footer. Have fun today, right? Talk us through your heat and the opportunities you got.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to go left. We don't get to do it very often, so, to have the bank as good as it is and to just be able to, open up on the front side is really nice. I was just kind of trying to look for those lefts with the nice wall and, try to, connect with my timing and pick the right turns for the section. And when I got a good one, it felt really nice.
You got it. And what about the previous days? Have you been training a lot, or you could enjoy some moments off too?
Yeah, been surfing a fair bit actually. It's been really fun, so I'm really enjoying it. I'm staying in a really nice place with some good people, and we've been having a blast. So I'm really stoked to be here in Saquarema.
Thank you. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Ryan Calnan, the Novocastrian, making the hometown proud there in Australia. Got another Australian in this heat, Connor O'Leary. Previous score for O'Leary, a 3.5. Combine that with a 2-point ride. Early lead for Connor O'Leary, coming off of his best championship tour season last year. Finished 9 in the world. He's currently 10 on the leaderboard. So we talk about Final 5, Mitchell. He's not out of the conversation, Connor O'Leary. He could find his way to Trestles.
Not at all, but realistically, you need to be winning events to move up into those top 5 spots. And unless he wins one of these next 3 events, I just don't see him qualifying for that. But I would love to see him at lowers. I think he has the surfing to do well there, especially if it's pumping. Love to see him on a couple big rights. But you look at the leaderboard right here, it is tight within those first 2 spots. But look at that, wide open from 3 all the way to 10 kipes.
Yeah, I mean, the bulk of the points are really with Griffin Colapinto and Filipe Toledo, but then it is going to be a battle, and you got John Florence in this heat sitting at number 7 right outside that cut line. We got Italo Ferreira coming up a little bit later, and Conor O'Leary, like I said, he is in the conversation. So good stuff so far. Jordy Smith, the oldest competitor in this heat, 35 years, and Mitchell, he's got 16 seasons on the championship tour, still searching for that world title.
And Chris asked me 2 weeks ago if I thought that Jordy Smith was the best surfer to never win a world championship. I still think that's true. You know, I thought Julian Wilson was up there as well, but I think when it comes to overall talent and how good of a competitor he is, Jordy Smith to me is still that person that always ends up runner-up and never the person that ended up with as world champion. But I still think there's time. He gets on a roll, he could definitely do it.
Taking a look here at Jordy Smith and his past Rio results, you can see that win in 2013 and the run-up finish in 2019. Smith on the move here. Smith with priority. And he's off. Fades into this left. A little sticky there on the first turn. The big South African powers, but has to throw that away.
You can already see the impact of the tide coming up now. Try to go for that big blowtail reverse at the end, and just that backwash just ticked him off a little bit. 26 minutes to go, though. He still has the best wave of the heat, the 5.33. And John Florence, he's look left both of his waves. I would not be surprised to see him try to look for a right and just offer up one big section with the ramp kaipo. There's plenty of time out there. I think it's way easier to get further back out when you are surfing the right two. On the left, on the other hand, unless you're going through the channel, you're getting caught inside most of the time.
Yeah, John Florence, I mean, quarterfinals at Pipe, semifinals at Bells and Margaret's. But still, that for John Strider, that's a lackluster year, coming off a 9th place finish at the ranch and that 17th in El Salvador, where Rio Waida took him out of competition.
Yeah, you know, for me, it's a horrible year for John. I honestly, you'd expect him, as healthy as he is and how well he serves, to be, you know, have already won a couple of events and back to where, you know, I feel like he should be on this tour, and it's kind of astonishing to me to see him struggling at the moment. I don't know what it is. I mean, I can't pinpoint exactly. I see him in his free surfs. He looks amazing in heats. He's, you know, at the in El Salvador and the ISA Games, he looked great. But here on the championship tour, he just has not looked like the John of the past.
It comes down to decision making for me, and there's been crucial points in certain heats this season that I've just seen him not compete at his 100%. There was one moment in the semifinal against Griff in Margaret River. I don't know if you remember, there was actually a paddle, and John went, and it switched priority over to Griffin. And that moment right there was pivotal because it gave Griffin 2 excellent scores rather than John getting back in the heat and having 1 excellent score himself. Since then, I feel like there's been a downfall in his results.
Yeah, it needs to make a finals day. You can see the last result was 17th in El Salvador. All of your finishes after that mid-season cut in Margaret River Pro will count towards your ranking. So that 17th is a little bit of an anchor in his current ranking. He needs to make a really needs to make a finals day appearance, Strider, here.
Yeah, and he's, you know, obviously he's won before here in Brazil. He's got the talent. We've been seeing, you know, his warm-ups look really amazing, and, you know, he's sitting at number 7. He's not far away. He's right there in this game. He's in the conversation, even having one of those lackluster years for John Florence. So all he has to do is show up on finals day, you know, bring home a win. We got Chopu coming up. We got, you know, the beautiful walls of J-Bay. We got, you know, Brazil, where he's won before. So I wouldn't put it past him to be there.
Jordy Smith throws a snap, and it just goes incomplete. Here comes John. Easy carve to begin. Doesn't like what he saw. The waves, Mitchell, I mean, we've passed the low tide mark. It's 1:42. Low tide was at about 1 o'clock, so now we have this incoming tide. It's going to fill up until 6:30 local time, but there's our tides. The swell dissipating as well.
It is decreasing, and it's getting tricky out there just to read the lineup in general. Not surprised that we're seeing quite a few low scores in this heat so far, but Jordy does have a 5. And then on the previous heat, we saw a 7 from Ryan, too, so I still think the opportunities are out there. one big thing that you mentioned earlier today, Strider, was the amount of positioning that these surfers need to have, or the better positioning that they need to have, especially on the left.
Here goes John, kicking the tail there. One more time, vert. This is the flow that we were looking for from John Florence. Wave gets a little bit weak there, but he has no problem navigating a finish. Nice stab on the backhand. Now John seems like he's starting to get a roll on.
That's why I like to see that. I like to see him, you know, kind of come into rhythm like you were talking about. It's interesting, you know, we say we're just past the low tide. It could be a paddle here.
Jordy Smith, he's going to go left as well. Snap off the top. Powerful turn, and then the wave again just dissipates into the sandbank.
Well, you know, you say we're past the low tide, so basically it's still pretty low tide out there, and you still see all that backwash. If you watch the ocean, you realize that that backwash is from all the waves coming in. It hits the deep water inside, and it creates a back wave off of the shallow sandbar. So as the tide actually gets lower, the backwash gets more intense out here. So it's a you know, big difference between some places where you see
which is
high tide.
What kind of counterintuitive,
yeah, where
isn't
you
it?
see high tide and it rolls up on the beach and it sends a wave back out.
Yeah.
Here, it's just because there's this really shallow sandbar in the middle there and creating like almost like a river wave coming off of it, and it goes back out into the lineup.
Great point. Great insight, Strider. 21 minutes, 14 seconds. We're waiting for scores for Jordy Smith and John Florence to set the situation in this heat. John, with his best wave surfed so far, 6-point ride will take him to first. But just anything, you know, mid-range is going to get him in the conversation, Mitch.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're looking for right now, too, is a really small wave. He shouldn't be expecting a huge number, but at least get yourself back into the heat and get your confidence up. Look at the first 3 waves that he had. Nothing better than a 1.7. And, I mean, Strider mentioned that it's been a lackluster year for him, but it's just look at the amount of talent that we have on the Championship Tour now. Look at the top 5 surfers. There's been a new kid on the block that has just come out guns blazing, and he has remained within the top 5 conversation all year long. He even kept the leader's jersey for a little bit, and his name's Joao Chianca. You know, up until 2 events ago, he was #1 in the world, and now you have a youngster like Griffin Colapinto. It goes to show you there's just too much talent nowadays.
Speaking of Joao Chianca, he's in the conversation where we look at qualification season for the 2024 Olympics. And that qualification season, the WSL being a Tier 1 qualifier for that Olympics. That brings all these guys into the conversation. Currently, as we sit here right now, take 2 surfers from every country. Brazil, Filipe Toledo, and Joao Chianca in the top 2 position. Australia, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson in that top 2 position. 10 men qualify through the World Surf League.
Woo. Everything can still change, my friend.
That Brazil squad is heavy.
That is crazy.
Take a look at this. Our top 2 USA surfers, John Florence and Griffin Colapinto. Other 4 surfers looking at that provisional qualification. Leonardo Fioravanti, Matthew McGillivray, Kanoa Igarashi, and Jordy Smith have provisionally qualified for those Olympics through the 2023 ISA World Games. But the WSL being a Tier 1 qualifier to the Olympics, if they were to double qualify, if Jordy Smith here was to double qualify and qualify through the WSL, then that spot would be reallocated to the ISA.
And guess who would get that? Alan Cleland Jr. because he won that event.
Which is pretty amazing.
It would be awesome. I'm like really
Viva
rooting
Mexico.
for Jordy right now, yeah.
Here we go, Jordy Smith on the replay, Mitch.
Yeah, a good combo on the outside, looking to improve on a 3.1 as his low score. I mean, for such a tall guy, you spoke about it, he is so quick and agile.
This happened while we were in that graphic. John Florence.
Frontside 3, looking good. I like it. Nice and smooth, you know, smaller wave, but he's still getting the fins above that lip line, you know, torquing it out a little bit. So he looks free and agile. Just get himself on a little bit more of a substantial wave, and I think we'll see scores.
Yeah, previous wave for John, a 4.33, a 4.11 at the moment would get him into first place. That is if Jordy Smith does not improve upon his scoreline on his last wave. We're waiting for that number 2. So we got 2 scores to come in to give you the situation in this heat.
Should be a pretty decent score for Jordy Smith right there. And meanwhile, John Florence, gets a decent one as well, but it seems like the better the exchange went to the South African.
Yeah, 3.83 for John. Not enough for him to take the lead. 4.3 for Jordy Smith. Keeps the South African out in front at 17.5 minutes.
And Jordy really looking just really super smooth and agile and light on his feet. I mean, for such a big guy, it's amazing to me how well he serves the smaller surf, and it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, Jordy's been cruising around the contest area with his dad, Graham. Also his shaper with Smith Shapes. So the father and son combo creating some magic out of foam and fiberglass.
And they've been traveling a lot together this year, too. It wasn't a regular thing up until, I want to say, last season. And I think it was because when COVID happened, they weren't able to see each other that much. So now having the opportunity to be around each other and have that familiarity with him on the championship tour, it's really great to see. We have a lot of father-son combinations here on the CT. Obviously, Leandro Dora and Iago as well. It's really awesome, Kipes.
Here we go, John. Eyeing the closeout, throws it up, and puts it down. 5.31 is the mark that he needs to make. He did certainly, Strider, and I know it's cliche, but really tried to manufacture a score on just a decent wave.
It's my favorite type of wave. When you can see a surfer surf a wave up, right, you got basically a closeout. I mean, that was a Shannon Waller. It was a straight closeout, and he takes off and he eyeballs it. And he's like, okay, I'm going to wind up. Bingo! And just tosses the tail, over his head and goes for the full rotation and comes out of it. And I just feel like that's my favorite kind of wave, because you don't know exactly what they're going to do, and they're going to do something rad, and if they can pull it off, they're going to get a score.
It's spontaneous, isn't it?
Well, while we wait for that score for John Florence, we're going to step away and take a break. We'll be back with that score and more here from the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
The Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness.
We're back in the opening round for the men at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for John Florence. Came in at a 6.67. Florence is now out in the lead. Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski talking you through this afternoon's action. Here's some replays. We're going to start with John right here.
Here we go, winding up, big alley-oop, and sticks the roof. Are you kidding me? Oh, we went away and we came back to some delightful news right there. That was fun to watch.
Connor O'Leary got a wave too, Mitchell.
And it also seems like it was a good one. Strong snap to start off. Incredible wrap right there in the pocket. And for such a big dude, to be able to fit that board in such a small area, really impressive. Great finish as well. This is turning into a heat, boys. Wow.
I don't know. After that last alley-oop of John, I think he's going to put some nails in the coffin. That was massive, bro.
We do have the score for Conor O'Leary. That was a 7.33 for his performance on that left. We're still waiting for a score for John Florence. John is already in the lead, likely to extend his lead.
By far. I mean, we're talking excellent surfing right here for just the one maneuver. The height on that alley-oop, remember the one he did in Karamas?
Yeah.
2013? Very similar to that.
The thing about this alley-oop is that his landing is so critical, where he lands on the bowl of the wave. So the judging is all about critical sections and sections of consequence. When he lands on the roof of that wave and he lands and he comes down, it's cupping out like that. That's some intense sections to do turns on.
Judges gave it a 9-point ride for John Florence, and a near excellent two-wave heat total of 15.67.
Highest single wave score of the day, Kaipo. 9 points for John. And he's been a two-time champion at this event. In 2018, he did injure himself over at Bahia, but I thought he was on his way to a finals day performance, at least going to make the final. But look at the scoreline right there. Everybody went into the 9s, and that's what you're rewarding. Innovation and progression on the most difficult section and critical part of the wave. He has an 15.67 heat total with 11 minutes to go.
Look at this thing. He just winds up into this thing, Salazar. Watch this landing. Boom, right on the heaviest part of the section. Beautiful work right there.
He got inverted, too.
Whew.
There's another angle. See how his boards, the nose of the board is pointing down. Whenever it's pointing down and up towards the beach, that goes to show you that he was inverted.
That was the no-claim claim right there. I love that. Chest out, arms are dangling, and the beard is just dropping. You see, it was pretty sick, dude. That was, I love it. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. We're coming back from a break to see something like that is pure pleasure.
Here comes Ferreira.
Nice cut.
And he's going to get his Apple Watch. Just another way of surfers getting their information. On top of our priority blocks, on top of our on-site announcers, the Apple Watch will tell them their needs, will tell them their priority. And it actually there's a cool feature to that watch in that it vibrates when you get priority. So you don't even have to look. You can just feel the fact that you have priority. Here we go. Jordy Smith on the comeback. With a dangerous landing there, Strider.
You know, this is the kind of heat that I love, because you can tell that the flame got turned up by Jordy in the beginning of this heat. Then John's like, you know what? I got some flame. I'll start a fire too. And now, you know, Conor went into it with that big frontside power surfing, and here we are with Jordy trying to fight back. And you know, it is a very consequential heat. Everybody wants to jump around. Everybody wants to win.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about that stinging 17th result in the last stop for John Florence in El Salvador. Doesn't want to have that happen again. No. Looks like he's turning the corner in his performance here.
Yeah, and exactly what I thought what he was going to do. He went left, wasn't getting any scores, didn't have anything better than the 4.33, and that was a really small wave too. Started searching for the rights, knew that it was a single maneuver wave, and guess what? His two best scores came off of those single maneuver rights, a 6.67, then got the 9. It just reminds me so much of Eokai Beach Park right here, Kaipo. He's right at home.
Highest single heat score of the day. We can see our top scores of today. 9-point ride, 8.83 for Yago Dora. Gabe Medina went excellent, as well as Samuel Pupo. Those are our men's top scores for today.
Well deserved. How many 9s does he have in his career so far, too? He might have one of the highest number of excellent waves in the history of professional surfing as well.
Well, it seemed like when John was in, you know, the Jeep leaders or the yellow jersey back, you know, when he hurt himself here that year, he had nothing but excellent, you know, heat total.
You're right.
He was out of control. He was unstoppable. He was well on his way to a world title, and then ripped away from him on one big kick out, really. You know, the board racked his knee, and just that was tough to watch.
I think a lot of people forget how good he is as a surfer at lowers too. Yeah. He's made the final there.
I got you the number, Mitch, for excellent waves for John Florence for his career. 358.
In 11 years of competing on the championship.
That is bananas, dude.
Yeah. You called the stat. We got the numbers. That's it's super impressive.
Good luck beating that record. I don't think even Kelly has that in 11 years on the championship tour. 358.
358. Excellent heats, 39% of the time.
So more than one out of 3 times that he's surfing is getting an excellent heat.
That's what the numbers are telling me right now in 11 seasons. Yep.
Wow.
John Florence. That's why we love him. That's why he's so good. They named him 2 times, John.
Well, 7 minutes to go. I mean, O'Leary has the capabilities of getting an 8. I just don't know if I'm seeing that wave on the left, though.
I'm throwing this thing into the Yeti 110 cooler right now. It's over. John's winning this.
Putting in the cooler at the 7-minute mark.
Well, Jordy looks like he's comboed. Yeah. And, you know, Connor, I love you, but you're going to have to surf out of your skin.
He can.
Right now.
He can. I mean, he just has to get the same wave that he got for the 7.33 and just surf it 1 notch above. But we're talking about one of the most improved surfers on the championship tour. Top 10 results so far in the last 2 seasons for him.
Yeah.
And remember, last year he did super well. He made the round of 16, lost to Filipe, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, last year here he made the quarterfinals.
Oh, it was the quarters.
He made the quarterfinals here. And in this season for Connor O'Leary, quarters in Portugal, quarters at Bell's, quarters at Margaret's. Just came off a quarterfinal finish in El Salvador. He's been very, very consistent. And, you know, in interviews, Mitchell, he was very open about it, saying he's not taking it as seriously as he has in the past. It seems like it's working for him.
Yeah, and there were times before where he was maybe pushing himself a bit too hard. He wasn't enjoying it. And I think right now he's married. He knows that he needs to acknowledge his competitive side just as much as he needs to you know, acknowledge how much fun this is. You're surfing as a profession. Yep. This should be something that you're enjoying. If you're not enjoying it, there's no point of even doing it. You come to these beautiful places, chill out, enjoy the moment.
And I feel like he has the type of surfing that can win contests. I mean, Toledo won in El Salvador. Remember that 9-point ride he got?
Yeah.
Those were all just power, you know, surfing in the lip line.
Yep.
That was what he did, and that's the type of surfing that Connor has. So why not?
Here comes the 2019 world champ, Olympic gold medalist Italo Ferreira down the catwalk. Listen to the crowd.
Stairs? What stairs? This is Brazil. This is why it is so incredibly passionate.
Think that gets you pumped up for a heat?
I love it. This is so fun. And being down there on the beach, feeling the electricity, just the energy is just next level. The surfers, they rise off of it. You literally walk on that energy.
Okay, I know I might be a little too harsh. All that's cool, all that flamboyant stuff is great. Go out there and perform, though. The only person to have ever won here besides De Souza is Toledo, and he's won the last 3 times. Go out there and say that you've won in Brazil before. That's what we want to see. Because one point is talking all the talk. Can you back it up, though? Is another thing.
All right, well, we're at the 4-minute mark. Jordy Smith looks like he's going to go to the elimination round. He needs 2 wave scores of a 15.67, and he's at the bottom of priority. So the destiny has already been fulfilled for Jordy Smith. Connor O'Leary does have priority strider, needs to go excellent, needs an excellent looking wave, and needs to do some excellent surfing.
Well, it's going to be, we have enough time for a wave to come through, so you never know.
Let's take a look at our heat recap for this Heat 7 of the opening round where John Florence went to town. But we're starting off here with Connor O'Leary with some smooth surfing on the forehand, Mitch.
Yeah, it was a 7.33, a searing carve right there, and just explosive surfing on a left-hander that offered up multiple scoring sections. A great finish there for the young surfer from Australia. But then John went to town right here. Started off with a 6.67 and then got the 9-point ride on this one with the alley-oop.
Wow, that whole board was elevated 6 feet above the lip line. That was just incredible. I just, love watching how high and technical this guy can get.
It's radical on his alley-oops, how the board kind of flutters underneath his feet a bit. It gets a bit twisted, and he's able to still straighten it out, put the deck down, and ride out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what the maneuver's designed for, though, right? With that wind coming up the face into the board.
Supposed to stick you're more to your feet, yeah.
Must have some really good wax.
Full wax, baby. We're in Brazil. There's a reason why it works so well.
Yeah, and you know what's kind of, if we call it alley-oop, it comes from skateboarding. Something that it's a little confusing, I think, when we translate it to the surf world is, in skateboarding, that would actually be called a backside alley-oop.
So Chris was telling me that the other day, and there's a double alley-oop, which would be a 720? Is that what Albie Layer does, or?
Yeah, he does it in surfing, but yeah, it's, and then a frontside alley-oop is the opposite rotation, yeah. So what you're doing is, in an alley-oop, is you're counter-rotating an aerial, yeah.
From what your body mechanics are supposed to do.
Yeah. I think Alan Gelfand I'm going to give. No, I'm not. I'm going to give it to Chris Stropel, actually, from the 70s, creating the alley-oop. I'm going to... Well, I know I'm going to have some skate nerds challenge me on that one, but I'm going to go with Chris Stropel alley-oop, backside alley-oop final answer.
I'm just going to give it a 9.
Yeah, give it as you should.
It was a 9, and it was John Florence, and it was sick.
It was worthy of excellent, and John's on his way to the round of 16.
I bet you everybody over at Florence Marinex watching this right now, Friday afternoon over in Newport Beach. Shout out to Bruce, Chris, all the guys over there. They enjoy surfing a lot. They're actually huge fans of you, Kaipo, because you give them all the insights for their fantasy team. So if it weren't for you, I think they wouldn't be beating me right now.
Yeah.
Are they beating you?
They are.
Oh, because of Kaipo's picks?
Yeah.
I've gone on full analytics this year with my picks, and actually the emotional picks have been winning this year for you fantasy players. So, hey, congratulations everyone who's doing well in fantasy. Play along. Remember, you got to lock in your team, though, before the start of every competition. Jordy Smith. Speaking of John Florence, Strider, is he going to make the final 5?
I believe so. I think he's going to be right there. I think he's going to have a really strong finish here. I think he's going to excel into J-Bay, and in Tahiti could have a win.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm going to put him in the final 5. I also put this thing in the Yeti 110 cooler at about 7 minutes, yeah. And you know, I'd say it's in there.
I like it, and I like your logic behind that pick. 20 seconds, and it's just a formality at this point. We're going to see Connor O'Leary and Jordy Smith into that elimination round. We won't get into that elimination round today. We will be getting into the women's elimination round following this opening round of men's surfing.
Well, a great performance by the 2-time world champ, Jordy Smith, with some good stuff, and obviously Connor O'Leary with one of the best waves we saw all heat long, but this guy, Kaipo, deserves all the praise right now. A solid performance based off of how the conditions were. John Florence is here to stay.
Sure is. Well, we're going to take a break. When we return, Italo Ferreira, Leo Fioravanti, and Kanoa Igarashi will be in the water. Heat number 8.
Onda. Eu sou a onda. Eu movo energia, nutrientes, vida. Eu movo você. Eu sou um símbolo de algo selvagem que existe em você. Mas ultimamente, sou eu que me sinto selvagem. Engasgada com seu lixo, superaquecida pela sua poluição. Isso me deixa doente. Colabore comigo agora, antes que seja tarde demais. Eu vou continuar vindo. Eu sou a onda.
Conservation International, the short film The Wave, with a strong message to protect our oceans, voiced by Carlos Burle. Great role in there. As we come to our final heat of the opening round for the men, Italo Ferreira in the red jersey, Leonardo Fioravanti is out in blue, and Kanoa Igarashi in the white jersey. We got a gold medalist out there. We got a silver medalist out there. We got Leonardo Fioravanti. We got John Florence coming in from making the crowd really, really happy. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wałęsowski. How was John in that last heat, Strider?
Well, you can see the smile on his face, and when you walk on that catwalk, there is a crazy feeling of walking the gauntlet, getting ready to go. Coming back in victorious, probably feeling like a champion. It's just really cool.
How's this start for Italo Ferreira? Talk about stomping it, Mitchell.
Oh, and somebody that loves the attitude here is Italo. He's a showman for sure. And then Leo having his best season so far, number 8 in the ranks. Actually, him and Italo are tied at number 8. A great start for Fioravanti as well. And when we talk about, some of the most improved on the Championship Tour, especially when it comes to innovating, Leo's definitely up there as well. And then Kanoa, good front side 3. That comes in as a decent score, but advantage for Hayda right now.
Yeah, Ferreira, 8-point ride, 6-point ride for Leo Fioravanti, 4-point opener for Kanoa Igarashi. Let's hear from, you know what? He's so good they named him twice. John Florence taking a win in a convincing fashion. Let's hear from John.
John, you turned this heat around and you got the highest score of the day so far. What was the strategy until you got the 9?
Well, I was kind of looking for lefts in the beginning, but I've seen throughout the day some really good lefts, and then once I kind of got into the heat, it was harder to find the ones with a lot of wall on it. And then so I kind of just started surfing and just catching waves, and I felt like that was like kind of where I was able to turn the heat around when I just started surfing. And I found the 2 good air sections on the rights. There's some really amazing ramps out there on the right, so I was stoked to make those.
What about the exact moment where you hear the crowd cheering for you? What did you feel? Could you guess the score?
I didn't know what the score was going to be, but to feel that energy, feel the crowd, and land an air like that, always feels really good. It's just, for me right now, kind of struggling mentally the last couple of events and pulling it together, and so I think to kind of get a heat like that, it feels really good, and to kind of get the ball rolling again.
Okay, good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Mitchell Salazar, did you read John's mind in that that's what you said, he was searching on the lefts and then he just got loose and went loose on the rights.
There's a reason why I'm good at my job, Kaipo, so I'm just playing. No, hey, I'm being,
No, it was cool. A great call. Great call on your half.
I think it was a great call because he saw it happen. He was searching for the left. He didn't do well. Then he went right. But it wasn't like it was
That's what happens when you see somebody that's competed for years and years and years adapt and learn. And we're seeing that so far from John.
Fioravanti touches the rail there on the front side air reverse. Opened up with a 6-point ride. He's going to go into the lead with a 2-wave total right now. Italo Ferreira catching up to Bravo on the left. A couple of carves there. Wave goes pretty sleepy in the end. He's going to back up his 8-point ride.
So here's something that I don't know if you guys knew this, but both him and Silvana Lima, they're from the northeast part of Brazil.
Yeah.
And for the most part, a lot of people that have been great competitors and the standouts from the Brazilian Storm have never been from that part of the country. And overall, they're usually saying that they're a bit too humble. They don't believe in themselves enough. And I think things changed when this guy became a world champion.
Yeah.
Great first carve right there from Italo. In the pocket for a second one. and unfortunately for him, that wave just dies out.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira from Bahia Formosa, right? Up there in north, a little fishing village. But you know, he has the Ferreira Sporting Institute there, and there's some talent coming up there. There's a young Artur Villar coming out of that region too, and I have to call out this I think he's only, I want to say 11 years old or something.
I think so.
Incredible surfer. So there's more coming from the north in Brazil. Leonardo Fioravanti, that was a 5.17 for the Italian surfer strider.
I feel like, you know, Leo had a big switch up with equipment, you know, and when he went to those sharp eyes, he became a lot more electric on how tight he does his turns in the corner. Really fun to watch. Wow. Speaking of really fun to watch. You know, you said something, Mitch, before this heat when he did that little backflip off the shore break. Is he going to perform?
He is now. He's shutting me up.
Look at it, and he wants more. This is what I like. I like the passion. He's going to hop it into the shore break, taking it all the way to the crowd. Ferreira.
Somebody hand him a caipirinha.
He's got some energy. Yeah. Finish off on the sand. Crowd goes wild.
The flags are out.
Yeah, where did they get those banners from?
They make them. They got a silkscreen shop right there in their own home here. They just go back, just print them up, bring them down. They love their surfers. It's so fun to watch the crowd here. It's like, it's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
Our 2019 world champ. You can see the IF Ferreira, IF 15 on the flags with his institute and his jersey number. Gives back to the community. He's been a real leader with what he gives back, actually. And a lot of times it's not talked about what Italo does with his institute.
Yeah, no, and he is a great role model, first of all, and I think a lot of people forget how he came from behind to take the World Championship away from Gabe in 2019. Made 3 finals in a row. That was France, 1 in Portugal, and then 1 at Pipeline.
Look at this.
How quick was that whip? I mean,
fast.
That tail went straight to the beach in about a half a second. That was just wild. The thing that I have a question here, this is a lot of work. Right here, up into the lip, you know, look at how quickly he bones out the tail. That was just ridiculous. He's an acrobat. But right here, he goes all the way to the beach. Was it worth it?
No.
For him to go all the way to the beach
It's worth it for the crowd. He's playing for the crowd.
It was definitely for the crowd.
I think.
But he's still paddling out right now. He is not in the lineup.
Yeah.
And you know, does that put him in an awkward position? Or no? He's still crushing the heat.
7-point ride right now. 8-point, followed by 7-point backup. 15.2 wave total. Mitchell, you're talking about, you know, he did the talk, right? But now it feels like he's doing the walk.
Oh, well, he did the catwalk, first of all.
Yeah.
He jumped off from the stairs, did the backflip, and now he's had a 15-point heat total in 10 minutes already. So he's definitely walking the walk.
Did we pull out the cooler yet?
No. You got Leo, who's a top 10 surfer, and Kanoa, who was number 5 in the world last season.
I'm pulling out the cooler.
We got 25 minutes remaining. Still some surfing to go on. Kanoa Igarashi sitting with priority right now. It just has a 4-point ride for Igarashi, 25 years old, 7 seasons on the championship tour. We talked about some medalists. Kanoa Igarashi, a Olympic silver medalist. Of course, Italo Ferreira won that gold medal in that final over at Ichinomiya in Japan. And that really was, you know, the start of Olympic surfing.
Yeah, well, and big props to Kanoa, too. Handling that pressure, all the meaty behind him, made the final, beat Medina in a very close semifinal, too, over there in Japan. 2-time U.S. Open champion, the first Japanese surfer to win a championship tour event, made the finals his rookie season at Pipeline. I mean, he's done it all. Number 5 in the world last season, multiple top 10.
Please don't forget the pressure of the wave that he had at Chobe.
Yep.
Oh my, I mean, that wave was super scary and super heavy. And it was the one score he needed to get into the final 5. And it was incredible to watch.
Yeah, prepared and someone who performs under pressure.
He loves it.
I feel like Leonardo Fioravanti as well as Kanoa Igarashi, we watched them grow up. They're both good friends, both teammates when they were grommets. early eye with the surf media on both of these surfers, Strider, and we just watched them kind of blossom through the pro junior ranks, through the qualifying series, now into the championship tour.
Yeah, growing up together, kind of pushing each other, mini rivalry, so to speak, you know, wanting, you know, out in the water right now, no friends, right? It's just they're looking for a heat win, and that's that. I think they're both going to the elimination round in this heat.
Well, both both Leonardo Fioravanti and Kanoa Igarashi, fashionable surfers as well.
Yep. And they know how to style out.
Right. Kanoa's a good friend with you, Mitchell. What can you tell us something that a lot of people don't know about Kanoa Igarashi? A little trivia? What kind of music does he like?
Oh, he loves reggaeton.
Okay.
He's a huge Bad Bunny fan. So last year, before the finals, and this is a really fun story. Before the finals, he goes to the concert with Bernardo, his filmer. They drive all the way to San Diego to Petco Park. It finishes at 1 or 2 in the morning. They drive back.
Wow.
And I think it's the day before the final started up.
Wow, that's commitment to Bad Bunny.
He was ready to go see him. Those tickets cost him like $300.
Maybe not a good move.
Hey, he still made the finals. He still made the finals, Ryder.
He was in the finals. Yeah.
No, but he's a workhorse, too.
Yeah.
During that time span, he was working out 3 times a day and surfing 3 times a day as well. But he was keeping his session super short, I think 45 minutes to an hour every time he was surfing. But he was working with Paul Norris from Surf Ready Fitness 3 times a day, Kipes.
Ferreira with the float there. Looking to improve upon a 7-point ride. He's got a strong lead right now. You can see a little bit of that backwash evident. And he just is unable to throw down. That layback doesn't matter. No harm, no foul. His right-hand man, Marcos, likes what he's seeing. Big smile on Marcos' face.
It's, you know, it's a rough position to be there for these athletes and have to kind of endure the ups and downs and you know, what happens behind closed doors. And, you know, we can't really understand what it would be like to have to deal with these athletes. I mean, all these managers and these, like, you know, basically guys that take care of these guys.
Well, I mean, Strider, we have to deal with you. It's pretty.
It's pretty similar.
It's not that far off. But yeah, 3.5 for Italo Ferreira. Not going to change the situation. He still has that strong lead. Kanoa Igarashi, on the other hand, Mitchell, he's being very, very patient right now, holding on to that priority.
Well, he knows that he's not making it out of this heat unless he's on the best wave so far. So needs a combination, 15 points. He can definitely do it on both, either the forehand or the backhand. It seems like he's going here.
From above, we can check out Kanoa carving off the top there. Get back down to the beach level. One more snap on the backhand. Peeling left-hander down the sandbank here, giving him more opportunity. Some busy work on the inside here before kicking it out. And we're going to see where that score lands. He will likely surf himself out of that 2-wave combination, Strider.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't even think he's going to be able to manage that score. I mean,
not even a 5.
Well, he gets one turn on the outside, but then the wave kind of lays down, really, you know? I mean, the wave doesn't really give him all the opportunity that he needs on this wave. There's no, like, solid lip line, I feel like. Right. And he's working really hard just to make some of these turns look good.
The wave let him down,
The wave let him down, for sure. I mean, his surfing is obviously there, but it's going to be hard for him to get up above the 7 range here.
He's definitely pushing through each and every turn that he can. I mean, he gets to these sections, and they are flat, but, I mean, he's surfing in the pocket when there really is an even one, you know? Well, like, that is so hard to do.
Kind of creating a pocket.
Yes.
You're right, definitely.
So the number, this is a 5.13, is checked in, so he barely got out of that combination. He's cut it down to a 1-wave need, Kanoa Igarashi, but that 1 wave is a giant need, a 9.87. Leonardo Fioravanti, he needs a 9-point ride. It's been all Italo Ferreira so far in this heat. One more replay of Italo.
Winds up, looking to go sky high, but he just kicks out.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. Italo Ferreira, he's been on fire. More action from the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona on the way.
The Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By Australian Gold, feeling gold. By TikTok, download the app. And by Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness.
So many great supporting partners here in Saquarema for the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Oakberry is one of them. They have delicious, nutritious acai, and for more on that purple goodness, I'm going to go to Rachel Apollonio. Rachel.
Hi guys, I'm here at the VIP area. Look what I'm getting, my Oakberry acai, which is my favorite Brazilian snack. And they have so many layers. You can make your acai your own way. So I think mine is ready. I'm gonna grab mine. O meu tá aí. Thank you so much. And you can also grab one at the sponsors area at the Oakberry stand.
Wow, that looks delicious. Oakberry. 16 minutes remaining here with Italo Ferreira out in the lead, 15.2 wave total, 8 and a 7 strider. Ferreira's been on fire.
He has, and I might have threw it in the cooler at the beginning of the heat, and I think it's still in there. I think these might be sitting in there with some Coronas already. I think it's looking pretty solid. I mean, look at how well he's stacked up these points. The thing that I do, you know, I will pull back a little bit, and those right wall, the closeout sections, and the maneuvers that can be done on those waves give.
That's a great takeaway, Strider, because, you know, logic would say the long left is where the scores are. But we saw that in this heat. We saw that in last heat with John Florence. The shorter, explosive rights are where the big numbers are coming from.
Well, it's because of the sections. You don't normally see those sections on the lefts right now. If you look at Canoa's best ride, the 5.13, and even his 4, all those sections were really flat. You couldn't really manufacture a score, whereas on the right, one big closeout section, one big maneuver will get you something in the good or maybe even excellent.
After this heat, we're going to get into our women's elimination round, and it's going to be an important first heat in that elimination round for the women. Head-to-head matchup, Carissa Moore versus Silvana Lima, and we're going to see if the women take notes of what's happening right now with the scores and with the numbers available on the sections on the right.
Yeah, 100%. Betty Lou right there getting ready. I feel like, you know, it's pretty fun to sit back and analyze these heats as a surfer, as you're coming into them, and you can really dissect the lineup and say, okay, we got these rights with these steeper sections. The judges have obviously noted in the criteria that that's what they want to see maneuvers done on. The steepest section is on the right, the most hollow, most intense. So we're going to go right, and we're going to do some heavy turns or some airs and really stack up some scores. I think Iago went left and got, you know, some good numbers, and so did Gabriel. So there are lefts out there that are going to offer up excellent scores, but you have got to be perfect. You have got to really attack that lip and find a closeout section that's going to give you opportunity.
When we look at the rankings coming into this stop number 8 on the championship tour, Leonardo Fioravanti and Italo Ferreira, both in that number 8 position, Mitchell. Are they too far out to make that final 5? Can Italo make that final 5?
Not at all. And Ferreira's made both WSL Finals appearance before. He was a runner-up last year, world champion in 2019. I could say the same thing for Leo. He could easily make it back up in there, especially knowing how good he is at Jeffreys Bay and as good as a barrel rider as he is too. But when we talk about downfalls and people that were at the top of the rankings in the last few years, Italo's only made the quarters the last 2 events. I mean, that is incredible. And we're talking about former runner-up, number 3 in the world, and world champion the year before. For you to go down all the way into the 20s of the ranking and to now finally make it into number 8, that's kind of astonishing, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, it could be. You know, it's a dash to that final 5 right now. We got this event and 2 more before we have that selection made. So you're saying Italo's still, Italo's got a chance.
He has he's made the final at Jeffreys Bay. Good surfer in Tahiti. I don't know if it's huge, but if it's a mid-sized chopo, I could definitely see him make it there.
And number 8 also, Strider, Leonardo Fioravanti. Can Leo make that final 5?
I feel like he's going to have to be here on finals day at each and every event on the way out. If he does, then he's got a chance.
Okay. I like it. I like that analysis. 12 minutes remaining here, and it's been a little bit quiet. Kanoa Igarashi's been patient with the priority. Leonardo Fioravanti with third priority is just going to take this. Couple sharp turns on the backhand. Little off balance there, makes up for it on the inside, but this wave not really offering an explosive section. Needs a 9-point ride.
He was in the kitchen right there tossing backside pizzas. Did you see that? It was a head, you know, that the surface was so hard for him to stay solid on that his body was moving all over the place. It was so interesting to watch.
Well, 11:30 to go. Could potentially be his best wave. I mean, when you look at the 6, it was a good air, but I really like the combination on the backhand, maybe just a bit better. Steep sections, too, and we were talking about, you know, being able to find those ones. Little check snap right there. I thought that carve was great, but this second turn, money, straight up and vertical, and gets a decent finish before this wave fades out, too. So I don't mind this wave being his best, but with 11 minutes to go, I just don't see him or Kanoa making it out of this heat without something in the upper excellent. So I still think they're going to need at least 2 more waves to make it out of this heat.
Yeah, lots of work to do. That wave, though, he found it. It was deeper on the sandbar and a smaller wave, which allowed it to stay over shallow water. And I think that was an interesting note if you're Carissa Moore watching this heat. You know, where he caught that wave from is really important.
Yeah, Carissa with her supporting coach, Mitchell Ross, getting ready for her matchup against Silvana Lima. And this is going to be a challenge for the 5-time world champ Carissa Moore, Mitchell, because Silvana Lima, you know she's surfed a lot of heats at this particular break.
Yeah, she has, but she crumbled under pressure twice this morning in pivotal moments of her heat. When she was able to get a score, she was only needing something in the 3s to take Lakey Peterson out of the lead, was not able to capitalize twice. And I think Carissa Moore, based off of the last 2 days of free surfing myself, she has been the standout for the women, and she's looking to go back-to-back here in Rio.
I have to, in Silvana's defense, she basically snaked Lakey Peterson and was worried about it when she fell off on her wave. I don't know if you remember that, but you know, Lakey was right there and just couldn't get around the section, and so I think Silvana was in two minds at that moment.
But you're competing, though.
Yeah, you're competing.
You should know how to manage that pressure.
If I was in that heat, I'd be like, I just snaked somebody. I'm going to fall.
9 minutes, 25 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Strider knows how to snake people.
He does.
Don't get that messed up at all.
Take it easy.
19 minutes and 15 seconds. And Italo Ferreira, number 15, he's happy to just sit this one out. Might as well conserve some energy. He's looking like one of the surfers to beat, given this arena and given the conditions right now.
And don't hurt yourself either. Don't injure yourself. Don't be detrimental to your own performance, and especially when you start off that quickly. I mean, he had the 7 and the 8 literally in the first 10 minutes of this heat, so be smart about what you're doing. Huge moment here for Kanoa now.
Priority used by Kanoa Igarashi. Frustration evident.
That's all you can do at this moment. 8:40 to go. You know, you still want to be in the moment, and if you do have a chance to get an excellent wave and an excellent score, go out there and do it, but don't bring that into the next heat. Leave it in these last 8 minutes. Clean slate going in the next rounds. That's the way you got to be thinking moving forward.
Yeah, don't take the baggage with you, right, Mitchell? I like that. I like the psychology that you put forth there.
8 minutes to go. I mean, that's still an eternity. I mean, if Leo is a smart competitor here, maybe forces Italo to go on a poor wave. But can he get a 9 with one single air? I don't know if he has that one single trick in his arsenal. To me, would have to be a combination of major maneuvers. But we're talking about rankings. Both guys tied at number 8.
Yeah.
That's significant. So you get an upper edge to the one opponent that's really on your tail.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's many heats within the heat, you know, and the rivalries that are and the levels of pressure against each other, and you know, right now you can just see Italo sitting there ready to take anything that moves away from these other two opponents.
Yeah.
And you know, with priority, winding out this heat, he's surfed a great heat so far.
And a lot of times we look through statistics where we look at the surfer's history against another surfer and their head-to-head matchups. Most of these surfers can tell you that off the top of their head.
Leo knows it.
They remember every single matchup, win or lose.
Interesting stat for today, gentlemen. The only high seed, if Italo ends up losing this heat, the only high seed did not move through so far today was actually Medina. He got beaten by Yagodora. Ethan Ewing moved through.
Yeah.
John Florence moved through.
Yeah.
Oh, actually Jack Robinson.
Pinto.
Yeah. And Griffin. Okay, there's a few.
Okay, that was an interesting stat. Let's check out our
I can hear the reverse grinding through the gears. Right.
Heat recap here. Italo Ferreira, he has been on fire. Taken to the air here, Strider.
Beautiful. Full rotation into the flats. Check the knees. He might even have hit the kneecap on his chin right there. That was just ridiculous. I mean, the shock absorbers are mental.
Fioravanti trying to fight back here, Mitchell.
Yeah, this came in as a 5.4 from Leo. A good score, but not enough to get him out into the lead. And you know, you look at Italo and what he's been able to do with the ramps that he's had on offer here. Just spectacular stuff, and really the world-class surfing that led him to being a world champion in 2019, Kaipo.
It's just such a quick spin for Italo Ferreira, and that I really think that's something that impresses the judges, Strider, that he's able to spin so quickly in a full rotation.
Yeah, you know, we talked about it a little bit when we saw it happen, but, you know, it is super hard to project out in front of a wave like that and get the rotation all at the same time and do it with such speed. It was, for Italo, though, to me, it's a walk in the park for him.
Yeah.
For us, you know, the average surfer watching it, it's out of this world for, you know, to even think about even trying to stick something like that.
And Italo has an unorthodox, real parallel stance. We've always commented on that, on his style. Really, his foot placement is very parallel.
I don't even think he knows if he's left or right-footed.
True, right?
To be honest, because
ambidextrous, maybe.
It's amazing to watch the variety that he can pull out and ride out of. You know, when he's doing pop shove-its and crazy stuff and surfing switchfoot, it's incredible.
And God, that's some good insight, Charlie, because if you do have that super neutral stance, think of a snowboarder, you know, or a skateboarder with a neutral stance. It does allow you to go either way.
Yeah.
Fakey ride, spin fast, do all that stuff that Italo Ferreira does. There we see today's top scores, and Ferreira's made the list.
If you look at his best result, his best performances, though, they've always been on rights. And I truly believe that's because he grew up at a right-hand point pick like Bahia Formosa.
Yeah.
Keramas, Bells Beach, the final at Jeffreys Bay. Even at the Surf Ranch, I feel like his rights are usually better than his lefts.
He won his world title at a left called Pipeline 2019 against Gabe Medina.
What was his best wave, though? It was the right up back door, the first wave of the heat.
No. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, they were battling for positioning, and he got the wave from him in the first exchange.
And I mean, back to that conversation, I think that's really what motivated, you know, for the format of when we talk about the Final Five and the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That happened organically in 2019. That the world title was decided with the final heat in the water. Now, we can count on that every year because of the WSL Finals. The world title will be decided in the water for the men and women every year.
I love it. I really enjoy the actual format of the finals and you know, the one day deciding our true champion. I would like to see it move around a little. I'm ready for it to go back to Pipeline and have the finals be there in 2024 and then go into sunset and start the year again.
We see Silvana Lima. She's getting ready for her Red Bull jet ski ride out. She'll be faced off against Carissa Moore as we transition into the women's elimination round. That'll be starting after the conclusion of this heat. Remember, women's elimination round, one-on-one competition. Loser is eliminated from competition. An important heat for Carissa Moore.
Crucial heat for her. I mean, leading the rankings right now. Coming off of a semifinal performance at Punta Roca, it is necessary for her to avoid being eliminated here And if you remember last season, Kaipo, at this specific location, she nearly lost out to Sol Aguirre in the elimination round. Real close heat.
Yeah, that was a close heat with another wild card when we look back at 2022 for Carissa Moore.
And then she went on to win it.
Yep. Could repeat itself. History could repeat itself.
Yeah, it's just getting through those tough rounds. Sometimes that's what ignites some momentum for our surfers. Fioravanti, he's going to prepare for the elimination round. Igarashi, he is going to prepare for the elimination round because Strider, you put in the cooler a while ago, but we're about under 2 minutes.
It's in the Yeti 110.
We're in about 2 minutes from it to being official.
That's a big cooler, though. Italo could get in there and roll around.
Ferreira with priority. Here he goes. Looking down the line, speeding up, searching for a ramp. Goes for a flat reverse there. Looks like he's having fun. Smile on his face. Not going to change the score, but he's going to take the W.
Does he have any fins on that board?
That's it looks like he's riding a skimboard.
Looked like he was skimboarding right there. That was crazy.
What, he's gone for 3 of those big maneuvers, and all 3 of them he's completed so far. His completion rate is out of this world. Huge amount of speed, a couple of big pumps, and then goes for the throw to reverse. I mean, the precision that he has just to be able to spin that around. And if you've ever tried that maneuver in real life, it is so hard to do.
Just realize that he does this with such ease and style, and it was super smooth. There was a crazy backwash right there, and he can barely even do a whitewash foam climb. He does air reverses and 360s better than he does foam climbs. It's like, this guy is so crazy on the tech side.
Ferreira paddling in. He'll get a Red Bull jet ski ride in. Why not? Just 15 seconds, and it's going to be finished. Italo Ferreira is going to feel good about his opening day at the office here at Itaúna Beach for the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. It's official. Horn is sounded.
I'm seeing him on the back of the ski right now and just kind of look into the future of the event.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself.
That's how we do the victory laps here. That is exactly how. Ferreira starting his road right there. 15.2 wave total. Local crowd loves it. He's on to the round of 16. Look at the flags. When we return, women's elimination round at the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona.
Style, grace, fluidity, power. Oh. That was a beautiful section for Steph. That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore.
Tatiana, what an amazing performance she's had. She got nice and barreled.
Tati's been unbelievable.
Molly Picklum is your Hurley Pro Sunset Beach champion, and she's feeling it right now.
Marks out in front, jams it again. She is on her way and seals the deal. Two-time world champ Tyler Wright, end section approaching. She just hammers it. Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
This has been an incredible ride for the Hawaiian so far. Wow. Beautiful turn there.
Carissa Moore takes out the Surf Branch Pro. The current final 5, and we're going to have to see a lot of these in the elimination round this afternoon. Carissa Moore, world #1, has Silvana Lima in the first heat, as we'll see if she can hang on to that position and continue to be the top seed heading towards the Rio Pro WSL Finals. Just wrapping up the opening round for the men. But now these are the heavy heats, the important ones for the title race. Carissa meeting up with an old friend, a longtime rival in Silvana Lima, representing Brazil, who qualified way back in 2006 and giving us so much entertainment. Joe Trapel with Jesse Mendez here for the call. Cool to see a little bit of Silvana. She kind of was real patient in her first heat earlier this morning. I saw her kind of in between. She looks happy and very engaged in this event. So, wow, Carissa Moore has her hands full.
Definitely, and as you're speaking, she has so much experience on tour. So sometimes you go to the tour, and for those big names, they get the wild cards, and they're always amazing surfers, but a lot of times they don't have the experience on tour. And this one, she's an amazing surfer with so much experience in a jersey, in a tour, and mostly here in Brazil. So definitely Carissa has a tough one in front of her.
Carissa Moore, a two-time champ, winning last year and also back in 2011. We've got a fired up Italo Ferreira now standing by.
Italo, is there any better scenario than being in your home country and start the heat with an excellent wave score? Actually?
Yeah, for sure. I'm so happy to be back in Brazil, and I was super excited to compete here again. And yeah, I had like a good score in my first wave, and the second one was good too. And I was kind of like confident that moment. And then after that, the ocean going flat, and that was pretty fun because it was super cold out there. But yeah, that was an excellent hit.
You know, you and Leo are placing the 8th position in the rankings, so you both need good results to still have the chance to be in the finals 5. What is it going to take for you to be there?
I don't know. It's a long way, you know. I'm just thinking to surf and just put a show for the fans, for sure.
Congratulations. And now tell to the Brazilians, fala para os brasileiros, qual é a sensação de estar aqui num lugar que todo mundo torce muito por você, começar a onda com um notão muito alto, como é que está sendo?
Então, isso é legal ter a torcida a favor, né? Aquela energia, toda a vibração e isso motiva cada vez mais na hora que eu entro na água. É algo muito bom e é por isso que o Brasil é especial e que a gente espera muito por essa etapa, né? E estar competindo em casa também é excelente.
Boa sorte nos próximos rounds. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Italo feeling really good out there in those conditions. Hyped up by the crowd, did his signature backside full rotation, which he's used as his secret weapon for several years now. More specifically, though, I think that 2019 year where he became world champion, it saved him several times where he'd take off on a closeout and even almost max out the scale on that signature move. I don't know if anyone lands harder in the flats than Italo on that backhand full road.
Yeah, he just literally like it's stalked. Oh, I think we have Silvana up and riding right here. That was a very critical first turn, and I like how she picked a little smaller wave. Unfortunately, the wave died out, but it was almost a jam. And she didn't have priority. She left Carissa in the deeper peak for the left, so it was smart of her to just get warmed up and not do the same mistake that she did last time. I spoke with her before her heat just now, and she was kind of bummed herself because she ended up getting very cold because she set for about 15 minutes before the first wave, and once she took off on the wave, she just was not with the feet in the wax. So yeah.
So much experience from both of these athletes. Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ, but Silvana Lima came close in the title race in the early stages of her career. We mentioned earlier qualifying as an exciting rookie in 2006, and she was already a threat. Shared multiple finals with Steph Gilmore, and Finally broke free with the winning feeling at Bells. Also was able to win in Peru, but more recently, 2017, she won at Lower Trestles, which was huge because it'd been such a long time since she'd won at the CT level. And now here's a wild card at 38 years of age, still bringing it to the best of the world. Does a lot of other things besides surfing. I always love how she's passionate about raising dogs. So she's got 8 French bulldogs right now. But she'll do whatever she can to make sure that she's enjoying her time at home with all 8 of her French bulldogs, but also spending a lot of time surfing and staying healthy. Rolling into this one with the backwash and just up and out.
Yeah, I really like how she's active. It's tricky in those conditions because it's getting a little slower right now as we speak. Not as many sets as we had this morning, but so you can get caught just sitting there for a long time and not catching much waves, and time goes by, and yeah, it gets tougher and tougher.
One of Silvana's first final appearances in Brazil was in the state of Bahia, as we watch Carissa Moore. Bottom turn, snap through the foam. How's that backwash? It was about 1 foot heading her direction. Survives that, and now a better part of the wave. Carissa Moore earning every bit of the end of that left. Managing the backwash well, putting up her first number against Silvana Lima.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a big score, but the fact that she was able to manage through that backwash with speed. Look, check this out. You see the backwash approaching, and she was able to actually hit it and come out with a lot of speed from that. That was impressive from her. And right here, she got a little bonus section, and then the wave starts to die out and get off the sandbar. So, yeah, a great start, good warm-up for her.
And there's that angle on the backwash, hanging on to that turn, and then things got better. The wall really stood up a bit more.
Yeah, and then she got a great turn right there. Lots of sprays, so much power always from Riz, and yeah, good surfing from her.
Talking about the advantages of wearing yellow these days with the new format. It sort of felt obvious, I suppose, to think, oh, number 1 is the best spot to be heading into lowers, but then it really had us scratching our heads last year when Steph Gilmore kind of lit fire in that first heat and survived against Brisa when, you know, Brisa got called on the block, 90 seconds, and then everything changed for Gilmore, and she went through the entire field in one day. Jesse, do you have a new opinion now after watching, you know, the last 2 seasons of the title race at lowers in this format? You know, would you want to be in yellow, or is there some sort of advantage of feeling the conditions early?
I think, in my opinion, just the fact of your tiredness. If you're starting from that, like having to do that many heats, I think what Steph did and even Italo did, he didn't win the world title, but he still got all the way to the finals in the last freaking heat. And I think I would rather be on the yellow jersey because you can save energy and just go straight and do your work, you know, because the amount of pressure that you have to go through in one day is too much. And I don't know how actually Steph pulled that off. That was genius type of stuff. That's why she's the greatest of all time.
I sat down with Carissa at the start of the year. She talked about what she called the grieving process of needing just to disappear for a month after that day. She felt like just the rug got pulled underneath her. Her season, world number 1, was gone. And for her, you could think about it too. That would have been a 6th title. You know, Steph and Lane would still have 7. Think how close that would be to creating new records. And she had to just let it go. She said she felt every type of emotion you could imagine, and then got really reinvigorated and more fired up to start a new world title campaign this year. She talked to me about that a week before she won Pipeline. So it was really cool that she spent so much time to work on that process of letting go and got immediate satisfaction with getting the yellow jersey back.
Yeah, and it's incredible because that hurts so much, putting all that work, not just that year, but she's been putting the work since she's 8 years old probably. So to get that stolen from her in the last, just one last heat, it's probably like painful. So for her to reset and be able to do what she's doing this year just show how freak of a talent she is.
And with how great the tour is, how great everyone is in the Final 5, we knew at some point with the new format, some number 1 seed was going to be taken down at some stage. It happened in the 2nd edition of the new format, and we'll see what happens this year.
And And if there's someone that could pull it off, that's Steph, you know, like with the experience she has. The type of surfing that she was doing there was incredible. She was able to mix it up, her grace, and just rail surfing with very aggressive and progressive maneuvers. She had a few big blowtails that she did with grabbing the rail, so that was impressive from her, and she really deserved that day to be the #1.
She's known as Happy Gilmore, but it might have been the first day I ever saw her compete angry. She was fired up. Everything felt insane as we look at the snap to start for Carissa Moore. Another nice slice off the top, a two-turn combination as she's trying to chase down Silvana Lima. They've had a few heats together in Brazil. They've even met in a semifinal in Rio in the past, back in 2011, the event that Carissa went on to win. What'd you think here, Jesse?
I like this last turn right here. She's just putting that little extra effort into it. Obviously not the greatest wave. The wave just kind of dying it out after, but yeah, it just shows how much this means to her. Even though she's way ahead in the rankings with Tyler Wright, she still wants to win, and yeah, it shows how much determination she has. And also respect for the opponent. She knows how tough Silvana is going to be, so she needs to put everything in her game in order to make this heat.
Silvana Lima, famous for charging. Remember, there was one winter where she wrapped things up over at Honolulu Bay, hopped over to the north shore of Oahu, broke all of her boards, just charging. Broke all of Pablo Paulino's boards as well. It was just battle out, just absolutely charging.
Biggest surfing fan of Saquarema. That guy is on the beach every single morning at 5 a.m. It's very fun to watch. Look how many signatures he got right there.
It looks like he's met just about everybody on tour.
Oh, like, and 100 times. Every day you come in, he asks for a signature. It's awesome to see it. A big fan of surfing.
And it's just such a warm welcome when you see his face and all the surfers are there to spend time with him. It's such an important stop on the calendar. The fans making the biggest impression on this event. And they've seen a lot today. There's so many great highlights. And it's been kind of the return of the air show at this event.
Yes, it has. And as you notice right there, kind of a big mistake and a crucial time here for Silvana. She does have the best wave of the heat, not by much. She had priority, and she paddled for a wave that really didn't exist, and the wave just disappeared. She didn't even catch the wave, and now risks with the advantage, maybe having some momentum change, and let's see if she's going to utilize in her advantage.
Tough one there for Silvana Lima. Like we mentioned before, she can be a bit unpredictable when it comes to wave selection, when it comes to falling, kind of trying to find her rhythm in a heat. It always keeps you guessing. She's had heats with 10s where she's fallen 9 times till she got there. Right there, though, losing priority against one of the best. That might be hard to come back from.
Yes, that is. And yeah, her strength is also her weakness, unpredictability. Like, you don't know what's going to happen with Silvana. It could be fireworks, or it could be a few mistakes that could cost her the heat. Obviously, we're still early in this heat, but like when you're going against someone like Carissa, you really want to maximize the opportunities you got, and that was kind of a missed opportunity.
So Carissa Moore with an 83% winning percentage when it comes to competing in Brazil. 2 CT wins, 4 finals in the last 10 starts at this venue. Carissa deep on the left, trying to catch up to some clear water. She'll get there. Nice start, second turn, super clean. Carissa on a roll, drills it, bit more vertical on the third and final effort. Mitchell Ross, the coach of Riss and Kanoa Garashi, fired up with that one.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing from Riss. She did get caught behind a little bit, and we see Silvana up and riding.
Silvana, big opportunity, love her bottom turn. Forced to wrap the first section. Mid-face fade. Not much of a pocket, a bowly section to work with, so she's just stuck doing those wraps and fades off the lip. Looking strong, but Carissa definitely winning that exchange.
Yeah, just wave selection right there. And unfortunately for Silvana, that mistake of paddling on that wave, missing priority, just handling to Carissa this jam of a wave, not this one, but this is Silvana's. A little bit more of a shouldery wave, so she had to really try and get deep and get vertical in that first section, and still not allowing her. She surfed that wave very well for what the wave gave her. But unfortunately for her, yeah, just a very shouldery wave. On the other hand, I think we see a different angle from Silvana's wave right here. Yeah, just kind of a shouldery wave for her, unfortunately. And Riss, on the other hand, check this out. She was even a little late for that section, and she still was able to really power through that first turn, driving it nicely. And right here, just going vertical to finish it off. And yeah, great surfing for her.
It was cool how deep she was, but it got out in front, and that's going to always fire up Mitchell Ross.
A lot of fashion scene right there.
Share
That's
that
awesome.
energy right to Kanoa. Love a conversation with Mitch. Makes you laugh. He's really quick-witted. Always has a follow-up question. Really, just like he surfs too. Real quick, still rips. Had a great pro surfing career in Australia, representing Newcastle and Meriwether Beach, and now a great super coach these days. And Carissa Moore was kind of one that would move around a bit with coaches. You kind of focused on the region. She still does that a bit, but I think Mitchell Ross has really turned into that full-time consistency. Really great relationship. He's like almost like a family member these days.
Yeah, and I always thought it was very interesting the way that she worked. Even though she has Mitch, like you said, more consistent now. He basically goes to every event. But there's a few spots, the trickier spots like Margaret River or Pipeline, that she still brings someone local to get that local knowledge, maybe just to know the spot a little better.
Oh, it's true. You think about Margaret River, you know, you've got Mitch Ross there, but also Andrew Sheridan, and Carissa Moore's always looked at that. You know, at Bell, she's worked with Adam Robertson, Cale Bell Warren in the past, bringing people that have the knowledge of the spot. Over in Hawaii, she works with Love Hodel as well. As we see Italo enjoying his afternoon. Got into the excellent range today and had a blast against Leo Fioravanti and Kanoa Igarashi. So Kanoa and Leo sent to the elimination round with Italo's performance. Like we were talking about this morning with Italo, it feels like he's found that gear where he's really finding enjoyment in the challenge, in the process. Like he said, came close to doing exactly what Steph did last year, making the title match, really pushing Toledo. He was focused on that lowers left, and gosh, I think one wave had almost 9 turns on. Surfing with that kind of energy after so many big matches that day. As we check out the leaderboard for the women, Carissa Tyler sitting top 2. It's about 7 world titles stacked up there. Caroline back in form, former runner-up in the world, sitting in 3rd, looking great out in the opening round today. Picklum and Steph had their heat together this morning, both in the elimination round, and along with Tatiana Weston-Webb, looked great, had some big finishing moves, but dealt with a second. So let's see her surf again this afternoon.
Yeah, we do have a lot of big names, both on the men's side and the women's side in the second round, that just show how stacked up of heats we have all around since the first round.
Love breaking down all the energy here in Brazil. We've been focusing right here on Itaúna since we've had some big events in the last handful of years right in Saquarema. But some of your favorite waves in Brazil that you can talk about, you know, that are maybe well known or have been hosted as venues in the past. What are some of your personal favorites?
One of my personal favorites are definitely Maresias. It's a very consistent place. We had a few challengers there before a few years ago, and it's just a good beach break overall. You have all kinds of conditions in one beach break. You have good barrels, you have very rippable 1 or 2 foot rip bows, and then you have very rippable 5 foot waves. So overall, it's probably my favorite wave in Brazil. Consistent and all the other aspects.
A lot of cool places to explore. Carissa and Silvana enjoying Itaúna at the moment here in the elimination round. Carissa still out front. We'll be right back. Exciting times in pro surfing because you can get your favorite surfer's jersey when you check out WSLstore.com. You can also find posters and all sorts of other gear and pick your favorite surfer's jersey. When Jesse Mendez was on tour, he picked number 88. It's a familiar number because the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, wears 88. And some people pick numbers for different reasons. Jesse, how'd you come up with 88?
Actually, that was a question that Steph asked me because she was like, "You're not as old as I am." I picked 88 because it's the year I was born, and I was like, I just think it looks cool. So that's why I picked it. I had not really a major reason for it.
I love that. You get that sometimes. I asked that for Liam O'Brien. He's like, oh, I have actually no reason for it. Sometimes it's a birthday. Sometimes it's in honor of a family member. It's really cool to see why a surfer picks their number, but oftentimes their Instagram handle changes. It's all part of their marketing campaign, their profile, and it becomes part of their last name. Gilmore is definitely attached to that 88. As she's coming up next, she's got Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, one of the exciting surfers from the North Shore of Oahu. Survived the midseason cut this year, and now has a chance to challenge one of the all-time greats.
Yes, it's going to be an exciting heat. I think Sakura has a lot to show still. Her surfing is incredible, just watching her up close the last few years on the North Shore, and the level that she carries and how much power she surfs for such a young surfer, mostly in places like Haleiwa where she grew up. I think we're yet to see a lot from her. She's still quite shy for her surfing, in my opinion, and once she gets that groove going and gets that confidence going in tour, she's really going to do some damage.
I agree with you 100%. The type of surfing Betty Lou does is this world title caliber type surfing. She charges, and she's incredibly confident. You see her with that confidence in situations. She believes in herself, backs herself, and I think she's just going through the ropes of learning the tour. Whereas remember how young she still is, growing up quickly, and has a great crew to spar with under Ross Williams, with Tatiana, with John, and takes up just so much knowledge in that crew. And great to see Rasa make the decision to fly out for that support for Betty Lou. She's coming up next against Steph. Meanwhile, waves coming through for Carissa and Silvana. Carissa still with the lead in priority. Her best score, that 6.5 she got on her backhand. And they are separating themselves here. Carissa in yellow is on a good section of the wave to take off deep on the left. Big belt on a wild section, ends up incomplete.
Yeah, now momentum shift right there. Silvana's going to get another chance. Is going to get priority. Kind of like a weird wave that Carissa picked up, kind of very straight, closed out pretty quick on her, which, like I always mention, is very easy to say that sitting here in a chair, but Silvana's going to have another opportunity still quite some time. She doesn't need that big of a score as well, which I still think Riss is going to have another chance and better that 4-point right, but yeah, good chance for Silvana now.
Silvana is such a scary wild card draw. Sometimes you get wild cards where it's their first CT event, eyes are wide open and almost taken over by the situation of the big cameras and all the fans and even the Red Bull Athlete Zone, seeing their heroes grab jerseys. We see that situation happen, which we love, where you see a talented athlete get that first shot. But then you have Silvana, who's been in title showdowns. She's actually played wild card in the past. I remember back in 2014, she got the call up. The event was down the coast at Barra da Tijuca. It went mobile to a little venue called Gumari, and she beat Steph. There's 8s being traded, and I remember Gilmore kind of looked at her and she's like, oh, my old rival's back. And it was just such a different feeling that day, where for Silvana, there's nothing on the line except for taking down everyone in a single event. She wasn't worried about a title race, and she got a key win that season.
Yeah, and not to mention as well, she's right by home. Like, she lives in Rio for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 years. She has her partner, she has her dog, like you mentioned, so she feels comfortable here, and it's just another day and going surfing.
And it seems like there's just so many surfers that Silvana's inspired, men and women, but now there's this resurgence of young Brazilian women that are getting more opportunities these days. It felt like there was a period of time where the events kind of went away, and you could see, you know, with, you know, Tati representing Brazil by herself on tour. Could be some more contenders coming from this country on the women's side.
Definitely. Women's surfing has been growing so much here, and thank as well to WSL for providing this event, because all the little girls are growing up watching their heroes and just get inspired. Mostly with the rising tides as well. It's very special. You see all the girls and their eyes are just, yeah, they're just so stoked to be against, not against, but with their idols. And yeah, I can't wait to see what the future holds for women's surfing in Brazil.
Stephanie Gilmore remembers what it's like to surf against some of the top from Brazil. Surfers like Tita Tavares and also Jacqueline Silva, who was dangerous on tour back when Steph Gilmore first got on the stage in '07. Steph coming up next, trying to avoid a loss in the elimination round. You don't throw away events after the midseason cut. You keep everything. And so for the situation for Steph and Tati, equal 5th coming into stop number 8. It feels like they're in a must-win situation already.
Yeah, they definitely are. The 3 of those surfers, whoever gets in front of this event is going to be in front of the rankings. So, yeah, very important heat there for Steph. And, yeah, I can't wait to watch it, because Betty Lou is definitely going to give her a tough time out there. And she's not scared. Like you said, she's super confident. She doesn't get frozen to have her heroes around her. And it's going to be exciting to watch.
Let's focus on Carissa Moore in a moment. Silvana's got this wave. Setting up that first line off the top. She'll snap the next section, tagging the pocket before it goes completely flat. Lima timing that one well. And I love the crowd support for Sil in this one. 4:30 on the clock. Trying to hunt down the lead from Carissa Moore.
Yeah, great surfing for Sil right there. It was very impressive how she was able to manage to find that lip on that last turn. Very tough. She's been doing those bottom turns with the grab rail, which is helping her keep steady on the bottom turn. As we see right here, she takes off, gets the speed down the line, and kind of a setup turn right here. And then she goes, the wave's a bit flat, and then right here you see her grabbing that rail and really putting it vertical up there. Great surfing for her. Fortunately, the wave died out, but that's how kind of it's been all day around. And yeah, let's see what that score comes.
What a season it's been for Carissa Moore. Back in yellow, just like she had at the start of the year when she won Pipeline, an event that meant a lot to her, putting in a lot of time surfing backdoor and pipe over the last handful of years. As you look at 3 event wins, getting that many wins in a season, it hasn't been since 2015 that Chris has won this much. Also finishing in a final as well, which was great to see her rhythm there, averaging at least a 3rd place, a 3.6 place result for Carissa Moore, and an 83% winning percentage, which is just sensational. So Carissa having a great season, trying to hunt down a 6th world title here in 2023.
Yeah, those stats are impressive, man. It's incredible how good she is in every venue, and seeing those stats here, which is the type of condition that I would say she's the least favorite for her surfing, and she still has that. It just shows how good of a surfer she is and a competitor.
Ah, so true. And I guess you looked at that stat at the bottom there, entering this event, 20 heat wins out of 24. That goes to 20 out of 25 since she didn't win her opening round.
I wonder what's going to happen there. Oh, a little priority change right there. Wrist kind of blocking, didn't really paddle, but forced Silvana to pull back because she was having her nose in the wave, kind of looked like she wanted to. She was indecisive, and this is kind of a chance. Doors now open for Silvana with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Such a big part of the game, isn't it? Trying to see what you can get away with priority on keeping your lead, keeping the P next to your name, and just making sure your opponent doesn't take off. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, check this out. She does not paddle, but look how much effort, how much intention she puts in that wave. And as soon as she sees that Silvana can't really go because she's kind of right there, she pulls back, and Silvana up and riding.
Silvana carves and kicks out. So didn't really provide the section she was hoping for. And now priority goes right back to Carissa.
Man, that was a tough one for Silvana right there. I mean, she could have been a little bit more patient. I know the clock's running down, but there's still 1 minute and 40 seconds left. And when she took off, there's probably a little over 2 minutes. And now it's going to be tough because Carissa's going to be on top of her. And she's definitely going to need 2 waves to come their way so she can kind of sell one to Carissa and then comes back on the second one.
It's true. Yeah, Silvana never really famous for her patience in these situations. Oftentimes will just go for it when she sees a wave come through. Carissa now with priority, keeps Silvana off this wave. Set up snap. Trying to hit a bit more vertical on the second turn. She'll ride away.
Yeah, a smart decision for her, even though the wave wasn't the best, but she only has a 4-point ride, and I think just to defend her and apply the pressure in Silvana and leave Silvana now with priority but needing a score, I think it was a smart decision for her to pull the trigger on that one. As you see right here, first turn the wave was a little bit flat, but then it gets a little steeper, and she was able to get vertical. That was a nice turn for her, timing it very well, the backwash as well, and we're going to see if Silvana's going to get another chance or not.
Silvana Lima, 38 years of age, making a huge impact on pro surfing, qualifying back in 2006, getting the wild card call-up once again, and Sil just can't get to her feet on that one, rolled underneath her. She'll lose priority, and she's down to 10 seconds. Lima might just take off on this little inside wedge. She's up in time. Starting to really push down the line, going for a fin throw, ends up incomplete, and Silvana Lima will be knocked out by Carissa Moore here in the first heat of the elimination round.
Yeah, a few mistakes that kind of cost her the heat, that 6.5 that she ended up losing priority paddling on the wave before, and Carissa making the most of it. So smart surfing, smart strategy for Carissa, and advancing into the next round.
Oh, it's just such an awesome opportunity to see one of the greats come back into the championship tour jersey. Always great to see you, Silvana Lima. Can't wait to see what you do for the rest of the season. And Carissa Moore hangs on to that yellow jersey and moves on into the quarterfinals, where it is reseeded one more time in the women's format. More action to come with the GOAT in the lineup coming up next. the sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona, this is Living. By State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Vivo Rio Pro, presented by Corona. By Oakberry, not just acai, it's Oakberry. And by Yeti, built for the wild. This is the fun that we have here at Saquarema. If Jesse was down there, he could actually keep this rally going.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite hobbies. It's called Altinha here in Brazil, and it's growing up a lot. It's very fun to play, good warm-up before the surf.
You see it every time you come to Brazil. And there's actually spin-offs of the game of soccer, as we say in the United States, or football, foot volley, where you see that what would look like a volleyball net. And everyone here in Brazil is so talented with their footwork, they can actually kick the soccer ball over the net just like you would in volleyball. Cool carve to start things off for Stephanie Gilmore. Whips one in the pocket again. She loves surfing on her front side, and she's able to find a right early against the grommet, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, great start for Steph with the 6.5. It looks like Betty Lou caught a wave right there. I don't know what happened, but... And she's getting caught, getting pounded.
This wave definitely packs a punch. It can take you by surprise. Even when you think the waves are a certain height, all of a sudden sometimes there's just a wild set that comes through and lands right on you. How's this opener from Betty Lou?
That was a great turn for her. Unfortunately, the wave closed out too quick, but very strong. And here's Steph on the other hand, a little bit more drivey type of turn, but the wave definitely a bit smaller. But just trying to get a backup on the board. She already started at 6.5, and yeah, I would have loved to see Betty having a second chance on that wave, because that could have been a huge score for her.
Anytime you see her on like a heavier right or a right with wall, it's hard not to think of Haleiwa, where she's had so many reps on her home break. She's happy to win that Challenger season finale, which is fun to see the local presence backing her, as she has so much support back on the island of Oahu. But for Betty Lou, it's like all about the learning game of making the right decisions at the right time. And I suppose for you, Jesse, looking at Steph and Betty Lou, if you can take one aspect out of their surfing and call it their best asset, what would it be?
Steph, no doubt, technique. And I think Sakura, just the power. She can really push a lot of water. She's very strong in big conditions. So, yeah, it's almost like opposite contrast right there. Like one is very graceful and the other is just very aggressive.
And it's cool to see what Betty Lou is willing to do. There was a final in Hawaii at the end of the year last year, and we had Chris Moore and Betty Lou out there, and Betty just followed her up and down the reef and wasn't afraid to sit on a veteran, a world champ, probably one of her heroes. And you're going, okay, she's ready to play this game and finding a way to win at all costs.
Yeah, she has that Hawaiian mentality, you know. She's like not scared to back down. She's not going to back down. She's not scared to put in a good fight, and not just because Steph is her idol and probably all the other girls on tour because she's so young. And been watching them since she was probably very little, but she's still gonna be very aggressive in the water.
We just finished a classic, seeing Carissa Moore's name next to Silvana Lima's one more time. Riss got the win, and she's hanging out with Rachel.
That's right, Carissa. This year you already have 3 wins, and you are defending your win from last year. But what about this heat? Was it stressful for you?
Oh, that heat was so stressful. Silvana is someone that I've looked up to since I was a little girl, before I even got on tour. And she's a formidable opponent. She's always game. You never know what she's going to bring out. And she was a really tough wild card. I had a pretty rough heat this morning that I think, you know, whenever you have those, it sometimes puts you back to square one. It takes a lot of the confidence away. I've had some really fun surfs ahead of the comp, but this morning it was hard to kind of like clean the slate and regroup and come back for this one. So I had a few extra nerves.
Even though you are a multiple winner, what are you still learning about yourself in that stressful days, about your mindset in competition?
Oh, I mean, I guess if I was just to look at today, I mean, a lot of this is physical, but more of it is mental. So just learning how to control my mind and talk kindly to myself, stay in a positive place, to find that like balance between being at peace and surrendering, but also being enthusiastic and working really hard for it. So I feel like every event, it's that little bit of a dance.
But now you're into the next round, so congratulations and good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chris and Moore into the quarterfinals, talking about the mental acrobatics that it takes to succeed at a high level. All athletes talk about that in all major sports and find what works for them. Sometimes it's meditation. Do you meditate, Jesse?
No, I don't so much, but I know it's good for me. I should have done more throughout my career, but I didn't enough.
It's not like you have to, you know. Yeah, some people do really channel that. You see the eyes closed of Jack Robinson. Griffin Colapinto has found that as a weapon for him to calm the mind, to throw out any negative thoughts, which helps them just clear that energy. You talked about Gabriel Medina, how he's so great at just losing any sort of negative emotion or anything in the back of his mind. He can be very present in the moment. He doesn't seem like a guy that closes his eyes or disappears. He can just get there with a snap of a finger. So different for every competitor on tour.
Yeah, definitely very natural for Gabriel. His instincts are like that, and he's so good at hiding the problems that he's going through. In the heat, you can't ever really tell how he's feeling. So that's very, he takes that into his advantage. So yeah, Riz, obviously fierceless competitor and just knows the game so well, knows what she has to do as well. So yeah, it was good to hear that from her. All the background stories, the things that people don't see behind the scenes and how much work they put in to be here.
Yeah, so much can happen from just packing your boards and having them damaged when you show up. That can rattle your confidence if your magic board goes down. Remember the magic board kind of in recent times for Stephanie Gilmore, the famous cash cow, shaped by Darren Hanley, her longtime shaper. And how many wins and how much prize money that got her, putting in title showdowns. It was like this board, it was almost getting kind of superstitious on what kind of form was this board going to be in on each and every trip. That thing was packed very, very seriously before big events.
Definitely, and what's so important, like what's important to mention is those boards are so special that as soon as she got that board and she felt that it was magic, she told Darren, and he probably tried to make, he probably went through like 30 or 40 boards that year, just the same identical dimensions. But there's always that feeling on the magic board that gives you that 10% extra if you're surfing. Is you just feel so connected and everything is just feels like it matches perfectly.
Just an extension of your body. All you got to do is perform. Don't have to overthink anything. That's kind of how Stephanie Gilmore came on tour. It almost looked like she didn't have to try to just win big events. She finaled early in Brazil, down at Barra da Tijuca. She was able to make a final with Hawaii's own Melanie Bartels. Mel Bartels got the win that day, and could tell like Gilmore just was actually really happy for Melanie coming out of the final. Steph had a 10 at the early stages of that event, but she was just so happy to see one of her favorites on tour at the time pick off a big win. Melanie was famous for freestyling heats. She would go for big airs. She'd kind of do things her way, things that she wasn't supposed to. One time she started off almost Dane Reynolds-like, where she did a snap at snapper, didn't like the feel of it, and so she just highlined the rest of the wave with the jersey on, and everyone was like, classic, Melanie Bartels, you legend. You know, only certain people kind of take that path, that purity of surfing and doing what was natural for her, and I think that's why Steph was so happy that Mel got the win back then in 2008.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome to see some freshness and something different in the game. Obviously, this is very unique, and it doesn't even ever happen, you know? You have a few high lines that are historical in surfing. You have the hit Josky one at J-Bay that was beautiful. And in that wave, he still got a 9.9 or something, but it was impressive how he did the high line hands up, and it gets in your memory forever, and it's special.
Because that's that moment of competition where you remember it's like surfing balancing the art form that it is, and that soulful connection. Josky's such a soulful surfer and just couldn't help himself. You know, he had so much on the line competition-wise, but he just wanted to salute how perfect J-Bay was that year. And you'll see that probably this year if we get a great swell. When surfers are in their element surfing world-class waves, it's only natural to take a moment, and it's almost like a highline saying, thank you very much, Mother Nature, for this kind of day. Even on tour, just like free surfers, you're always looking to score. And I think that's what makes pro surfing so exciting. It's like when an event is firing, the whole beach comes to life, and you know it's something special.
Definitely, and you get so connected into that moment that you almost forget that you're in a heat, and you're like, I'm just going to enjoy this little second right now, and I'll get back to it after.
Looking like Stephanie Gilmore holding down the lead and priority over Betty Lou at the moment. So let's see what's happening in the activation area with Maida.
Hi guys, I'm here at Banco do Brasil Som e Surf area, and here there are some food trucks. You can come here to have a lunch, and after at 4 p.m. we're gonna start here with live music, so come enjoy.
Obrigado. Maida is in the right spot to be, and this is Friday here locally in Saquarema. Love to check out some local music. Love music right on the beach, balancing out that connection with surfing. Steph loves playing music, and I'm sure she's going to enjoy some of the concerts tonight. And the food. Let's start with food, Jesse. Recommendations, someone's coming to Brazil for the first time. What do they have to order?
I mean, I think first of all, you have to do barbecue. You have to go to a proper barbecue place and have the Brazilian style barbecue, which it's very unique the way it works. You've been here before a bunch of times and you know how it is, so if I would recommend, number one would be barbecue.
What about music? What makes local music so special?
I think just the charisma and the rhythm. It's different, it's happy, and it's exciting to be around.
People love to dance as well. I love Silvana Lima, back when she made her first TT final, and it was in Brazil. She started doing capoeira as a celebration. Everyone gathered around, and man, that was like watching dance with martial arts at the same time.
Yeah, it's incredible. I am not as close as anything to do with that because I have no idea how to do it, but it's beautiful to watch, and it's, yeah.
It's never too late to learn,
know.
Right? Maybe on a lay day.
Maybe we'll learn on a lay day.
Steph Gilmore out front, little bit of a lull, but she's still leading with her 6.5 and a 4.67. Let's see if the Grom, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, can create a major upset against the defending world champion. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world. It's the tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Let's have a look at the Banco do Brasil zip line. We saw Maida take this on earlier today, and I didn't realize it was this risky. You're pretty high up in the sky. Trying to sign up Jesse Mendez to be the next surfer to fly off this Banco do Brasil zip line. Let's see what we got here. Oh, you don't need to take a board.
Oh, you can do whatever freestyle. You can freestyle. You just choose whatever you want. That was actually pretty long.
Not bad. Point A to point B. I think if you had that in your backyard.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take that when I'm going back to my hotel. A little shortcut.
Perfect. There's going to be a sea of people that are going to want to say hi to you. How's Betty Lou? After a long wait, she gets hung up as she's trying to chase down Steph Gilmore. Shouldering off quickly is this left-hander, and there's nothing really left for her. So Steph keeps her lead and priority. Gilmore thinking about this one, but with the lead, she'll probably let this roll through.
Yeah, smart move there. She's probably identifying that it's slowing down a lot with this higher tide, and identified as well that that wave of Sakura, even though Steph had priority, she had a good look at it, but she saw it was kind of walling down and not giving that much of an opportunity. So she was just like, there's still a lot of time on the clock. I'm just going to wait here and trying to get a very good score and put Betty Lou in a tougher spot, because she already does have the highest score of the heat. So yeah, she's in a good spot right now.
Interesting how your strategy can sometimes be forced to change when things slow down. If you were Molly Picklum or Joanne Defay in the next heat, what would you be thinking about before you headed out to the lineup?
Yeah, that's a tough one, because you want to be patient, because the bigger waves and the best waves, there's only a very, very few in the heat, and they really make a lot of difference. But also you can sit there for 20 minutes and just maybe get a little bit out of position. When they come, they could come a little wider, a little deeper, and yeah, the other person just gets in the rhythm and maybe get a few average scores, and then you're sitting with not that much time left in a tough spot. So I think it's just whatever you feel in your heart at this moment. And when you paddle out, you see the energy of the ocean, you feel what's kind of happened a little bit before when the heat finish, and just let your instincts do the talking.
I think a lot of fans just kind of think surfers like yourself are just in perfect waves all the time. But Jesse, when you're competing, how often are you actually looking for conditions like this to practice in?
Yeah, you actually do it a lot. Even on the best places in the world, like there's only a very few days that it's actually firing and pumping, and a lot of times too it depends on tide. So sometimes it's not even a few days, it's a few hours off the day, so, or the wind or something like that. So you kind of, to be a World Tour surfer, you have to be so well-rounded. Like you need to know, you need to do everything. You have to be on your A game at every moment, every time.
When you look at the leaderboard post-cut, you look at every surfer that survived. Remember, you had to be top 10. You get a wild card in there, and then you get an event wild card for 12 surfers in the draw on the women's side. But you're going for every surfer full-time has an honest shot of making the finals, because there's 10,000 points on the line for a win. Late takeoff, Gilmore picks up a little backside rip off the top. Backwash connects with that carve, and now forces the hook into the flats. But most impressed with the takeoff on that last wave for Gilmore.
Yeah, very impressive. That backwash really not helping her at all. And just kind of killing the wave as well. The wave just went into flat. Looks like Betty Lou's having a look on this one. Looked like more of a walled up wave, and let's see what she brings.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from the North Shore of Oahu belts the first section, attacks the second move right in front of Steph. Throws that snap right on top of her hero and will step off. Good composure, not to get rattled by seeing that number 88 jersey heading her way. Ross Williams coaching Betty Lou and also chatting with Tati before her matchup in the elimination round.
Yeah, and it was good. Good that you mentioned the composure on that wave. Not just Steph, but look at this backwash in between the first and second turn transition right there. She was very calm. She let the backwash go through, and then she went up in vertical, so just showing a lot of maturity. And when you take off on a wave, and you're in the heat, every little distraction counts. So she had 2 big distractions right there, and she was able to pull that through. That was amazing mindset right there for Betty Lou. And here we have Steph on the other hand, just a very flat wave, unfortunately for her. She did what she could on that wave, but just not getting the opportunity to open up so much.
So Steph Gilmore tied with Tatiana Weston-Webb, equal 5th for that last spot for the WSL Final 5. Still with Jay Bay and still with Tahiti to come. And you kind of think for Steph, you know, you really pinpoint Jay Bay as a chance to really win. She'll be one of the clear favorites. You look at Tati, who's actually done well, Jay Bay as well, but also you're looking for her to lead the charge at the end of the road in Tahiti. So those stories will get incredibly dramatic at that point. Neither surfer wants to be in the situation where they're under the pressure to perform. We're hoping that they're solid in the WSL Final 5.
Yeah.
We'll see how the elimination round unfolds, because a lot of big names to deal with here. Carissa got through the first one. Steph so far looking strong, but Betty Lou put up some great turns. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, that was, I think it's a close one. It's a tough call. First turn, very critical, and then going through that lump in the second one, so she, well, looks like she's gonna get the score.
A big lead change, an important one for Betty Lou. Now she's got pocket 5.77s out in front. Gilmore down to second with priority. We'll have to rethink the back end of this matchup.
Yeah, still door wide open for Steph right there, but it's always better for you to be in front of the heat no matter what, because as the time goes down, the pressure just builds up, and with the conditions as we speak right now, without not many opportunities, it just builds that pressure inside of you. So she's going to have to deal with that, which is the best in the world. That's why she has 8 world titles, but it's never easy. You can ask them every time, and every time it's going to be a different feeling and a different experience.
And I think that's why these surfers commit to the tour for so long. You look at all these years for Steph, and you start really falling in love with that feeling of seeing yourself challenged in different ways.
Yeah, you live for that moment. Pressure is a privilege, that was what they like to say. So at this moment, she has another chance to perform under pressure in front of a big crowd, and I know she's excited to do that.
Remember the Olympic qualification on the line as well, so Steph also has some work to do in that area. As we see the snap off the top, kind of tapping that first section because it had the backwash. There's a fin throw that she loves to bring out when she needs it.
I am so impressed with that fin throw. She really got it dialed since the finals last year. She's been basically doing every opportunity she has, and she's landed most of them. As you see right here, kind of lost balance on that backwash, but there was barely nothing on that section. She still was able to get a good fin release, and yeah, that was beautiful surfing.
And to be able to time the fin throw on this second effort before the lip disappears into the flats.
Yeah, and see right there, using the backwash to her advantage. Nice little fin throw right there. If there's one thing to be picky on that wave, was just that first turn. Unfortunately, when she timed it, there was a backwash, and she wasn't as stable as she probably wanted on top of the board, and she lost a little bit of balance. But great surfing for the wave she had.
More opportunity out the back. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson will commit to her backhand. It's got a wall that's starting to stretch out. There's the snap off the bottom, able to go straight up with her second move. And just hugging the pocket now as it's getting a little bit full, but still in attack mode. And now stepping off there. So back-to-back laps for Betty Lou, looking really solid.
Yeah, looking solid. This wave a little bit flatter. Not much of a section coming at her, so in my opinion, that's going to keep the score a little shy. She really had to work to get that board vertical. As you see her right here, she takes off. She's a bit on the shoulder. She brings that first turn around, and right here the wave is kind of flat. She was able to get up vertical, but still with not as dynamic as she was probably hoping for. And then the wave kind of disappeared right after. I don't think she's going to better the score, but yeah.
Yeah, you could see those sections just getting a little sleepy. Got there for the second through some water, but it still backed off under her feet. But just keeping those waves from Steph Gilmore is a positive sign for Betty Lou. Joanne DeFay prepares for Molly Picklum. DeFay, runner-up in the event last year, finaled with Carissa Moore. And we've talked about how dangerous her backhand is, especially the last 2 days where it was pumping big overhead sections, and she was on fire. But I also remember she won the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach when it was about 1 foot, and the backhand was still just as lethal.
She's such a hard worker athlete. Like, you can see how fit she always looked and how concentrated. She actually, it's the most relaxed I've probably ever seen Joanne before a WT, a World Tour event, or a World Tour heat. She was kind of hanging on the shelf right there, just kind of cruising. Obviously, she's kind of out of the game because she was hurt all year long, so she's just coming back. Probably taking these events to just slowly get back into rhythm for next year, really putting on a good work that she did the year before.
And sometimes you talk to athletes where it is actually prep for the long run, looking at the big perspective of coming back from injury. We saw that from Iago last season, where he got the call up to work his way back into form. And you look at the beach here at Itaúna in Saquarema, filled with happy people. A lot of foot volley happening. Football, one of the favorite sports here, or known as soccer in the United States. Probably the most popular sport in Brazil. It's pretty easy to say that. And surfing probably right behind it.
Yeah, I'm actually proudly saying that surfing might be the second biggest sport in Brazil right now. We have so many people surfing, and it's growing very much. But soccer still has the edge.
Yeah, especially when you see everyone pack the soccer ball before they head to the beach. As we look at a little paddle battle, it's up to Steph if she wants to go with priority. Chasing a 5.04. And remember, Olympic qualification season. Right now it's Molly Picklum and Tyler Wright currently in the standings to represent Oz. So Steph wants to change that around. And a little misread on the opening section, throwing away priority and her opportunity to get the lead.
Yeah. Almost, there was kind of a critical section right there. She took a little too long on the bottom turn, and the backwash didn't really help her. But yeah, maybe a little missed opportunity, or maybe just pulled the trigger a little too early. Still got 6 minutes left, and Betty losing the advantage now.
Just saw Molly Picklum quickly throwing on the red jersey. Taking on DeFay coming up next. Molly, number 4 in the world, and got her first championship tour win back at Sunset Beach, and just enjoyed her time in yellow. She was so busy. She was getting invited to so many rad things like Formula One races in Australia. She was on the sports shows, you know, on television in her home country, and she didn't burn out. She said, I'm just going to enjoy every bit of this attention that comes with leading the tour. Steph Gilmore, important wave, bowling right, sets up her first hook, a solid one, but only one move.
Man, I can only feel for Betty Lou right now. How scary is she let that wave go? Obviously, she identified that it wasn't that great of a wave, but leaving a clean right to Steph Gilmore, it doesn't take much for her to get a 5-point ride.
It's got to be one of the toughest surfers to watch, because you're looking at it going, okay, I'm supposed to let this wave go. But for Gilmore and her forehand, one of the best ever.
Yeah, but obviously a great call right there. The wave dying it out very, very quickly. It seems like she's focused. Just because I said she looked over to Steph right there. Paying a very good attention, and I'm sure she's going to be very glued to Steph in this last 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Steph is just pacing in this lineup. Now both athletes head in the same direction. Betty Lou knows that there's a lot of points. You win Brazil, J-Bay, Tahiti, it's 30,000 points there. A lot can change for the WSL Final 5. Steph Gilmore will take a look and has to hold back down to 3:50 on the clock. Steph winning this event back in 2018. Has definitely spent some time in this lineup. Late takeoff, little inside wedge. Gilmore drills the first section and goes down on the wrap just because she ran out of room.
Yeah, that was a very good first turn. So powerful, very clean. Throwed buckets. But unfortunately, again, just a one-turn wonder. As you see it right here, the wave really bowled out to her, and she's so good at opening up on the lip. Check this out, just a great snap down the line. And right here, where you expected that it was going to be a second section for her to open up again, just died down, and yeah.
Just not any wave left. Completely sank on the second effort, which is just proving Betty Lou is doing a great thing by just letting Steph take a look at these little inside rights. She's not chasing her down the beach, not getting too stressed out.
Yeah, so what's happening right now with the tide coming up, that sandbank is just getting more compact because the wider pieces that were a little bit deeper, now it's too deep and the wave's just dying out. So it's really going into that little point. As you can see, the whole heat, they were kind of sitting in the same spot and right by each other because basically that's the only zone that it's going to give you a few opportunities to get a good score and a combination of maneuvers on a wave.
Solid breakdown from Jessie Mendez. 2:15 on the clock as we check out the heat recap. Elimination round heat with Steph Gilmore and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Gilmore started strong, picked off some lefts, a couple of nice backside hacks to start off with the lead. She's still keeping her first two waves of the matchup, but then Betty Lou turned things around.
Yeah, Betty right there, timing it very well. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to get very vertical in the last turn, or otherwise we've seen that wave going probably in the 7-point range. And right here, just being so calm on that bottom turn, that was very smart surfing from her, and also right on top of Steph right there, putting some pressure on Steph. And yeah, good surfing so far from both of these women.
Down to 90 seconds. To see if Betty Lou can upset the reigning world champion and come up with another key win early in her career. Another story like the surfers that fell off tour at the midseason cut, came back stronger the following season. Betty Lou dealt with the Challenger Series once again last season, got herself back against the top 17, survived the midseason cut for the first time. And now getting to go to venues like this and learning quickly on the fly. On the back of the rankings, a few ties to break with Lakey, Gabriella Bryan, Betty Lou. Steph Gilmore, though, with some room to move on the left. Throws the first turn through the whitewater, carves through the backwash. She's going to hang in there like it's her final opportunity. Steph equal 5th on the leaderboard. Has maybe finished up her final wave against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, chasing a 5.04.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I don't see that coming her way, unfortunately. Very nice first turn, and almost I was like, oh, this is a mistake from Betty. Let that one go at 40 seconds left, but the wave kind of died out after. Let's see what the judges think. She's coming in already. Betty Lou probably freaking out right now, not knowing what happened. When you see a wave from the back, you just see spray and you just see the crowd screaming, and it's pretty terrifying moment.
Yeah, and it's a good thing to know. We talk about the Brazilian surfers getting a lot of cheers, but the fans love surfing too, so they let out a roar for Steph Gilmore, one of their favorites in the draw. Scores coming through for Steph. It's not enough. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the 8-time world champ, former event winner, and will be reseeded into the quarterfinals. So losing one of the biggest names in the draw, and more big names to come. Molly Picklum taking on Joanne DeFay. Right after this, we'll bring in Kaipo and Mitch for the call.
Looking back to the beginning of the year, stop number 2 on the championship tour, Hurley Sunset Pro, Paumalu, Molly Picklum, knew how to pick them, found the barrel, and took out her first tour win in convincing fashion. The young Australian ripped apart Sunset Beach, and we know the challenge that is out there. Great surfing, great whale work, handling the power, smooth operator, Molly Picklum. Take a look at this thing.
It was bombing. Look at these sets coming in. I mean, the way she was attacking, you know, it was something to look into the future for that young lady. She's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, a little wardrobe change after that event. Molly Picklum left the water in red, went to stop number 3 in yellow with the yellow leader's jersey. Aloha.
Oh, I miss Hawaii.
So do I.
I love that place. Right now, we're in beautiful Saquarema.
Well, beautiful Saquarema right here. We can see down towards the end of the beach at Bariña, the Nossa Senora de Nazaré, the famous church there, the landmark here in this small beach city. But it's getting filled to capacity over this weekend, Mitchell Salazar, I feel.
Yeah, and I mean, an awesome day of competition. We saw some incredible performances, both on the men's and women's sides, and people that really needed to step up to the plate when it was necessary, Kaipo. I definitely felt like a lot of the men's top seeds, especially Ethan Ewing being the number 4 seed coming into the event and having an opportunity to be the first surfer to be victorious on the men's side was really important for him. We lost Griffin Cole-Pinto. He's in the elimination round, but overall, what an awesome day of competition so far.
Well, Shinobu Johnson, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's mom, she's happy as Betty Lou was able to get past the challenge of the 8-time world champ, Steph Gilmore, in that elimination round to make her way into the quarterfinals, Strider.
Whoo, that was a big heat right there. Steph was looking at trying to make a run, and Sakura just said, nope, I'm going to take this one. And for her, that's a big hurdle for Sakura right there to make it through that heat. That was big.
Yeah, here's the debrief right now happening with Ross Williams.
That was the best wave. It had like a nice.
It was such a good wave.
Yeah, the face of it was clean, and she did 2 nice little snaps. But your waves were.
Yeah, here.
But you made it. Yeah. And you had each of those waves, you had 2 5.7s.
Yeah,
you had one good turn on them, and then you like finished it. So it was like hard-working waves.
Yeah.
And you delivered.
Hard-working coach right there, Ross Williams.
Yeah.
With the debrief after the heat, how important is that?
Well, it's crucial, especially, you know, right after coming out of the heat. I think it's even more important than, say you're studying for an exam, like those 30 minutes that you're studying before an exam, it's just as important to debrief afterwards too. What did I do well? What did I do wrong? But always focus on the positive and don't take the negative into the next heat. Like I told you a heat before, it's all about closure. Make sure you're really facilitating things moving forward in the event, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, just got some news for everyone watching that this is going to be the end of competition today, coming from tourism competition, but day is not over for you, the viewer, because we are still going to have the Corona Post Show where we can wrap up all of day 1's action here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Corona Post Show coming up next. And I can't wait to see what today's top 5 will bring in that Corona Post Show.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We're going to have some fireworks. We had some massive scores go down, 9-point rides. We had excellent rides on the men's side, and the women were on fire too. Crushing the lip this morning, so should be fun.
Yep. Day 1 of competition as we got going right away. Got some heats done. We got 2 more heats remaining in the women's elimination round, Mitchell. And we're going to finish that up when we call competition on for the next day.
Yeah, and 2 big wins for 2 surfers from the state of Hawaii at the end of the day, too. Carissa Moore and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson at the end. You know, on the women's side, I think there were a couple standouts performance, especially when we talk about the rankings. Lakey Peterson, who is obviously outside of the top 5, looking for a spot to qualify for the Rio Pro WSL Finals. I don't know about you, Strider, but having a Californian in the draw there, what I feel definitely changed the things in terms of the way a lot of people root for certain surfers. Having Lakey Peterson, who's from 2 hours north of San Clemente, would be huge for the state of California.
Yeah, you know, Lakey's she's been right there. She's got the I guess the fundamentals to go ahead and win a world title. It's just, you know, the performances. She just needs to get over that little hump. I think it's a mental thing for her to get in there and just be victorious.
Yeah. Well, speaking of elimination round and consequences, our men's leader, we're going to see him in the elimination round, Griffin Colapinto, Mitchell.
Yeah, and another Californian that's also leading the rankings, looking to qualify for the Rio Pro WSL Finals for the first time. Surprising to see him there. He was only needing a 4 at the end of the heat to make it through Kaipo. But as I told you during the heat, it's way harder to get a 3 or a 4 because you don't know what that wave looks like in comparison to a 6 or a 7. Maybe waited a bit too long at the end.
Yeah. Any standouts for you, Strider, that you've seen today? I know there's a number of standouts, but first thing that comes to mind.
I like Yago Dora.
Yeah.
I'm really into him. I just feel like he's got something special here at Saquarema. We've seen him. He's a giant killer in the past, and I feel like he's got he dropped a sick edit from his free surf out here when there was some surf in the prior days, and then you can see him walking around with a sense of confidence, and he was on his way to you know, an amazing event over in at the Surf Ranch. He was one of the, I think he had the highest score of that event, and he's one of those guys that just, like, you know, I thought he was actually going to come through and maybe even win that event the way he was surfing because he was so good on the left, and then you see him here and he just looks like he's going to come through with a massive result.
Yeah. Well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson ended the day with a win. Let's hear from Betty Lou. She's with Maida Paps.
Thank you, Kaipo. So, Betty Lou, you were leading the heat and with priority and saw Stephanie Gilmore have some opportunities. How it was nerve-wracking?
Yeah, just a couple nerves, but I was able to hold it together, and I knew those waves were a bit too small, and with the high tide filling in really fast, it would just kind of fizzle out. So yeah, it was pretty grindy out there, but made it happen.
Okay. It's your first time here, like in the big stage, in the CT. So how does it feel to compete with all this amazing crowd?
Yes, it's amazing. Oh my goodness, this energy on the beach is one of a kind, and I'm just super happy to be here, and I'm thriving off that energy and putting it back in the water. So yeah, this is awesome, and I love Brazil.
Okay, so thank you very much. Congratulations.
Betty Lou into the quarterfinals. That's some good news for the Tour sophomore out of Hawaii. Well, like I said, this is not the end of the show right now. We got the Corona post-show coming up after this break, where myself, Mitchell, and Strider, we're going to break it all down for you. We'll be right back with the Corona post-show after this. It's the Corona post-show day 1 of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. First day of the waiting period, and we got it all ready. Starts a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Saquarema. And the beach starts to unload after a full day of action. I'm Kaipo, along with Mitchell Salazar and Strider Wazalewski here. And great day. I like the quick start, Mitchell.
No, so did I. I think it was really optimal to get started this quickly in the waiting period, knowing that we're probably going to have a few ladies moving forward. But as of right now, I think an excellent start of competition, Kipes.
Big scores today.
Big scores, right?
Had some 9-point rides, excellent scores going across the board. So for me, I was excited. I love to see the radical surfing that we know we're going to get here at Saquarema.
Yeah, and so I like to also see surprises, and surprises in the way that the last heat of the day we saw Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, second year on the championship tour, but she came up against an 8-time world champion the way Steph Gilmore. Big accomplishment for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson to move into the quarterfinals, Mitchell.
Yeah, massive result for her, especially being number 8 in the rankings right now. I mean, don't forget, she still has a chance to qualify for lowers as well. And Steph got off to a really good start, but then it was the elite backhand surfing of Sakura afterwards that just put her into contention to take this heat out. Pocketed a 5.77, and they got the same backup score afterwards. Strides, some good surfing there by the Hawaiian surfer.
Yeah, it was a really tough heat out there. There wasn't a lot of opportunity, and when it came, Sakura just happened to be on those open face flowing lefts, and did some work. Definitely put down some solid mid-range scores.
Yeah, frustration a little bit for Steph Gilmore. She'll regather herself as we move to the next stop, which will be J-Bay, when the Queen of Snapper is going to perform on that long right point. Talked about excellent scores today, Strider. Guy that's got it up into the excellent range. A guy that's dominant here with 3 back-to-back wins. Filipe Toledo. Looked like he was in trouble at the beginning of the heat, but he came back with fire.
He's kind of been doing that, huh? He like, if you see him come out of the gates and he's not 100%, don't count him out.
Right.
I mean, I watched him do that at El Salvador and kind of like trip and stumble, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's throwing down 9-point rides. And so that's what he did out here.
Yeah, Toledo coming up against Sammy Pupo and Callum Robson in this Heat 3 of the opening round. Callum surprised us with an air at the beginning. Sammy, he had a couple airs of his own, Mitchell.
Yeah, and he had the highest wave of the heat so far, an 8-point ride. I mean, went up into the lead, around 15 points for his heat total, and you see the claim right there, one of the best in the business. But then Filipe got to work, and not known is his backhand as much as his forehand, but he really did some stellar and fantastic work on the backhand, pocketing a couple of good scores and taking the lead at the end, Kipes.
Yeah, and I love what Toledo did in this heat, where he made the adjustment. He saw Pupo go to the air. He saw Robson go to the air. He was a little frustrated with his own airs on the right, turned to the left, got the numbers he needed, straight into the round of 16 in that opening round. There's the numbers right there, Strider, 7.63 and a 6.9.
Yeah, Christmas trees. It was just the perfect, arc of the slam of the lip, and he was just sending spray to the sky. And that pinpoint precision on those lefts put him in the driver's seat in that heat.
Yeah, there you go. Toledo continues in hot fashion. Well, up next, let's take a look at our Natura Kayak wave of the day, and you're going to want to check this one out. It was an extreme excellent score for John Florence Mitchell Salazar. This got me excited right here when I started seeing John doing this stuff.
Yeah, maybe the best surfer of his generation, an incredible alley-oop. We talked about the landing, we talked about the position, but what about the angle that he took coming out of that air too? 9 points, the best single wave score of day number 1 of competition. Well deserved for the 2-time world champion.
Yeah. Natura Kayak, by the way, respecting the ocean, all the packaging made of 50% recycled plastic from Brazilian shoreline. So thank you to Natura Kayak for sponsoring the Wave of Time and for being, sustainable as well as a product.
100%. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Well, Strider, you talked about a little bit about the Surfline forecast, what we have to look forward to, what we got on tap. Let's dig into the Surfline forecast and see what our friends over there at Surfline are telling us what to expect in the future here at the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona.
Well, there's a reason why we got started. As you can see, it comes in and backs off a bit, and then, you know, you've got a little bit of swell coming way down the pipe on this thing, but you know what? We're lucky to get it going today, let's say that.
Yeah, but I honestly think today was a great day. A lot of consistent waves, a couple of heats that were slower than others, that's for sure. But when the sets came through, they were really fun and very contestable. We're talking about heats of 2 to 3 people out there, more than enough waves. Tomorrow should be quite fun in the morning. Don't know about the highest tide early on, though. We're probably going to wait for a lower tide, I would say around 10:30 a.m.
Yeah, and then we can see Sunday and Monday, you know, probably late A's, but then a new swell filling in on Tuesday. Thanks to Surfline for all the insight.
Good to know what's coming down the pipe. You know, I think you're right, Mitchell. Maybe tomorrow, maybe like a mid-morning call.
Yep. Waves could be fun. You never know. We got to show up.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the latest episode of Corona Late A's featuring Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Essa. Não, é a branca.
Caraca, é muito boa.
Bem-vindo, Portugal.
Aqui, né?
I wouldn't know just how many planes I catch in a year, how many hotels I stay in, and how many different time zones I switch to and from. But I'll always try to make sure I get lost in the little magic corners that each place has to offer.
What's your favorite part about Portugal?
I would say
The waves?
I mean, that's kind of an obvious one, but I would say
Okay, other than waves.
the people and the food.
Yeah.
Those three together, it makes it the place where I see myself living for the next 10, 20 years.
Wow, I can eat all day, you know?
Que como lindamente bem. Se não gostar, eu pago-lhe o almoço.
It's like one.
A quantidade de tempo que as pessoas tiveram aqui, ó. É um museu a céu aberto.
Cheio de flores. Oi.
What do you want, guys? You've never been here before? This is sick. This is called Sé. It's like really old school. Yeah.
It's so sick. I am like the #1 tourist. You take me to eat good food and ride tuk-tuks, I'll have a good time.
Tava bocado seca.
Essa é boa. Blinkered by memories, I turned my eyes to calm waters and uncalm water came to my eyes. Cool. Forget how much I like poems.
Dirty toes running as the wind blows. We were bigger than the big beyond. Go faster, no one is your master. Ready and we're riding on. Just so it goes. And we're gonna go till the sun is gone.
Não, mas é muito bom ir pra cidade fazer uma coisa diferente. A gente sempre tem muita programação, assim.
Compromisso, horário, e ter que ir pra praia tal hora.
Tem que treinar e surfar e ter que estar aqui a esta hora.
É uma rotina, na real, né? Você sai um pouquinho da rotina, dá um relax.
É. Nossa, eu fiquei tão feliz e ele tava morrendo de fome. Eu tava aqui, ó, amarradão. E ele... Olha essa noite, olha aqui, olha aqui. Bora parar aqui. To life. To friendship.
How do we get to the end?
To a hell of a good time.
Call it later, yeah?
Sunsets, Coronas, Pastel de Natas. Portugal, it's such a dream.
I felt like we filmed one of those. It didn't make the cut. What happened, Kaipo?
We do. We do. Hey, it's one of my favorite places, I swear. Like, I love looking back and going back to Portugal every single year. You know what else I get excited about? Top five. Yeah, it's that time, Mitchell. Let's get into today's top five because we got some moments we want to share with you. starting at number 5. Number 5, Carissa Moore. She sneaks through the elimination round. This was a close one for the 5-time world champ.
And we saw this last year, was in the elimination round in a moment where she could definitely get knocked out, came back and just nearly edged out Silvana Lima, but a huge performance by the 5-time world champion, looking to keep that #1 ranking moving into Jeffreys Bay. Great performance though by Silvana Lima, the local wild card. I mean, what she has done for the sport of surfing in Brazil, incredible, especially on the female side. But once again, Hawaii taking the win here, Kaipo. Big win for Carissa.
Yeah, it was a really close heat, that one. Number 4, Caroline Marks Strider. Buzzer beater moment to move on into the quarterfinals.
The American finding that bowl on the left, really going to work and showing that rail work that she's known for, really solid. And just strong, and for it to boil down to have the nail-biting finish on the end there, she's gotta love that feeling.
Number 3, Mitchell Toledo. He's still undefeated here.
Holy Toledo, there's a reason why he's the defending world champion, but what was most impressive about it is that he did it on the backhand with great rail surfing. Don't normally see that a lot from Phil, but was just explosive, dynamic, and was able to find the 2 best waves out there in the 35-minute heat. Great stuff from the defending champion, looking to go 4 times in a row, Kipes.
Number 2, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She moves past the 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore in that elimination round, Strider.
Betty Lou for number 2, absolutely just finding what she needed out there in a really kind of a slow-tempered heat, but you know what? Her surfing was on point. It was fast. It was up into the section that, where it was throwing, and that's why she got those mid-range scores to get over the top of the 8-time world champion. 8-time world champion not happy right there, let me tell you.
Yeah, she's going to have to move on to JV. Number 1, it was an air show today. Let's start with Rio Waida.
Awesome straight in there by the Indonesian. Came in as a great score and still didn't make it out of the heat with that combo. And then Samuel Pupo, 8-point ride for this one. A quick rotation on the forehand. I really love to see the innovation and the progression factor that these surfers are bringing to a great beach break like Praia de Itaúna here in Saquarema.
Yeah, 8-point ride there. Medina concentrating, and then it's time to get busy. Gabe Medina, Strider. These are 8.17.
They saw the ramp. You could just see him identifying it when he took off. Beautiful rotation. I like the no claims though, man. It's just so beautiful, and they look at the beach and they feel it like that.
You know what? Iago Dora, he had an answer for that. Prepping with his dad, Leandro. This was an 8.83, Mitchell.
And in the dying moments, too, right when he needed it, that score, 8.83 easily would have been a 10 at most events, but Iago Dora has to settle with the victory. And then the best wave of the day, Kipes.
Look at this. A little prep talk, and then the giant alley-oop, Strider.
Boing! It was just, just jumps off the roof and lets the flutter happen, comes down with it. Beautiful work right there from John Florence. I feel like it was a John Florence, thank you, I'm back moment, right? It felt really good.
Yeah. Turning the corner there, John Florence. Fun day, you guys.
100%.
Look forward to possibly doing it tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow morning. Go to worldsurfleague.com, 7:15. We're going to make the call to see if we get going tomorrow. Meanwhile, enjoy today's end-of-day highlights.
Here in Brazil to kick us off in the opening round of the Vivo Rio Pro presented by Corona. Starting off with the opening round for the women. Backhand snap from Gabrielle O'Brien.
Tyler Wright.
You see the combo right there. Strong snap to the floater with a larger set wave too. That's a score very well, Kaipo.
Caroline Marks, big slash there. Eases through another carve. No problem for Caroline Marks. Looking smooth, gets the finish.
The men have hit the lineup. Opportunity for Waida. Tail high reverse. And he pulls that one off. Ewing setting up that big blast. Solid start. Second move, big bird from the Australian. Throws it up for a third time. Can he finish? Climbing, snap to shut it down. Setting up a backside hack is Joao Chianca, getting a dominant victory on his home court.
Let's see what Filipe Toledo has in store for us. Stabs it up in the lip, chops it down, carves through that second section, looking in control. Needs a little bit more towards the end. A quick snap to make it down the line. And a little caught out, but forces the finish. Sammy Pupo looking down the line, looking for a ramp, finds it. Stomps that landing. Big rotation. That's what happens in Brazil for Gabe Medina.
Setting up the punts, gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Dora, inverted, upside down, backside full rotation. Iago Dora putting on a show. Goes down a serious frontside carve.
Here we go, John. Throws it up and puts it down. Ferreira.
Wow.
You got some energy.
But now these are the heavy heats, the important ones for the title race. Carissa on a roll, drills it, bit more vertical on the third and final effort. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson takes out the 8-time world champ, former event winner, and will be reseeded into the quarterfinals.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.